No, I was actually worried about this.
Can you hear now?
Did you hear? They're talking to you. Umlo's talking to you.
I'm trying to. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you got to write him and I feed, yes. Oh,
Right.
okay. Because now I realize the thing is like. Ila.
Is it like, oh,
You're right, man.
You're right,
Like the
man.
time we were talking, I could hear you. I think I got it right. I'll just play you around with it now and again when I can hear. Ne?
Cool.
Oh, I'm gonna send you these. You know, I get so distracted so easily. I'll be doing something happens, and I forget what I was in the middle of.
So I was saying we had remember the last time I told Basno Sia Sazwan, ne?
Yes.
And then I'm just distracted by this. So there was an issue, man. I think, but mainly, probably his wife.
Okay.
Yeah. That guy is my friend's wife. I can't say terrible things about it, but nonetheless. So, wife made up nonsensical stories about my wife.
Apple.
My wife got I've never seen Noxie that upset, but I understood. And obviously I got upset. You upset Noxie, upsetting me. And especially when I know Noxie is innocent in this instance, you know. But what we picked up was that we've been friends with Sia for over 15 years, right? And Sia has just been, Sia is someone that really, I think he over-celebrates someone's achievements.
Oh, okay.
So the manner in which she was also going on, especially after the P20, it started in that week of the P20. Sia was just giving praises, like my big brother, my role model, the person I look
His
at,
dad
everything, posting me on the statuses and all that. And then, it was okay and well, you know. And then until few days before the thing happened, before the whatever happened. So I said to Sia, we're just chatting here. I was telling you that, look, I've noticed that you've just been continuously posting your wife now. So are you guilty? Is there something that I should know? Because I know if you post your wife like 10, 20 statuses and saying all this great, there's something that you've done. Sia says, no, I haven't done anything. So I said, Sia, is it about time that I should take you to a Sangoma for like some serious cleansing? Or something. I think the wife saw those things also.
Oh, but you were joking.
And I'm talking with Sia. But the way I was joking, I was insisting that that's the case. You know, I was like, no, there's no, I know you. 15 years that I've known you, there's something when I'm with you that is not right. And then, and I said, okay, if you don't want me to take you to a Sangoma, I'll take you to those Rasta who wear those brown over, like, those brown things. I said, those ones are the best because they are Christian. I don't think there's any Korobela that they can't. And then the next moment there was this thing, Sia's wife saying, got a call from my wife, and my wife was wada, and my mom was like, when did I even call her? That's what pissed me off. Like,
oh, okay.
and then I called Sia, said, there's no way. I said, you know, to an extent that I thought that my wife was even lying. I even went to her phone.
Wow.
Do you have a record of my wife's call on your wife's phone? No, there's none, but probably she deleted that. Are the other records there of all the calls that she received? Yes, I said, then why would my wife one not be there?
Delete that, yeah.
So it was that thing, but I realized that, okay, how the person a bit just is space and the family without us is the wife. And I did, and I said it to her. I said, we've been friends for too long. You give me too many praise. I do understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe, bruh, I'm in as long. We still talk but Gasaman, we can just this friendship thing, treat each other as colleagues. Agreed. Very, let's keep whatever that we have on each other to ourselves.
Yeah.
As long as just parting ways amicably, Hey, but she has just been calling me. And going on like, always, I'm like,
I think Akafuni.
But yeah.
Yes. We're good. Thanks, God. Hey.
That's what I'm trying to figure out as well. So Akafuni, but at the same time, I'm like, you need to go. Yeah, like, say I call me now 6:30. I'm like, and obviously talk about those are married, what, and all that, and anything, and whatever. I'm like, we're not supposed to be even having these discussions. But because this conversation will figure kumfazi wako, and when really ngokuza to umfazi wako, inobasi ne issue naye because I don't talk to your wife, but and it's 8:29.
From 30 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of parliament, and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADCPF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Dumelang, and welcome to Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408 as we assemble here for this distinguished gathering in Durban.
A warm welcome, Ikamalam Dingutembi Nkosingoma, and of course we're coming to you live from Coastlands Hotel and Convention Center in Durban. It is the second day of the 58th plenary session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And of course, like Teminkosi said, wherever it is that you're tuning in, we welcome you here at Parliament TV. It is a special live broadcast right here as we build up to a critical gathering of our SADC region.
Of course, we are coming to you live, like I said, this Monday morning as we come down to the symposium of the 58th Plenary Assembly Session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, taking place right here at the Coastlands Hotel Convention Centre in Durban.
That's right, Tim Nkosi, and the formal program begins at 9 o'clock this morning. But we're here to set the stage for a day of essential dialogue. The theme at the heart of today's discussions is both urgent and profound: the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region, and the role of Parliament in climate change mitigation and adaptation. This is a theme that speaks directly to our future. Now, this symposium builds on the powerful foundation laid during the official opening ceremony yesterday, which was addressed by the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Paul Mashatile. Now, his address underscored the national importance of this regional dialogue.
Indeed, Tsepo, and we expect to hear more pivotal voices today, following the opening remarks from Honorable Randriana Solonayako Siteni Thierry, the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We also anticipate significant contribution from the Executive Mayor of eThekwini and the Speaker of the KZN Legislature, leaders who are directly dealing with the realities of climate change right here in our host city. So, over the next hour, we are going to dive deep into what to expect. We looked at the packed agenda from the impact on human settlements and government perspectives in the first session to the views from business, communities, and commercial farming later this morning.
That is correct. We'll be breaking down the key discussion points, the speakers to watch, and what all this means for the people of the SADC region. So you're in the right place to be fully prepared. So stay with us right here on Parliament TV, and also join the conversation using our social media handle at Parliament of RSA across all platforms. The hashtag for this event is hashtag 58SADC PF. Now, the 58th SADC PF Plenary Assembly Symposium is coming your way. During the opening ceremony yesterday, a lot of very structured arguments about how SADC countries ought to do in their response strategies to climate-induced disasters were clearly articulated. Now, let's take a brief look at some of the highlights from the opening ceremony yesterday. Stay tuned.
So, as we welcome you here today, we want you to remember that this is the province that had in the Republic of South Africa, alongside the Eastern Cape, the Western Cape, has been highly impacted by the negativities that come with climate change. We have experienced this way back as far as 2012 when they started in the northern side of the province. But of course, we have seen many lives that have been lost, especially here in the metro, eThekwini, and Umgungundlovu district, which are the two biggest districts and regions in our province. These were not alone, but it has been together with the rest of the regions and districts that are along the coast, be it Ugu, be it King Echwayo, be it Umkhanyakude, be it eThekwini and Umgungundlovu, as I've said. Even the local municipalities far beyond here have been hard hit. As I stand here, it's just a week ago that in one of our local municipalities within the Umgungundlovu district called Umshwati, we have had some devastating weather that had resulted in loss of life and displacement of communities. Amongst those who were displaced, mostly are children, young people, that is the youth, and older persons, indiscriminately of age. But importantly, the majority have been found to be women, regardless of them being the children, being young in terms of youth, being senior citizens or persons with disability. They have been in majority women. And this had taught us in the province many lessons of how indiscriminately the nature of climate change is. And it had continued to affect us in this province in its indiscrimination. We have seen women, men, persons with disability, young and old, particularly those who are from our townships and rural communities, suffer the most climate induced challenges of floods, droughts, heat waves, and wildfires. These challenges worsen the already existing socio-economic issues, resulting in food insecurity, displacement, unemployment, higher needs to access to healthcare, violence and gender-based violence specifically, including sexual and reproductive health rights being undermined. Therefore, I believe that the coming of this SADC PF to this province of KwaZulu-Natal couldn't have been at a better time. I know in my heart of hearts that being a representative of the people of this province, the people of this province are hungry to learn that there is action on the decisions and discussions that have been taken here.
Fully understood the magnitude of what this means for the people of eThekwini and KwaZulu-Natal. For the next few days, the eyes of the SADC region will be firmly on our city, which will further position Durban as a competitive city. This assembly is held under the theme, open quote, the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation, close quote. This theme challenges us to strengthen our efforts on mitigation and adaptation. It reminds us that women and youth often bear the greatest burden of climate-induced disasters. As you may know, eThekwini has been the epicenter of several major disasters in recent years. The COVID-19 pandemic, the July 2021 civil unrest, and the recurrent floods since 2022. I'm pleased to report that we have made significant progress in restoring and rebuilding infrastructure that was severely damaged during these events. As part of your five-day program, you'll have an opportunity to visit some of the areas worst affected by floods and see firsthand the work the city has done. Our approach has been to build back better, creating infrastructure that is more resilient to future catastrophic events. We look forward to sharing the lessons we have learned and to gaining valuable insight from our colleagues across the region.
You're still watching Parliament TV, and if you've just joined us, welcome to the special broadcast just opposite the chamber of the 58th SADC PF Plenary Assembly at the Coastlands Hotel and Conference here in Umhlanga in Durban. Now, the discussions here are centered on a theme that is no longer a future threat, but a devastating present-day reality: the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Now, nowhere has this reality been more starkly felt than in our own nation, with the recent catastrophic floods in KwaZulu-Natal, a tragedy that dispossessed thousands, claimed lives, and laid bare our collective vulnerability. Now, to help us make sense of this crisis, we are privileged to be joined by a leading voice in this field. With me today is Ms. Lebohang Ntuli, a formidable force at the intersection of research, activism, and policy. Ms. Ntuli is the chairperson of the Advocates for Climate Justice South Africa, an organization at the forefront of grassroots mobilization and policy advocacy. But her authority on the subject is not just born from activism, it is deeply rooted in academia. She is a respected research fellow whose work is dedicated to dissecting the complex, disappropriate impacts of climate crisis, particularly on women and youth. She is, in every sense, a climate change expert. Ms. Ntuli, thank you so much for joining us on Parliament TV.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Now, let's get straight into the discussion. I think, firstly, I must say that as a young woman, I think I find it important that we must start with the importance of youth being involved in climate change advocacy. Talk to us about why it is important for the youth to be involved, and why is it important for us to start even at schools to ensure that children know what climate change is about?
Firstly, I think I'll begin by saying that just like how, climate change is not gender neutral, it is also not age neutral. And that is why it is mostly women and the youth who are experiencing the vulnerabilities of climate change. That is why we need to then educate, our young ones. We need to ensure that young people are, involved in climate action. And for the fact that majority of our population, not just within the SADC, but also in the world, is becoming younger. So it's quite important that young people then become involved. And for the fact that, I always say that, many revolutions that have taken place, for centuries have always been led, successful revolutions, by the way, have been led by young people. And so climate action is not an exception. So it's quite important that we all become, climate activists. And I always say that the challenges of climate change are not just environmental issues, they are not economic issues, they are not just social issues, but they are systematic issues. So therefore, for you to be able to transform a system, you must also be, involved in many ways. You must also, and for us to be able to do that in a sense of climate action or climate change, we must then all become activists, climate change activists. So that's why I think that is quite important for us to be involved in every aspect as young people, to ensure that young people are out there, they are involved, to ensure that we do have climate education to be introduced at a very young age, and for the fact that it can be also responsive to the challenges that we are faced. I mean, it's a threat multiplier. So if we have young people involved, we have children being taught at an early age, you're going to be able to find solutions. Young people are brilliant, they're innovative, they have solutions to respond to the challenges that we are faced. So if we involve them, we're going to be able to find practical solutions to the challenges that we are currently facing. Thank you.
Of course, we are in the heart of KZN, we're in Durban, and the images have been harrowing when it comes to the disasters that have hit Durban. Now, from your on-the-ground observations, beyond the immediate destruction, right, what are some of the specific impacts of the floods, especially on women and youth, looking at how the theme for the 58th plenary is specifically focusing on women and the youth and the impact of climate change on them?
I think beyond, the physical damage that we saw during that time, I think, the floods created gender impacts, and amongst these, which obviously immensely affected women and girls. And I think amongst these gendered impacts, I think one of the main being, the intensification of the care burdens on women. We found that now women had to spend most of their time ensuring that there's access to water, which meant that they needed to go collect water, not only from water tanks, because the context of our communities are not the same. You found that in some communities they had to go and collect water from the streams, from the dams, and they needed to ensure, there's availability of food, and, we can't even say that maybe even yes, they had to look into the availability of food, but now the question of nutrition, was it nutritious food as well? But also in them ensuring there's availability of food, they needed to also ensure that there's wood. I mean, remember, in some parts of where the disruption occurred, there was a challenge in terms of energy supply, which means then they did not have means to prepare food, and the only way that they could be able to prepare food was for them to ensure that there's fire outside. So they were entrusted with the responsibility to go ensure that they collect the wood for that. Now they needed to spend more time taking care of their children, the elderly, the sick, and so forth. And this meant then that now it's a setback for us, because remember, we've made, so as a country, we've made strides in terms of the women's struggle, where women now play a critical role. The position of women in our society has changed. So now we have this disaster that has created, that has set us back, where now women have to go back and engage thoroughly in housework, unpaid labor, and then which means that now women no longer have time, and the capacity to engage in income-generating activities or even find themselves engaging in personal development activities. But also another one that I think we've not really looked into is how it also caused educational setbacks on young girls.
Yes, yes.
And not on the basis that there were disruptions obviously on the basis that there were disruptions on schools, and obviously there was a rise of absenteeism and so forth. But on the perspective of, we still have gender roles, traditional gender roles.
Yes.
And you find that in provinces like ours, rural provinces, it's still prominent. Now, because of the disruptions of our households, it means that young girls now have to take on the responsibilities of doing housework. The same things that happened with their mothers now, they also had to take the responsibilities of looking out for their siblings, ensuring there's access to food and so forth. But another one that I think we don't, in as much as it's a topic that's spoken about on a daily basis, but we don't really speak about how climate change also contributed to the rise of violence and the gender-based cases.
Correct.
And I think that, when such disasters or climate shocks happen, they contribute to conflicts. And, in the context of the floods, I think we know that there were shelters that were provided for the people to stay in. And these shelters were very overcrowded. Now, it means that now women are exposed to vulnerable situations. Women and girls are exposed to vulnerable situations where they are now prone to harassment, they are prone to violation, they are prone to exploitation. And another aspect that I think we did not look at, that I think it's another gendered impact that women and girls experienced at that time, was, there was there was a lack of access to healthcare services. And you found that now they're in a position where they do not have access to sexual reproductive care services, where now women could not engage in family planning. They didn't even have access to the support, to menstrual support, to menstrual hygiene support. And I think this created many health and hygiene implications for. And then lastly, I think one that is always left out, that is not, in our discussions, mainly in our discussion tables, is the fact that these floods also created problems for women who are engaged in the informal sector. You find that the majority of our women in KZN are engaged in the informal sector.
Of course.
However, because it's not legislated, it's regarded as informal work, you find that the social protection, they did not receive the social protection that they needed. Therefore, it means that they could no longer go back they could not recover, and some of them had to permanently, whatever it is that they were engaged in, they had to let it go, which means then that now it affected their household income. Thank you.
Now, you've spoken largely and highlighted so many things, especially with regards to how climate change perpetuates challenges in education for young children, right? In the livelihoods of adults that are supposed to be taking part and being active participants in the economy. You've also spoken about the mental health challenges that come with the destruction of climate change and the floods that come with that, right? Now, speaking of all of these problems that are perpetuated by climate change, in the aftermath, do you think then that the response and recovery efforts from leaders, from government, whether it's provincial and local, were prepared for all these, the ripple effect, basically, of climate change and the floods, the destruction that it caused?
Well, I think the case, and one thing that the floods revealed for us during that time was the fact that our disaster management systems that are put in place, they are quite fair. The reason why I say this is because theoretically, they're good. We have good policy, disaster management policies. Yes. But the problem becomes on the issues of implementation. And also, you find that, you would expect that, when you are implementing a disaster management plan, you'd follow a certain sequence, which means that whatever it is that you are following, you need to ensure when you apply, disaster management, you need to prepare before, and then during and after. But what happened during the time is that everything happened simultaneously, which then exposed the gaps of our preparedness as, and obviously as government, because I think I must commend civil society, the communities, and everyone else who was involved in ensuring that, there's humanitarian relief. But on the government side, I think the problem is mainly on planning and coordination. Yes. But I think also, in that regard, I think another challenge that we faced was the fact that, the disaster management or the response and the relief that was provided at that time by government was the fact that it was not gender responsive. Okay. It did not take into consideration the gender the needs of the women and the children. And I think that is why even they were exposed to shelters that were not safe, for them to live in. But I think, in the main, and also I think when it comes to recovery, I think that recovery focused mainly on issues of infrastructure. Yeah. Yes, infrastructure is important. Our roads and our bridges are important on the basis that the economy must go on. But I think that also your household recoveries and your informal economies were neglected, then these are spaces where women are mostly concentrated, and they were neglected. You found that women found it difficult, for them to be able to recover and be able to get back to their normal lives. Yes. So in essence, I think that our recovery and relief plans are more reactive. We react than us being able to anticipate, disasters.
Now, of course, throughout our discussions, whether we are talking climate change, whether we are talking economic policies, anything of that nature, citizens and people at large feel that there's a mismatch between policy and implementation, right? Now, in your professional view, why do we have that? Specifically, let's look at climate change. Why is there a mismatch, and why aren't they marrying into each other when it comes to policy, the writings, the talks, the conversations, and seeing it on the ground and having people feel the tangible change?
I think in the main it lies on the paradox of political will and decisive action. I say this because yes, even for the fact that we are having this session here today, it means that our parliamentarians, our policymakers, our governments are aware of the situation. They now have a better understanding. They acknowledge that there is a climate crisis. But then the problem, as I said earlier on, it comes to the issues of implementation. Now, you can be able to, acknowledge a problem, but if you are not able to, implement the solutions, then it becomes a problem. And another thing that we have done, the government has done in not being able to, align the two, is the fact that, yes, you do your consultations, you do your oversights, but in doing so, you leave out a certain segment of society, a larger segment of society. And I've seen even during the processes where you go out and you do your consultations, when you do these consultations, you don't find the ordinary women, who are experiencing these, climate problems at first hand. You find that even though they experience, and one thing that I think that government does not understand is the fact we experience climate change differently. Of course. A person that lives in a township experienced climate change differently from someone that experienced in the suburbs. Therefore, in your approach, in your consultative approach, it must be inclusive. And you must also take into consideration the fact that I'm saying that people experience climate change differently. So you must be, that one of the reasons why there is a gap between the two is because of the consultation processes and the people that are involved in the process, and that you must go back to the ground, to the grassroots, where you are actually going to find the actual solutions. Because sometimes you come up with policies that are not responsive to the challenges that are actually faced by people on the ground. So if you involve them in decision making, if you involve them in finding these solutions, we are going to come up with policies that are actually responsive to the issues of climate change. Women have always been adapting to climate change because they are actually the first respondents to any crisis.
And of course, this year throughout, we've had these pivotal moments. We had the P20, and climate change was also at the heart of those conversations and engagements. We had the G20 as well, and now, of course, is the SADC PF. Now, from a lawmaking perspective, do you believe that there's sufficient sense of urgency when it comes to policymakers, specifically parliamentarians, to treat climate change as a core economic and social justice issue and not just an environmental one?
Well, like I said, now they are seeing, you know, the sense of urgency, but also it goes back to the issue of implementation.
Yes.
But there are, even though there are some who are able to link, you know, climate change to our socio-economic challenges, but there are those who still believe that it's an environmental issue. And then I think that's where the contradiction exists. Where others would say, no, but it's an environmental issue, so we don't have to pay much attention. Remember, I said that climate change is not just an environmental issue, but it's also a systemic issue, which means that for you to be able to address climate change, to deal with climate change, to fight against climate change, it will mean you need to change the system.
Yes.
And changing the system, it means there are people who will not be unhappy with the changes. So that's why I think that in as much as, you know, there is willingness to, you know, to fight the issue, but there's going to be problems in terms of tackling the changes with tackling the systemic issues, because you need to deal with the system at hand.
And then, in your perspective also, what are then the maybe top 2 or 3 legislative or oversight actions that you would urge the SADC regions to prioritize, to build resilience, to plan better, to be more responsive when it comes to climate change, the disasters and the impact thereof on women and youth?
Well, I think for me, firstly, they need to ensure that they implement policies that are gender responsive, and that even the climate budgeting policies that they have, that they implement, they must be gender responsive. And that they must ensure that in them being gender responsive, that they promote gender equality.
Yes.
And in doing so, they need to ensure that when they do assessments, when they do reporting, they need to indicate how these policies have affected women. But also, and I think I did mention this, it's quite important that when you do your oversights and when you do your consultation, go back to the ground. And also, and I did mention that majority of our young women and the youth, now the youth, and are more involved in the informal sector, and which is something that is being neglected. So it's quite important that our parliamentarians as well, they come up with national strategies on how they are going to assist, you know, the informal sector in ensuring they are able to adapt, but also deal, you know, with the aftermaths of these climate shocks. Now, it means that there must be, you know, social protection that is available in terms of insurance, in terms of grants, and so forth. So basically, I think those are the 2 critical things that I think they need to address, but mainly they need to have gender-responsive policies.
Now, of course, we've focused now on what government, the policymakers should do. That basically they've waken up and they've seen that this is an issue that needs to be addressed immediately, right? Lastly, let's talk to the people on the ground. Let's talk to the women, the youth, the people that are impacted. When it comes to participating in public participation, in practicing good citizenship, active citizenship, what are your words to them in ensuring that they get involved? What is the significance and importance of getting involved, going to the indabas, going to the imbizos? You know, why, and how is it important?
What I would like to say to ordinary citizens is that it's quite important for them to get involved. Because climate change does not only affect Tulebo, it does not only affect Tepo, but it affects us, you know, not all in the same way, but obviously it differs due to the context of where we exist. But it's quite important because it will then assist us in terms of coming up with practical solutions. I mean, I think I did mention that, you know, women have always been adapting to situations.
Yes.
So if we are able to utilize, you know, that knowledge and the information and the lived experiences of our ordinary citizens, we'll be able to come up with practical solutions. So I would like to urge, you know, every citizen out there to say, you know, go out there and be, you know, climate change activists. You don't have to be a scholar. You know, you don't have to, you know, have some sense of proximity. But it requires all of us to be out there, because the knowledge that you have, and I know that there are people who have indigenous knowledge in how to address issues of climate change, and they've been from the longest of time have been using, you know, these practical solutions to adapt to address climate change in their own spaces. So for people to get involved, it means that they are going to be able to share, you know, the ideas that they have, practical solutions, and our people are very innovative. You'll be shocked. the innovative ideas that they come up with in addressing issues of climate change. So I think young people, we are always speaking about not being included in space, and now this is our time, and I think getting involved in climate action will then prove that, it's a space where we can all get involved, where we can be able to share our ideas, where the voice of you as a young person can be heard.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And just finally, what is it that the viewer can expect from these engagements? It's a week-long engagement. What is it that they can expect, and what is it that they can be excited about?
I think for me, based on when I was listening to, the opening yesterday,
Yes.
I think for me, one thing that really excited me was the fact that, the seriousness, I think that, and that's the first point of departure, that now, parliamentarians, government is taking issues of climate change seriously. And for the fact that now, the African continent is now wants to be, I remember, I'm not sure which speaker said it yesterday, but I was listening to the opening speeches, and one of them said that, it's good that now, as African countries, we are now sitting on a table, we are not followers, which is something that we need. Because at the end of the day, we need to provide solutions that are responsible to the challenges that we are facing as Africans. So I think that one of the things that our viewers should expect is, for the fact that our governments, our parliamentarians are going to declare and advocate, for solutions that are responsive to the issue, to how we are experiencing climate change in our respective states, but most importantly, the fact that, they understand now the importance of including women and the youth in decision-making spaces. So I foresee that they are now going to implement, platform. They are going to give us, the opportunities for us to be able to drive our own change in terms of climate action.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you do as well, but for involving young people and ensuring that we are in the know and we know that we can make a difference.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
And of course, that was Ms. Lebohang Ntuli, and she is the chairperson of the Advocates for Climate Justice South Africa, which is an organization that advocates for climate change and ensuring that you are in the know with regards to issues that relate to climate change. Now, you're still watching Parliament TV as we cover the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF right here in KwaZulu-Natal, Durban. Stay with us.
Has already approved the establishment of the SADC PF Youth Caucus. We eagerly anticipate its full implementation because it will strengthen youth coordination, expand legislative contributions, and establish a permanent home for the Southern Africa Youth Parliament within this forum. As I conclude, allow me to reaffirm our central conviction. We look to our parliaments for bold, accountable, transformative leadership. Leadership that prepares our region not for the world we once knew, but for the world we are entering. In the powerful words of Oliver Reginald Tambo, a country, a movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future. And as the late Nelson Mandela reminds us that it is in our hands to create a better world for all who live in it. The SADC PF has shown this commitment. The challenge then before us is to sustain it, deepen it, and institutionalize it. As the youth of Southern Africa, we stand before you with one unwavering message. We are not leaders in waiting. We are leaders in motion. Ready to contribute, eager to lead, determined to shape a future defined by shared purpose, dignity, and opportunity for all. And as you rise into that future, we carry a principle that has guided youth movements across generations. There is nothing for us without us. I thank you.
Welcome back. You're still watching the build-up to the second day of the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. It is Tembinkosi Ngoma, but I am now joined by Mr. Sean Odonega from the city of eThekwini. Good morning, sir. Thank you very much for being with us here today.
Good morning, Tembinkosi. Thanks for the invite.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Odonega, based on eThekwini's recent experiences, particularly in the floods of 2022, what would you say is the single most critical gap you face when transitioning from immediate disaster response to long-term recovery and adaptation? And is it funding, coordination, or something else?
So at a local government level, we're looking at the officials at local government, it's capacity building and building up the ability of the state to respond. So we do a climate change course for our city officials, and it's accredited with the professional bodies, but we need to tailor these courses for specific sectors so that somebody who's working in the water sector would be able to understand what climate change means to his job in the water sector. Because what you're finding is you're having like generalists like myself as a climate change adaptation practitioner is expected to know what climate change does across the range of the different service delivery functions in a city. But what we really need to be doing is targeting the officials that are working within the sectors and building their capacity for climate change, getting them understanding what the impacts are and how it affects their position. So that for me is one of the most critical things. And then obviously you need funding to support your efforts to implement. You need to reach out into communities, engage with communities so they understand what the issues are, and you work together to build towards solutions.
Now, you mentioned that you provide this assistance to the, or training to the city officials, but is there a way that this gets extended to the ordinary citizens? It's good that you empower your officials, but does the message also go filter down to the citizens of eThekwini?
Yes. So we're actually working on an automated course that residents of eThekwini can go online onto our website and just do the course themselves. You see, one of the issues is if you have a course that needs marking and all that kind of stuff, it takes a lot of manpower. But this would be more just so people can build their knowledge. We've created the climate portal on the eThekwini municipal website that is a one-stop shop for all information, and people can just search for climate portal and find it very easily. But we also reach into our communities in the traditional councils. We're doing workshops in isiZulu, trying to bring communities with us, both helping them to understand what the issues are. And then also, you know, invariably, you find it's not just about climate change, it's about a range of service delivery functions that are being impacted by climate change. So that's why you really need to have this sort of a broad brush to deal with a range of issues related to service delivery, which climate change worsens.
Now, as you speak to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, what are the top 2 or 3 concrete legislative or policy actions you would urge our parliamentarians from across the region to champion?
Well, the big one is the Climate Change Act. You know, that was it was signed by President Ramaphosa in July 2024. And that's for the first time, we have an actual mandate from legislation in South Africa to do our work, and that's across the 3 spheres of government. So what I would urge the parliamentarians is to build the bridges between the spheres of government. So often, whether it's within local government and there's these silos working in isolation of each other, or whether it's across the 3 spheres, we really need to line up with each other so that policy talks to implementation on the ground. And the Climate Change Act does that in a way that it forces us, it requires us to create municipal forums or fora for climate change, and we're about to launch our municipal forum on climate change on the 10th of December, chaired by Mayor Klaba in eThekwini, and then we report to the provincial forum, and then the provincial forum reports to the Presidential Climate Commission. So we have this linking up now, but I think it needs to be operationalized still in terms of funding being made available to local governments and the different sectors talking to each other as well across the spheres.
Now we know disasters like floods, they really don't have municipal boundaries. They often start in rural catchment areas and cascade into cities. from a governance perspective, what mechanisms should SADC parliaments promote to ensure integrated planning and response between metropolitan municipalities like eThekwini and their surrounding rural districts?
So, yeah, it's an interesting one. You know, governance is absolutely critical to the functioning of the system and making sure that we all talk to each other. In the local government, it's very much responding to the impact of climate change. It's here's where the rubber hits the road, or the river hits the stream banks, as it were. So we do a number of things for specifically talking about flooding now. We've developed a community-based flood early warning system that's working with communities to understand the messaging, understand what they've got to do when South African Weather Services issues a weather warning. And it worked very well in the pilot community we've been working with for a few years now. The big floods we had in April 2022, the community had gotten used to our early warning system and they listened to it, and no one was lost to flooding from that community despite 120 dwellings being washed away that night. If we didn't have that in place, we would have lost a lot of lives just from that community. We're busy scaling it up. So support for those kind of efforts to take it not just out of eThekwini to our surrounding municipalities, which we work with. We have the Climate Change Compact, a partnership of municipalities in KZN dealing with climate change, but beyond our borders of our country, so that the other countries that we're working with, and as cities, we're working with a number of other cities in cross-border research partnerships called EPIC Africa, and taking these, support to take these innovative ideas that are very localized and context-specific, community-specific forecasts across communities in the southern African region.
Now, we know after the disasters, the focus is usually on rebuilding roads and bridges, but the social and economic vulnerabilities exposed by disasters are profound. So how should adaptation policies debated at forums like this one address the protection of informal settlements, safeguarding livelihoods, and ensuring that the most vulnerable of our people are also not left behind?
Yeah, so maybe I'll start with saying that the most vulnerable communities are often the communities that are the most dangerously located because of the lack of land to settle on, safe places to live. And so people are living in very flood-prone areas, and that community I was talking about was one example. So what we do in eThekwini municipality, our climate change adaptation response is predicated upon a concept called community ecosystem-based adaptation, working with our communities to manage natural ecosystems that they live alongside, because these ecosystems provide protection in terms of flood protection, in terms of protection from heat. If you stand under a tree on a hot day, it's nice and cool. And so we use our Durban Metropolitan Open Space System, which is a 95,000 hectare connected system of ecosystems that provide protection from flood impacts. We get communities to manage these systems, so they benefit from improved protection from climate change, but they also benefit from jobs created. We have a particular project called the Transformative Riverine Management Program, which gets communities living adjacent to rivers to remove the alien invasive plants and plastic that block up the rivers and cause rivers to divert through communities, causing so much damage in April 2022. So this has the effect of reducing risk because rivers flow past settlements instead of into them, and it also creates jobs for communities so that they find a way out of poverty. So it's like a twin approach, and it has co-benefits in terms of mitigation, locking up carbon and stuff like that. So really focusing on these approaches that have multiple co-benefits, particularly in terms of helping communities out of poverty, training them to form cooperatives so that they don't need a leg up, they can do it on their own.
eThekwini is often seen as a pioneer in local climate action in South Africa, and based on your journey, what is a key lesson or innovation in climate adaptation from your municipality that you believe should be standardized or scaled across the SADC cities and towns?
You know, we in Southern Africa, we have a dearth of capacity. We need more capacity. And where there are gaps in service delivery and local government, not just in climate change, but across the full spectrum of service delivery, we need private sector or civil society or NGOs or communities to step in, universities as well, and form partnerships. One of our biggest successes has been forming partnerships with the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Durban University of Technology, and Mangosuthu University of Technology to create the knowledge that we need to help implement us, but also bringing communities into it. So we have this three-way partnership in this one particular project called Epic Durban, where we have the city as the anchor, university as the knowledge broker, and the community as the people that are brought in right from the beginning as partners in helping us understand what the challenges are and co-developing the solutions that we can implement collectively. And so that community that I was talking about in Quarry Road, we've done some amazing work under this Epic Durban program, building walkways that were washed away during the flood, community gardens where there's very little space, doing vertical gardening and all sorts of innovative approaches to try and help the community have a more respectable existence there.
Sean, as I'm about to ask you this last question, I might interrupt you as when you are speaking, because we are also monitoring the other side and they are just about to start. But my final question to you is, like, for parliamentarians whose role includes oversight, what should they be measuring or monitoring their own countries and municipalities to assess whether we are genuinely building resilience rather than just preparing cycles of disasters and repair, because that will also not going to take us anywhere?
Well, in terms of governance, it starts with having a strategic framework to tackle climate change at the local government level. So having your strategy and implementation plan that's being implemented and where there's monitoring and evaluation, because you can't provide oversight on what you don't measure. So we have that in eThekwini, and for example, when we launch our forum on the 10th, we have the evaluation of our short-term period of implementation and the oversight thereof. And that's a good model for the region. You know, as local government reports to provincial and national, so much national report, co-report across the Southern African region, and then hold each other to account. You know, if we're not producing the strategies and implementing and that, and if those strategies don't talk to targets around what you need to achieve in order to be safe from climate change or to make a fair and equitable contribution to climate change emissions, then we as leaders in the region, we must say to each other, come, let's work together and let's make sure that we tackle climate change, because it's affecting everyone, but it's our poorest residents that are getting hit the most, and we need to do something about that.
I think it's also very important, before I let you go, that I get you to speak to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, in particular people of eThekwini. What message would you give to the people of eThekwini as we are having these discussions here?
People of eThekwini, you know, we have a government that is committed to climate change action. We could be so much worse. We could have a government of deniers and not wanting to do anything, but we've got a legislated framework, and we've got a lot of politicians and a lot of committed city officials and provincial officials that really want to tackle and do some good work on climate change. Let's work together to do climate change and make it less of a threat to everyone.
Sir, I'd like to thank you very much for making time to speak to us here at Parliament. Your insights from the grounds are crucial as our honourable members deliberate on laws, budgets, and regional cooperation. So I'd like to really thank you for taking time off to talk to us.
Thank you so much, Temba Nkosi.
Yes, viewers, that was Sean from the city of eThekwini, and as you can see there on your screen, we are preparing to start with the proceedings of today. Those who've just joined us, it is the symposium on day 2 of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum is about to begin, where the Secretary to Parliament of the Republic of South Africa is expected to be the first to address us today. As you can see there in the venue, delegates getting seated there and getting ready for the proceedings to start. To those who've just joined us, we are live on Parliament TV, DSTV channel 408, and you can be part of these proceedings by following our parliamentary channels at Parliament of RSA and also hashtag SADC PF. You can share your views there. We'll try and read them here on air as soon as we have time, whilst we wait and prepare, and whilst we wait for the proceedings of day 2 to go underway. Of course, it is delegates from 15 SADC member states. Amongst them can count Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Botswana, Seychelles, Madagascar, and the other countries. So we can now go to, let's just please stay tuned.
And of course, those are some of the images right across where the studio is right now, where the 58th Plenary Assembly of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum is about to take place. As you've noted, while Tembinkosi was talking here earlier, we had the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, Ms. Thoko Didiza, who was calling upon the delegates to take their seats. Now, we are running a tad bit late. However, as you can see, the delegates are getting ready and conversations will be underway. And just a reminder that the theme is a focus on climate change and the impact thereof on the youth and women, and of course the role of Parliament in ensuring that issues and challenges are combated.
And of course, as you indicated, it is day 2 of this gathering here at the Coastlands Hotel and Convention Center in Durban. We are on channel 408 on DSTV, coming to you live. You can follow us at Parliament of RSA on all our social media platforms, or you can hashtag SADC Parliamentary Forum, and we will make attempts to read some of those comments here on air as we are looking at the delegates there, getting ready for the proceedings that are set to begin at 9 o'clock, but running is slightly late. But as Tshepo had indicated, the Speaker had already made that call requesting the delegates to take their seats so that the proceedings can begin.
Just a reminder that yesterday was the opening ceremony of the SADC PF, and this is the 58th plenary session, and that is the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, Ms. Thoko Didiza, ensuring that delegates are seated and that things can't go, processions can't be underway. Now, just a reminder of what happened yesterday. Just note that yesterday's opening ceremony marked a strategic inflection point for the region. It laid out a unified call to action, one underscored by both urgency and regional solidarity. As you might note, the Deputy President of South Africa delivered the keynote address, which placed climate change squarely at the top of regional governance agenda. And that is the Secretary to Parliament of South Africa, Mr. Xolile George, and processions are about to go underway. Stay tuned to Parliament TV.
Any of our parliaments.
As noted, that is Mr. Xolile George, and he is the Secretary to Parliament of South Africa. This is the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the 58th Plenary Assembly session that is being held here in Durban in KwaZulu-Natal. It will be a week-long engagement from that started yesterday from the 30th of November and will end on the 5th of December.
And of course, Tsepo, we know that the new Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles, Honorable Azarel Jolina Enesta, announced yesterday that Seychelles will host the 59th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum next year. And she made the announcement while delivering a vote of thanks during the official opening yesterday here in eThekwini.
And of course, just to give you a list of the SADC member countries, we are talking Angola, Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And of course, as you might have noted, if you haven't been with us, this is the 58th Plenary Assembly of the Southern African Development Countries Parliamentary Forum.
And of course, we're coming to you live from Durban. Just to take you through some of the did you knows, the 58th SADC Plenary Assembly will enhance Parliament's awareness and capacity to address climate-related challenges. The 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly will also facilitate ideas and insights on the normative role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation in the SADC region.
And of course, some of the things that we can expect here is that the leadership of the SADC PF, alongside with provincial and local principals, will reinforce the need for parliaments to use their full constitutional weight, from lawmaking to oversight, to drive climate resilience, protect vulnerable communities, and ensure that women and young people are not left behind in the evolving climate landscape.
And of course, as the delegates are gearing up for a full-day symposium that dives straight into the climate crisis headlines that hit Southern Africa hardest, the agenda is packed with 3 core sessions, one being on impact of disasters on human settlements, where experts will unpack recent flood damage and what it means for housing and urban planning. And the second one being South Africa's national perspective on climate change, which will give a chance to hear how the climate change bill signed in 2024 is shaping policy and funding. And the third one being the experience of the eThekwini municipality on how the city will share its flood response lessons and showcase the water and sanitation turnaround strategies, just trying to cut the 56% water loss.
And of course, this is all based on yesterday's opening ceremony, which set the stage for the discussions that will be underway for the next week. And of course, promoting democracy, good governance and transparency is also at the top of these discussions, as it is a central thread with regards to strengthening democratic oversight and ensuring that climate-related spending, adaptation planning and disaster response mechanisms remain accountable and transparent.
And yet, short this day should feel like the workhorse of the plenary, heavy on data, rich in local stories, and brimming with the kind of dialogue that could turn into regional policy next year. Of course, we know people are hoping for concrete commitments. We will expect that a draft resolution that spells out legislative and oversight action for the SADC bloc, and also youth and civil society inputs, which is very important. But we're also having side events that are designed to amplify young voices and grassroots ideas. So expect a buzz of activism and maybe a few surprise proposals. And there's lots of networking. I'm sure you can see that on your screen with all 15 member state parliaments in the room. This is the prime moment for cross-border collaborations on climate-smart legislation.
And just a reminder of the theme for the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the 58th plenary that is, it is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Now, you can still join the conversation right here on Parliament TV and let us know what the impact of climate change has been on you by using the handle at Parliament of RSA. And of course, you can stay engaged with the happenings of the rest of the week by watching Parliament TV on channel DSTV channel 408 and our YouTube channel at Parliament of RSA.
And just to remind you, the plenary's theme is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. And as we wait for those proceedings to begin, let's have a look at some of our Did You Knows.
From an administrative standpoint, I'm proud to affirm that the institution has embraced a modern management system and they're pinned by strong cooperative governance principle, positioning the forum as a credibility of a professional body, well placed to evolve into full-fledged SADC Parliament. We continue to account of South Africa and with ready support to secure the approval of ratification of protocol and SADC Parliament. Full confident that SADC Parliament will build on the solid capacity and institutional infrastructure we have developed under the auspices of the forum. In this regard, we humbly appeal to Your Excellency to serve as we ambassador among your esteemed colleague, championing to approve of the SADC parliamentary by August 2026.
Welcome back, Udev. Welcome back. And earlier, that was the president of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Mr. Thierry, who opened the 58th plenary by thanking South Africa for hosting and by framing the week's work around the theme, the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliamentarians in climate change, mitigation and adaptation. And he reminded delegates that climate-related disasters, which are floods, droughts, cyclones, hit women and young people the hardest, deepening gender-based violence, school dropout rates, and food insecurity.
Now, he called on all 15 SADC parliaments to use their legislative and oversight powers to embed gender-sensitive climate policies, align national laws with regional and international agreements, and to allocate resources specifically for mitigation and adaptation programs that reach the most vulnerable.
The president also stressed the need for stronger parliamentary oversight to hold governments accountable for inclusive public participation, especially of women and youth, and for robust monitoring and evaluation to track the impact of climate actions. He concluded by urging unity and decisive leadership across the region to turn the commitments made this week into concrete, gender-equitable climate resolutions.
As we await the program to begin there across where we are sitting in Parliament TV studio, those are all the delegations from the SADC regions. These are leaders, these are policymakers that are about to have delicate discussions with regards to how to combat climate change. Of course, we are sitting in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, which is one of the provinces which is most hard hit of the adverse effects of climate change. And I think it's important that we remind you of the conversations that we've been having here on Parliament TV, where it has been stressed that climate change isn't just an environmental threat, it's a full spectrum socio-economic disruptor. And of course, in South Africa, the impact is already profound and cascading across communities, sectors, and institutions. So we are talking food insecurity and rising food prices. We're talking water scarcity and inequality, job losses in climate-sensitive sectors, damage to infrastructure and increased public expenditure, public health risks, forced migration and urban pressure, increased gender and youth vulnerability. And these are some of the topics that the delegates and the leaders will be talking to in terms of planning, in terms of recovery, and in terms of ensuring that there's better disaster management.
And as soon as those proceedings begin, we will be taking you into that room, which is right next door to our studio. And of course, the Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Ms. Nontombeko Boyce, briefed the symposium yesterday and in her address. But before we proceed any further, let's take you to the session.
Thank you very much. To the acting president of SADC, Honorable Sylvia Isaacs, to the host speaker of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Thoko Didiza, Your Excellencies, speakers of the various SADC parliaments who are present with us here today, to the Honorable Minister of Human Settlements of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Thembi Simelane, to the Honorable Members of Parliament of our host Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, to the Honorable Members and distinguished guests from Southern Africa regional parliaments, the Speaker of the KZN Legislature, who has graciously hosted us as a province of KZN, to the Honorable Mayor of the city of eThekwini, who graciously hosted us as well in his city of eThekwini, to the leaders and officials representing various sectors who are partners with us in this seminar, ranging from civil society, business, community, and farmers who will share with us a number of reflections pertaining to this topic that we will be prosecuting today, to partner organizations, officials supporting members of parliaments in our region, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks an important day around the reflection on the theme that brought us here in South Africa as a chosen theme of reflection by SADC Parliament. And as we know, the theme for our conversation today will be a reflection on the impact of climate change on women and youth in our SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. As Southern Africa Development Community, we are recognized as one of the most vulnerable to the adverse impact of climate change globally. This is due to the dependence of the region on rain-fed agriculture and challenges with water scarcity and poverty. The SADC region in particular faces intensifying cycles of drought, floods, and extreme weather events. The Southern Africa Development Community convenes here today in this assembly under this important theme, because as a region, we are disproportionately affected as the most vulnerable, especially women and young people. So this summit is therefore, this symposium rather, is therefore serving as an important platform for parliamentarians and members of society as partners amongst us to reflect on how legislation, oversight, and policy innovation can safeguard the future of the people of our region. In particular, climate change is not an abstract concept. It is felt daily in the lives of people, in particular amongst women, amongst young people, because women constitute the majority of small farm holders and are primarily responsible for food production and household water and energy collection. We have seen during periods of drought that women must travel longer distances to secure water and firewood, exposing them to heightened risks. Gender inequality coupled with the climate crisis is one of the greatest challenges of our time. It poses threats to way of life, livelihoods, health, safety, and security for women and girls around the world. When disasters strike, women and girls are less able to access relief and assistance, further threatening their livelihoods, well-being, and recovery, and thus creating a vicious cycle of vulnerability for future disasters. The impact is likewise on young people. The youth demographic in our region is substantial, and future of young people is profoundly threatened by climate change, as it has the most direct impact on their livelihoods. Many young people in the region aspire for livelihoods in agriculture, yet climate vulnerability makes this sector increasingly unreliable, leading to underemployment and disillusionment. Children and young people are more susceptible to climate change, such as malnutrition and waterborne diseases. The impact is also disproportionate on education in terms of children being unable to attend classes. So therefore, the question of vulnerability is very important, that we can't exclude young people in the decision-making process of climate change. Hence, SADC has a particular focus on young people. On regional framework for climate change, indeed, SADC has established a number of interventions to coordinate how we respond in a manner that is well coordinated as a region. As SADC, there's a policy paper on climate change that provides a regional foundation for climate action, recognizing the impacts of human-caused climate change. It summarizes significant climate change risks, which today's coordination and reflection would serve as a deepening platform for that. We also have SADC gender policy that further underscores the need for specific interventions to address gender-based vulnerabilities. I would like to conclude, honorable members, distinguished guests, and esteemed speakers of our region, Honorable Minister, Secretary General of SADC, by indicating today's symposium challenges all of us to look at ways of strengthening legislative and budgetary oversight, and how, as lawmakers in our region, you would assist in monitoring whether national policies do align with regional strategies, such as SADC Climate Change Strategy Action Plan, as well as other global agreements. A number of countries, encouragingly, in our region have already adopted measures that demonstrate the importance of parliamentary oversight. For example, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe, amongst others, have introduced mandatory parliamentary reporting following the impacts of Cyclone Idai, enabling legislators to assess the effectiveness of disaster financing and response system. Namibia and South Africa, for example, have also strengthened collaboration between their environment and finance committees to improve oversight on climate finance flows, to make sure that there's effective instruments supporting domestic mitigation and adaptation priorities. This is a profound environmental challenge that we all face, and this symposium brings all of us together to make sure that the call for greater regional cooperation through SADC PF indeed serves as a platform to harmonize our efforts to enact gender-sensitive and youth-inclusive legislation in SADC. So that's the context, honorable delegates, esteemed speakers, and distinguished guests, that our reflection today will be guided along those contextual policy frameworks. Without further ado, I would like to call on the acting president of SADC region, Honorable Isaacs, to take over the program and do the opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, SDP. Honorable members, I don't think you will blame me if I sit where I am and make the opening remarks from here. Someone have decided to put a very high step here, and I don't know how I will do it to get down there. But before we start with the salutations, today we are commemorating, I think, a day of remembrance that is very close to our hearts because of the fact that there is no one of us that are not affected by the issue of HIV and AIDS. So we are commemorating World AIDS Day, and I've thought what we can do also to show that we are participating with the rest of the world in the commemoration of this specific, very important occasion. So I think we can then stand and observe a moment of silence in remembrance of those that went before us. May they find eternal peace. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you very much. If we were not here today, we would be part of some commemoration somewhere in commemorating those that went before us and also those that are infected and affected by HIV and AIDS. Program Director, once again, thank you very much. I just want to give due recognition and do the necessary protocol. Honorable Thokozile Didiza, MP Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa and the House Speaker of the 58th Plenary Assembly, distinguished speakers of SADC national parliaments and heads of delegations, Ms. Tembi Semelane, the MP, Minister of Human Settlements of the Republic of South Africa, honorable members of parliaments from SADC member states, Her Excellency Ms. Guema Sekoma, Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Mr. Clinton Heyman, the Acting DG of Land Reform and Rural Development, Mr. M. Kekana, Maisela Kekana, the Deputy Director General of Climate Change and Air Quality Management, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Mr. S. Lee from Toyota, South Africa, Dr. Kunene from Human Settlements Directorate, Mr. Zigodi, the President of Abahlali Basemjondo. We know, we heard a lot of Abahlali Basemjondo, Mr. Dlala, Agroecology Directorate, and as well as our esteemed delegates and observers. Ladies and gentlemen, I went through them. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor for me to address this distinguished gathering at this very important symposium, an engagement that reflects the forum's continued and steadfast commitment to tackling a challenge that has consistently been on the agenda of successive plenary assemblies. Since the 45th Plenary Assembly session held in Maputo, Mozambique in 2019, the SADC PF has continually elevated and interrogated the far-reaching impacts of climate change. That landmark 45th Plenary Assembly laid the foundation with its theme then, climate change, mitigation and adaptation, the role of parliaments towards implementing the Paris Declaration and the Katowice Roadmap. Close quote. The conversation deepened at the 51st plenary in Lilongwe, Malawi in 2022, which advanced the discourse by focusing on energy efficiency, sustainability, and self-sufficiency. This momentum continued during the 52nd plenary hosted virtually by the Parliament of the DRC in 2022, which emphasized strengthening resilience in nutrition and food security, and then the 53rd plenary in Arusha, United Republic of Tanzania 2023, which highlighted the modernization of agriculture to confront food insecurity and youth unemployment in a climate-impacted region. The 54th Plenary Assembly in Port Louis, Mauritius, in 2023 reinforced the imperative of coordinated disaster risk reduction and recovery planning, while the 55th Plenary Assembly in Luanda, Angola, in 2024 examined the centrality of renewable energy policies and the creation of a unified regional energy market and amid mounting climate pressures. This sustained and deliberate reflection on climate-related challenges across countries, sectors and themes has demonstrated the forum's deepening commitment to climate governance. It culminated in the landmark resolution of the 57th Plenary Assembly in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe, to develop the SADC Model Law on Climate Change, an instrument conceived to harmonize national legal frameworks, strengthen adaptive capacity, promote climate-responsive budgeting, embed early warning and mitigation mechanisms, and advance climate-resilient development across all member parliaments. Thus, the theme of this 58th Plenary Assembly builds directly upon this legacy, reaffirming the centrality of parliamentary leadership in advancing climate adaptation, resilience, and long-term climate justice across the SADC region through informed, coordinated, and robust parliamentary action. At a time when our region is navigating unprecedented change and escalating demands, this symposium gives us the space to pause, reflect, and most importantly, chart a purposeful, actionable path forward. I sincerely appreciate your presence and your unwavering commitment to this endeavor, framed under the timely and compelling theme, the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region, and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation, and close quote. From the outset, I must acknowledge that we gather today in a city edged by climate trauma. The memories of the Durban Easter floods and the more recent devastation across KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape are not isolated events. They are chapters in a rapidly escalating regional emergency. Each disaster is a reminder that the climate crisis is neither abstract nor distant. It is unfolding in real time, reshaping lives, livelihoods, and landscapes across our region. You may also wish to know that in 2024, the global average temperature rose to 1.55 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. A stark reminder that the climate emergency is no longer a distant threat, but a lived reality. Current projections indicate that this will be our new normal by 2029. And even more concerning, science tells us that even if every nation were to meet its existing climate pledges fully, the world would still be on course for a catastrophic warming of 2.5 to 3.1 degrees Celsius. But for us in Southern Africa, this crisis is not merely a statistic on a graph. It is a funeral in a village struck by a flash flood. It is a failed harvest on land that once sustained generations. It is a clinic without medicine after a cyclone has swept away roads and bridges. It is human, it is immediate, and unbearably costly. And amid this unfolding crisis, a brutal injustice becomes clear. Climate change is one of the most significant causes of inequality today. It inflicts its worst damage on those who bear the least responsibility, that is women, youth, and rural communities. They are the ones who suffer first, who suffer most, and take the longest to recover. Furthermore, it is common cause that when drought strikes, it is the woman who must walk even further in search of water, and the girls who we pulled out of school to help the family cope. When Cyclone Idai and Cyclone Freddy tore through our coast, it was the sexual and reproductive health of women that suffered most gravely, a reality our forum has rightly and consistently addressed in our deliberations across successive plenary assembly sessions. And when crops fail, it is a young person whose dream of a future in agriculture withers to dust. Honourable members, I must also emphasize that our region is by no means, and I'm sorry, is by no means deficient in systems and frameworks designed to guard against the ravages of climate change. We have the frameworks. We have the nationally determined contributions. We have the national adaptation plans, yet we are failing the ultimate test, the test of implementation. The breach between our global and regional commitments and the live protection of our people is crumbling, weakened by a massive adaptation finance gap, fragile legislative frameworks, and inadequate integration of climate priorities into our national budgets. This, honourable members, is a chasm we are mandated to fill. This is both our constitutional duty and our moral imperative. Therefore, as we deliberate, let us remain mindful that we are not here as spectators. We are the lawmakers, the custodians of public finance, and the overseers of executive action. Critically, we are the central link that can turn aspiration into law and policy into tangible resilience. I therefore submit that the question this symposium must respond to is not if we should act, but whether we have the courage to wield our unique parliamentary powers with the urgency this crisis demands. We must decide, will we be remembered for empty resolutions or as a parliament that truly inspired a binding regional charter on climate for genuine climate action? Will we keep approving budgets blind to climate risk? Or will we champion climate smart ones that build resilience? Will we watch governments fail in silos? Or will we press for strong commitments or committees that promote accountability? And will we remain passive in the face of suffering? Or will we marshal our diplomacy to unlock the climate finances our survival requires? In the end, the question that transcends all policy is a question of legacy. When the history of this climate crisis is written, what will it say about us? Will it record silence and inaction? Or will it tell the story of leaders in Southern Africa who saw the rising tide and had the courage to build the wall? I submit my answer for posterity. Our role is to build a new architecture of resilience, anchored on robust laws, smart finances, and unflinching regional solidarity. To translate this vision from aspiration to reality, we must master the art of implementation. That means enshrining a just transition for the vulnerable in our legislation. It means guaranteeing that every dollar of climate finance reaches the front lines with absolute transparency. Maybe I should have said every rupee or something else. It means harmonizing our national frameworks with the AU climate strategy so that our regional commitments carry true binding force. This is the bridge between aspiration and action. This is the measure of our leadership. And this is the moment when history will decide whether we were passive witnesses or the generation that rose, united and unafraid, to meet the greatest challenge of our time. As I conclude, I draw on the wisdom of the late great son of this country, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who reminded us, and I quote, 25 years ago, people could be excused for not knowing much or doing much about climate change. Today, we have no excuse, close quote. His words challenge every one of us, government, parliament, private sector, development partners, and communities alike, to rise above complacency and match our knowledge with bold, decisive action. Therefore, let us recommit ourselves to purposeful climate financing, strengthened accountability, and people-centered adaptation and mitigation strategies. Let us choose partnership over isolation. Let us choose foresight over reaction. Let us choose courage over hesitation. And if we act together and act decisively, we will not only protect our environment, we will unlock the promise of a greater, a greener, more prosperous SADC region. Let history say, we had the courage to act. With these remarks, it is my honor to declare this symposium open, and I wish all of us fruitful deliberations. Kia leboga. Thank you. Obrigado. Merci. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting President. We are now about to start the reflections by partner organizations. Distinguished speakers, you would notice that on the flow of the program, the first three components would reflect the perspective of South African government at the level of the Ministry for Human Settlement, followed by the Department for Land Reform, and thirdly, the Department for Environment and Fisheries. So we would like to take those three inputs and after that have a reflection so that we can consolidate much more reflection on one segment in our three spheres setup of our government. And at the level of the city of eThekwini, I would like to make one slight amendment to the speaker that is highlighted there. Members will see that the presenter was Mr. V. Ngubane from the disaster unit. Kindly note that Dr. Rob Modley would take that input on behalf of the city. Without further ado, the three inputs as shall be made, they will be made in that order from Minister and Land Reform, as well as disaster. Then thereafter, the acting president of SADC will then preside over the interactions of the input of the three panelists. And we will then take Q&As as guided by the panel coordinator, acting president of SADC. So without further ado, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister to make her reflections on the topic. Either here, Minister, or that side.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I was taking cue from the Acting President, Honorable Sylvia Isaacs, that I will take my input and comment, and SG decisively gave direction. Let me also appreciate the Honorable Speaker of our National Assembly in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Togo Didiza, our distinguished speakers from SADC national parliaments and the heads of delegations. Appreciate our Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Ms. Nontombeko Boyce, who's our host for the good symposium that we are holding. Honorable members of Parliament from SADC member states, Her Excellency SG of our SADC Parliamentary Forum, representative from our government departments, in particular, the Change and Air Quality Management from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Mr. Moodley from Toyota Corporate South Africa, Mr. Zigote, President of Abahlali Basemjondolo, our Agroecology Department and Directorate, Mr. Dladla, and all the esteemed delegates and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great honor to address this symposium of the 58th session of SADC Parliamentary Forum, gathered under the theme that could not be more urgent, more relevant, timely, and more defining for our collective future. We meet at a time where our region is experiencing climate impact of unprecedented scale. Climate change is no longer a distant environmental concern, but it is a developmental crisis. It is a human settlement crisis. It is an infrastructure crisis. It is also a socio-economic and a governance crisis, and this is across the Southern African development community. It is increasingly becoming a human security crisis. Over the recent years, we have seen the storms that are becoming more violent, droughts that are more severe, floods that are very destructive, and heat waves that are deadly. We are gathered in the city of eThekwini, Durban as you know it, which has seen communities repeatedly displaced, homes swept away, and the public infrastructure damaged as a result of the devastating effects of climate change. Honorable Speaker, not far from where we are gathered, in the past few days, the people of Umshwati local municipality were inordinately impacted and displaced by severe floods. We bear witness to how climate change is threatening development gains, how it's deepening the historical inequalities, but also undermining the right to adequate housing, which is a constitutional guarantee in South Africa, and an aspiration shared by all countries. As we have seen, the devastating climate events do not follow borders or boundaries. We have experienced here in eThekwini and along our eastern seaboard of South Africa that has also affected multiple countries simultaneously. In the same way that we have all affected no single country, therefore we can't address this challenge or challenges alone or singularly as countries. This gathering therefore comes at a time that is very critical but is also necessary in offering us an opportunity to establish a connected regional, national and local solutions to one of the biggest threats to our development. Within South Africa, we have adopted the Climate Change Risk and Vulnerability Plan, which has also created a vulnerability assessment, we call it RVA in short, and it confirms that most affected groups by climate disaster are rural communities who are already facing poverty and limited access to services. They are in peri-urban areas as well, and this results in informal settlement dwellers located in floodplains, in steep slopes, in wetlands, and in fire-prone areas. Women, youth, and children, as acting president has shown, bear the brunt of inadequate livelihoods, exposure, and further socio-economic stress. Climate change is not gender neutral. It magnifies the structural inequalities that women and girls already face. Women are disproportionately exposed, disproportionately impacted, and disproportionately responsible for absorbing the climate shocks. In our communities, women carry the further burden of concern and caring for the sick when disaster strikes. It is women who also rebuild the household with fewer resources and less formal support. And yet women, despite being at the front lines of climate impacts, remain at the margins of climate decision-making. And I think we must all agree that this status quo must change. Equally, Program Director did indicate the negative impact that young people growing up in a world shaped by climate uncertainty face. They inherit the consequences of decisions they did not make. But we also know that in our youth, we have the greatest asset of Africa and the greatest demographic asset. They are the most powerful drivers of innovation, resilience, and adaptation. Their creativity, energy, and digital influence make them essential partners in climate-resilient communities. Honorable members, what does this mean for the critical role parliaments must play in shaping a climate-resilient and a just transition for Southern Africa? It means that people most impacted by climate change must be able to be at the center and be allowed to be at the center of decision-making that we as lawmakers drive. As we confront the escalating climate crisis, we are also called upon to realize the vision articulated in the African Union Agenda of 2063. The Africa we want, which was further defined. It must be prosperous, peaceful, united, a resilient continent built on an inclusive growth, sustainable development, and the empowerment of women and youth. The interlinked climate risks affecting our human settlements and our infrastructure broadly follow a chain of events. When the infrastructure fails, ecosystems collapse. When livelihoods decline, informal settlements expand. When governance is weak, communities are unable to adapt. And when the finance does not reach those who need it most, poverty and climate impacts reinforces one another. That is why climate change is not simply an environmental challenge. It is a systemic challenge, one that requires systemic solutions. In response to this, our climate change response strategy and implementation plan for human settlements guides us on how we need to build resilience between now and 2030. And I often say to my colleagues, we must no longer say 2030, we must just say in 4 years' time. Allow me to share the 3 pillars which we have adopted for a relevant and an entire SADC region, pillars for human settlement, as we have partially met in Kenya under UN Habitat to develop our human settlement strategy. Settle people, that is pillar 1, in places and preserve the ecosystems that protect them. This will avoid communities being placed in flood-prone land, unstable slope wetlands, and coastal zones that are prone to storm surges and heat-stressed areas. And this is the first and the fundamental line of defense against climate hazard. It forces us to do our spatial planning correctly with the poor and the vulnerable in mind. Pillar 2 addresses the vulnerable settlements already that are in unsafe places. The reality is that we're not coming from a zero baseline. People are already living in hazardous locations. For these communities, we must, 1, upgrade the informal settlement in situ where it's safe, and improve essential services such as water, sanitation, and electricity. We must also invest in the nature-based solutions on wetlands, urban greening, and vegetated buffers to protect the people who are already residing in these areas. As South Africa, we affirm that no community should remain invisible to policy simply because they are poor. And the last pillar, which is to establish a climate-resilient infrastructure, norms, standards, and settlement typologies. Our infrastructure must withstand climate realities, and these shifts will reduce future losses, enhance livability, and create safer communities. We must all invest in innovative building technologies as human settlement infrastructure for the future. It must be reliable and resilient. This is a community-driven process. It must not exclude others. We must build a region where communities do not only receive climate information, but are allowed to shape it, where they do not only participate in planning, but they lead. And they do not only face climate risk, but also define and find solutions together. So disasters move across borders, so information must do that so. A regional integration approach allows real-time data sharing, predictive modeling across the entire climate zones. This saves lives and can reduce damage. We need to play a central role in building the climate-resilient SADC. In conclusion, Program Director, we need to ensure, as we respond to the question of how will we build a region that awaits for disaster to strike, or a region that acts before disaster becomes inevitable. The future we want, which I do believe is within our reach, is a future where cities and towns are resilient, safe, and inclusive, where ecosystems are protected and provide life-saving solutions, where women and youth lead resilient initiatives. Infrastructure is strong, smart, and climate-ready. How do we ensure we do that? Firstly, we can ensure that the land planning use legislation integrates climate risks. Secondly, we set the norms and standards for resilient infrastructure. Thirdly, we align human settlements and any other infrastructure laws with climate changes bill on our regional frameworks to allow us to exercise oversight. And the fourth point will be to ensure that expenditure on housing, infrastructure, and disaster risk management aligns with climate change. And lastly, we require early warning systems and municipal preparedness. At the outcome of this symposium, let us all embrace this moment not as a threat, but as an opportunity to reshape our communities. To reshape our communities which will allow them to live in dignity and not in danger. Parliament can be a champion for a just transition for all. Let me wish you well in the deliberations further of this symposium and wish you well in your endeavors in building communities that are climate resilient and secure a future that our people deserve in their communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Another round of applause. We also have panelists sitting on the table who would also complement that reflection by painting out the picture of what actually happens and what we can do better to build resilience of our climate challenges. So the topic on the use of drone data and geospatial systems in building a more resilient community will be delivered by Mr. Heyman. Mr. Heyman is the Acting Director General for the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. He will be making a presentation, and after him, it will be Mr. Kekana from the Department of Forestry, also making a presentation. Please proceed. You will be making a presentation from the floor. Thank you, Mr. Heyman.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the floor, Honourable Program Director. I'm looking at the long list of salutations, and Honourable Isaac's Acting President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Member of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. All protocol observed. I hope that's fine. Closer to the mic. All right. To start with, I think we need to look at building climate resilience in the SADC region. Some of the climate change impacts in SADC that we've been observing over the past few years have increased significantly, And if you just look at this message on the screen, you'll see that this is actually the projection, an overlay of a map of the SADC region, where the red areas are areas that are prone to severe climate risks in the future.
They're showing a different presentation.
Oh.
So I'm not sure. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's me.
That is the right one. That one is
That's me. That's mine.
what we are seeing is correct. What we are seeing, but what they are seeing is
IT people who are controlling the presentation, the presenter is running the slides. Please don't simultaneously run as well. Just a request. Please, the presenter will run the slides. Thanks. Can we make sure the screens are simultaneously changing? So just check alignment on the main screen and the small screens in front. So the small ones are running, the big ones are not moving. Just align. Okay. Will it be fine whilst we are adjusting the presentation on environment then proceeds? Mr. Kekana will take us through that small glitch, our apologies. Once it's sorted, we go back to Mr. Heyman. Over to you, Mr. Kekana.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me stand on protocol, do the salutations. Honorable Sylvia Isaacs, Acting President for SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Angela Tokoti-Diza, MP and Speaker of National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, and host speaker for the 58th Plenary Assembly, distinguished speakers of SADC national parliaments and heads of delegations, Honorable Thembisi Melani, MP, Minister of Human Settlements of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable members of Parliament from SADC member states, Her Excellency Ms. Boema Homo, Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Mr. Moodley, Senior Vice President, Corporate Service Toyota, South Africa, Dr. Okune, Human Settlement Directorate, Mr. Zikode, President of Abatlali Basem John Denny, Mr. El Dladla, Agroecology Directorate, yourself, Mr. George, esteemed delegates and observers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is my singular honor and profound gratitude to deliver this presentation on behalf of Minister Veli Okamp, Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment of the Republic of South Africa. You'll also pardon me for my voice. I'm carrying a cold from the Amazonia, Brazil, where we assist with the similar matters. I'll now move into the presentation. The DFFE presentation that was on the screen. I'll move it with this. Thank you so much. Apologies, technology glitches happens all the time. Okay, if you can move it for me. The front, yeah. Okay, so this is the outline for the presentation, a short context, and we'll speak a little bit about the impacts of climate change in the SADC region, the parliamentary obligations, and short recommendations from Minister Veli Okamp. Right. So this is what Minister Simelane was talking about. If you look at the two lines on the graph there, you can clearly see that by the year 2023, we started to bridge the safer temperature goal of maintaining global average temperature increases to below 1.5 degrees. In actual fact, these global goals on temperature come from what we call the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is the scientific authority on climate change that compared the two temperature goals, the one with 2 degrees and the one with 1.5 degrees, with 1.5 being the safer a global average temperature goal. And you can see on the slide there that starting from 2023, we started to bridge that particular temperature goal, with 2024 being the full calendar year where we completely went over 1.5 degrees, meaning we are more at risk now than before. However, this is the point about SADC. The SADC region is warming at twice the global average. So if it says we've bridged the temperatures to below 1.5, it means in some regions within SADC we are already at 3 degrees. And this has its own consequences. So as SADC, we need to be concerned, and this is recognized globally, that the region is warming at twice the global average warming rates. And just this slide just shows some of the impacts. In 2023-24, the World Food Programme actually indicated that 27 million people are in need of food aid within SADC, and appeal for donation of $5.5 billion to assist with life-saving programs within SADC. This emanate from a whole lot of droughts that ravaged the region, and we also saw in the same year that Lake Kariba dipped below 5%, and the Val Dam for the first time went below 40% in that particular year. And we have also seen, as Acting President Isaac said, the increased frequency and severity of some of these weather events, and she spoke about the cyclone that we saw in our region, the floods in this particular province, and so forth. However, what is more disturbing is that scientists are predicting that we are close to having the first Category 5 tropical cyclone, and this will most likely land in Madagascar, Mozambique, and Malawi. And this is going to, if you just compare with what we already had, if we are to have this 5 category cyclone, we are going to have more disaster in the making. But we've also seen how the rapid change between El Nino and La Nina has affected SADC, including agriculture in particular. That also comes with the intense heat waves that are also a particular problem. And there is a threat to food and water security, particularly around the agriculture, which is mainly rain-fed. But as I indicated, the whole issue of energy security, particularly where you are having hydro power, it's also under threat. We've seen this in the Zambezi and Limpopo affecting hydropower production. Minister Simelane also spoke about climate-induced human settlements due to floods and drought. But SADC itself has projected economic losses of between 2 to 5% of annual GDP losses due to climate disaster. This is one of the pictorials from the visit of President Ramaphosa to this province, where 544 human lives were lost, and 7,000 houses destroyed, and 40,000 people displaced, and the damages which accounted to about 3.6 billion. And at that particular point, Mr. President also indicated that this is due to climate change. The impacts were exacerbated by climate change. And in fact, 3 years later, Wits University did a formal attribution study and confirmed what the president had said at that time, that in fact the disaster that we saw here was magnified by climate change. Now, just coming to some of the roles that the Parliament play. Of course, my slides indicated the scientific challenge or scientific part, but also climate change is a governance and policy issue, hence we are all gathered here. Climate change is a multi-dimensional development challenge, and as the slide showed, is starting to reverse even the little gains that we've made in our region. And it intersects with poverty reduction, economic transformation, governance, and regional integration. However, Parliament holds special powers which are central to climate action. These include legislation, budget oversight and approvals, and representation and constituency engagement, also parliamentary diplomacy and regional leadership. Now let's go into these 4 areas a little bit more. What Minister Ocamp was projecting is that Parliament should enact or update national climate change laws that align with international commitments, such as the Paris Agreement, the one that gave us these projections of 1.5 degrees, and other international climate change frameworks. And I think Minister Simelane spoke about the disaster risk management and the Sendai framework, and also look into these issues of mitigating climate change and adapting to it. but also promote climate-related laws supporting things that would help us in the long run, such as renewable energies and climate-smart agriculture and other areas of climate action. Parliament must use its oversight role to ensure that legislation and strategies are being timelessly implemented and enforced. Just to give an example of how Parliament is acting on this in South Africa, if we look at the issue of mitigating against climate change, so as a department, we have what we call the mitigation system with various components, and on the left, you see this is the goal that we present before Parliament, which is greenhouse gas emission trajectory range in a particular plan. And we also have a monitoring and evaluation system below that. But to implement this mitigation goal, we have what we call sectoral targets that we allocate to various sectors of the economy, but also to the industry. We allocate certain allowances, what we call carbon budget. Now the industry has to respond, if you go to the right, through mitigation plans that demonstrate how company is involved or achieving its plan that it would have submitted. And the sectors, they formulate several policies and measures, such as the Renewable Independent Power Purchase Program, and many other energy programs, such as the Integrated Resource Plans and so forth. So this would be a mitigation system in South Africa, and Parliament, through its committee and committees, have an oversight on this in terms of implementation. That is in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emission, but as other speakers have said, we also need to adapt to the impacts because climate change is here now, so we really need to adapt to this. So we would have something called an adaptation planning system in South Africa with a national climate change adaptation strategy, which of course was adopted as way back as 2020. But all our provinces also have their own adaptation strategy, and all the 44 district municipalities have developed their strategies and so forth. So this is now, the oversight happens through what we call a cluster system, because it cut across the central government. So Parliament would oversee the implementation of these particular adaptation measures. But also, the second point that I spoke about is budget approval. The recommendation is that we should ensure that national budgets reflect climate priorities, especially on adaptation financing for vulnerable communities that are highly impacted by climate change. Also monitor the use of climate finances, including from international and domestic mechanisms and so forth. Parliamentarians can also demand transparency and accountability from climate-related ministries and agencies, and you need credible information for this. There should also be a link on international financing request to ambitious national climate targets through each and every country that is part and parcel of the Paris Accord, produce what you call nationally determined contribution, which comprise of the mitigation targets and adaptation targets. So the financing should be aligned to this for the implementation that is necessary. Now, the third area that we indicated on the next slide is a big one, which is representation and constituency engagements. And this is where you talk about Parliament being the voice of vulnerable and marginalized communities, including women, youth, small holder farmers, and pastoralists. It should ensure vulnerable groups are part and parcel of climate decision making, especially when enacting the laws, by taking these laws to the people for their inputs. This is where Parliament play a big role. Also, something that is lacking, which is awareness on adaptation practices and disaster preparedness and just transition opportunities. So awareness is an ongoing effort where Parliament can also play a role. Just to talk a little bit about the issue of protecting and being the voice of the vulnerable and the marginalized communities, and this is the point that Minister Simelane made, that climate change disproportionately affects women because climate impacts are driven by high dependency on climate-sensitive livelihoods and low adaptive capacity, including poverty and existing inequalities in the SADC, and we'll come to that point. So what are these existing gender inequalities and social norms that are specific to women and girls in particular? This has to do more with a lack of adaptive capacity in these particular groupings. Hence, Parliament can play a big role being a voice there. Another point is about food insecurity and agriculture, where we spoke about pastoralists and small farm holders. This is also important, and this is where women make up a large portion of agriculture workforce within the SADC. So with erratic rainfalls, obviously that particular groupings are affected by reduced crop yields, directly threatening their livelihoods and household food security. The last point that we made of the four is about parliamentary diplomacy and regional leadership. There's an opportunity here to use regional blocs and networks, such as the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the Africa Parliamentary Network on Climate Change, the Pan-African Parliament, and the Inter-Parliamentary Union to amplify the African voices in global climate issues. The IPU, Inter-Parliamentary Union, is a very important forum where we've seen increasingly members from developing countries projecting really the voices from the global south and demanding climate justice from the global north. We could also champion equity, climate finance delivery and technology transfer for the region, because without this, we will not be able to deliver the climate smart agricultures that we're talking about, build energy security that we've mentioned previously. And the last point that the minister wanted to highlight here is that it could be important to promote and harmonize climate policies across the SADC region, especially for shared and transboundary resources. And I made an example of the hydropower between Zambia and Zimbabwe. And so you could harmonize such kind of policies for collaboration within the region itself. The final recommendation from Minister Oakham is around the issue of SADC Parliamentary Climate Caucus to coordinate this regional climate oversight and to institutionalize regular climate capacity building, which is quite important for members of parliament through partnerships. There are various organizations in Africa that assist with capacity building for parliamentarians, such as the African Union Commission itself, and somebody spoke about the strategy on climate change, but also the Africa Group of Negotiators Expert Support, and you've seen ECNES. You've seen this in many of your countries. providing support to parliamentarians. But there's another structure that we do have from the UN in Africa, in Uganda. It's called United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Regional Collaboration Center. It also works with the above organizations that I pointed out to do capacity building for parliamentarians. But there's nothing that beats peer-to-peer learning. And this is something that is important that you can all collaborate on. I think that's all from Minister Vili Okamp, in short, Program Director, and I will stop here and not add or subtract anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kekana. I hope our IT is cooperative now for Mr. Heyman to ascend to the stage. May I also make an announcement, distinguished delegates, that should you need to pick up coffee or tea outside, you could do so quietly by exiting and going to your right to pick up tea quietly, and you could come back. So in the interest of time, we are compacting that time without allowing a break. But it is available should you pick it up, should you need rather, then pick it up quietly. Without further ado, Mr. Heyman, please take the stage.
Thank you, Program Director. I'll try again. Honourable members. Here we go. So we started with the climate change impacts in SADC. It is a difficult button to push, but I'll keep it in this hand. So the first thing that we see here is climate shocks are intensifying across SADC, and the impacts fall hardest on women and young in high-risk areas. Rising temperatures and extreme weather events affect the continent, but SADC to a large degree. No. Okay, now the hands are up. Do you want me to move your... You're going to take me through. Okay, I'll just say next. Please go back to my first slide. I'm not moving today. There we go. First slide, please. Thank you. All right, next slide. So we've got a whole lot of things that happen when this climate change happens. We get damage to our infrastructure, our services. We get a lot of uneven spatial exposure to climate risk. And this means that we've got high-risk zones where the informal settlements, communal lands and river basins that often lack infrastructure to protect them. And I would suppose that the right thing to do would to design, and I think the Honourable Minister of Human Settlements indicated correctly that you need to be able to provide services in situ. So you need to be able to go into those settlements and improve the way that things work. There's also this disproportionate burden on women and youth, especially in these informal economies that face higher adaptation costs due to livelihood and the various care burdens that they carry, as well as insecure land rights. And I think insecure land rights is something that we really have to look at. If we can secure the land right, we can also start securing a whole lot of the other burdens that the women and youth have to carry. Next slide, please. So when we look at these various events that have happened, in Malawi we had Cyclone Freddy in 2023. You can go to the next slide. In Mozambique, we had various cyclones, as well as in Zimbabwe. And here we had a lot of submerged agricultural belts in Mozambique that were affected. In Zimbabwe's case, there was a lot of degradation and youth migration because of the multi-seasonal drought that took place from 2022 to 2024, and it declined in terms of the NDVI declines by nearly 30 to 60%, which decimated the communal grazing zones and pushed youth towards seasonal migration, crop losses, food insecurity, especially affecting the women farmers. We can go to the next slide, please. In Zambia and Namibia, we had water heat changes. These climate stresses are increasing the time and labor burden on women while undermining the opportunities that they have. So you'll see there was flooding in Zambia. We had water scarcity and labor burden was also a major contributor. There was youth migration and displacement, and then extreme heat in the north of Namibia. Can we go to the next slide? In South Africa, the KZN floods are very prolific, but also we've had tornadoes in the same area over the past. And one of the things that we start seeing is that infrastructure failures worsen the impacts. There's a better need for a gender-responsive land use regulation in terms of the adoption of planning, and it must include stronger zoning, disaster risk assessments, and protection for tenure-insecure households. And then also the major effect is the cost of repairing these settlements. Next slide, please. So what are the questions that policymakers are asking of us as the officials on the ground? You've got questions that you have in your parliaments that need to be answered. And I thought I'd put a few up. Maybe go to the next slide, please. So typical questions that policymakers have is they say, where are the geographic hotspots where women and youth face the greatest climate-related exposure? Drought, flooding, heat, crop losses, and how do these patterns differ across the rural, the peri-urban, and the informal areas? These are questions that technocrats aren't necessarily asking, but you're asking those in your parliaments. You're saying, where are these people? And you can get this information from satellites. Yes, you can. The one thing that you need to do better is you need to know where the people actually are. You need to be able to geolocate these populations. Because in some areas in SADC, they also migrate because of climate change is one thing, but in some areas, even war shifts people. They follow natural resources like wood, timber. They follow these resources because they rely on the resources for their livelihoods. So that's a typical question. I'm going to go to question number 4. How is climate-induced migration reshaping population movement within and between SADC countries, and which corridors show the highest concentration of displaced women and young people? These are the kind of questions that you would ask as you build a better Africa looking at 2063. So how do we find this? It's about taking a large number of data sets and putting them together. We can't work in isolation. We've got to share the data we have at a national level and at a SADC level and at a continental level in order for us to make better analysis and predictions of the future. Next slide, please. So decision support systems help us build back better climate resilience. Next slide, please. In a geospatial value chain, everybody's going to say geospatial. So that's the other hat that I wear. I'm also the co-chair, or South Africa is the co-chair with the USA and Saudi Arabia for the United Nations Expert Group on Geospatial Information Management. And South Africa has just stepped down and handed over the chairpersonship of the Africa region to Morocco. Mozambique is the first vice chair to that grouping as well. So we're well represented on the continent from a SADC perspective. And geospatial becomes important where we start talking about how do we acquire data, How do we process data? How do we integrate the analytics of the data, and how do we support these questions that parliamentarians have? Next slide, please.
Wait for NAB. System ready. Our main.
So it's a bit loud.
Wait for takeoff.
So what we've done in South Africa is we've put a lot of time and effort into building a drone program. The drone program then looks at collecting close to real-time information, but at a very fine scale. So satellite imagery gives you 1.5 meter accuracy. You can, for instance, take your Google Maps on your phone now and look at this building, and you can zoom in. But there's a point where it becomes unclear. You can't see what's really happening. If you look on the drone imagery, if we do it right and we set up all the correct GPS stations, we can get up to 3 centimeters clarity. That means we can see the washing hanging on the line. We can see the bolts that have rusted on a bridge. That's the kind of imagery. So we built this national drone program for the country. It currently lies within the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. You can go to the next slide. We have a national footprint, and we cover all the provinces. We've got 50 pilots at the moment, and the purple are the women in our team. We're still not there, but we're pushing to up the numbers of the female pilots. And then obviously the others just show the types of drones we have in every province. But what's important is we fly on request of our own work in land reform and rural development, but we also do work for the Department of Human Settlements, the Housing Development Agency. We also have flown for KZN. We do work for GCIS, et cetera, et cetera. So it's an all-of-government program that allows us to collect very high resolution imagery. Next slide, please. There's just the team of pilots at the bottom, and just some of the work that we do and the 2 types of drones we currently have. We've got a fixed-wing drone that we can clip in different cameras with, and then we have the smaller DJI Mavic 3 drones that we can put into an informal settlement, and I'll show some of the pictures as we move along. Next slide, please. Just the processing of geospatial data, specifically when we're looking at a flight, there's the proprietary of drones that you'll see on your left-hand side, and to your right-hand side, you'll see the geospatial tools that you need. We have bought into the Esri suite of tools, and I think most people do, just because of its replicability within the industry, but you can also run that imagery in open source tools like, there's a number of them, so let's not go there. First part, you must fly. Next part, you must make sure your flight is very accurate on the ground. You're going to make sure that you can tie that flight data back to a point on the ground. So if you see a flower in the landscape, that flower you must try and tie back to 100% accurate. And we're able with these drones to get to 3% accurate. A surveying diagram usually in South Africa is anything under 5 centimeters accurate. So you can, and I'll go on and show you that. The next thing is, and this is where it becomes tricky, you now move away from a pilot, which is the easy part, and then you go into this data processing side. Manipulating the data in terms of getting it, the GPS coordinates correctly, overlaying it over your existing maps, and then processing that data with various products so that you can do geo-AI, and I'll show you how it works now. Next slide, please. This is a dashboard we created. It was called PESI, the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative. What this shows is, or this dashboard, is this is how we can represent your information. So each one of those dots on the map, there's 108,000 of them, is a person and a household. And if you go and click, you can go maybe to the next slide. If you click on the slide, you are on a dot anywhere of those 108,000. You get all the information of the person who visited them on a specific day. You get the ID number, what they're farming with, women-headed household, the social security numbers, all that information is available. And then we use that, and we put that information, we capture it with a product, a data collection product. It's called Survey 123 or Field Maps. And once you've captured it on the site and you've taken the photos that you want, it creates a PDF document with signatures and everything in. So you now have a record of that person. That previous map is 108,000 subsistence producers in the country that we gave vouchers to. And the interesting part at the time is we only focused on women and youth under 35. We excluded men, and I think I wasn't very popular for excluding men. But we survived, and we were able to give out, just after COVID, a significant number of vouchers to all of these people and visit them. So next slide, please. This is Ladysmith in KZN, recent flooding that took place there. And what we can do with this information now, I have a data set for a subsistence producer. Next slide, please. If you look at this map, the little dots that you see on it, the red with the yellow and the surrounding, those are all the Pesi farmers. So I've now taken that data set that I collected 2 years ago, and I've put it over last month's KZN flood data. Now I'm able to flood this image. Go to the next slide, please. So there we go. You can let it play. I think you stopped it. It was moving. It was a video. Just play the video. No, go back. Just go back. Click again. Okay. It's not running. All right, so what happens is the simulation, at the bottom it should run. The simulation we do is, there we go. So we're able to simulate if the dam wall broke, what would happen to the town, which it didn't break, but we're able to simulate. And then you'll see, we can actually see where the affected communities are. So you'll see there's in the center of the image, there's a red dot with a yellow circle. That was a Pesi farmer. So now we know, we can go and click on that dot and we can find out who was that farmer. So this is what's nice now when we build back resilience. We're able to plan and predict what happens if the dam wall breaks. What happens if we were to get 200 millimeters of rain on this area, who will be affected? So we can then go to the next slide, please. So there we've got all the subsistence farmers. The ones with the red dot and the yellow circle on the outside are those that are affected. Then slightly affected are the other ones, the ones with the green dot inside, and the ones that are green are unaffected by that simulated flood. I don't want to create any that this actually happened. Next slide, please. We can then take the information that we had from the farmer data that you saw up front of that dashboard, and we can actually go and see who exactly those farmers were, what they were farming with, at what scale, and that's a way that we can start building back resilience and helping them specifically because we have a record of those subsistence producers. Next slide, please. Here's the ones then that were just directly impacted by the flood, and you can see the spread of ages. The next one. Then the commodities that were impacted, so we can see that that flood impacted the following commodities. And we can go to the next slide. These are just illustrative. The indirectly impacted, the next slide, and the low impacted people. So we can see by age, we can see by commodity what happened because of that flood that we simulated and who was affected. So you can start building in mechanisms to help those people when such events occur. Next slide, please. This is an interesting one. You can just, I think it should run. So, no, go back. You're too fast. Click, there we go. Push play, please. It'll run. Just let it play. So what we do here is we can simulate off an image that we've flown with a drone. We can give you the various, the DSM, the DTM, and the RGB. The RGB is an image of the area. We put over the contours that you can see there, the various heights. And this happens it's a 30-minute flight, and we put the contours on, and it probably takes us 2 days to do that with all this information. And then we can show you what happens if certain amounts of rain fall in this village at this time, and where will it flood, and where will the water pool together. And this is the capability. You can go to the next slide. So there you'll see the actual imagery. So this one will now play, and we've now run an example, and I specifically left the frame in. And the frame is important because you see we can set how porous the ground is. Is it a sandy ground, or is it a tarred, or is it cement? So then we can put an example here. We say it's 200 millimeters of rain over a certain amount of time, and then you will see where the water starts to pool. And this is where the modeling becomes really important. So we know, as I'm an urban planner by profession, that you do not want to go and build houses where that water is damming up like that. That's where you should clear it out. Now, clearing out where people stay is another problem. Or you have to build in mitigation measures upstream to divert that water away from those areas. Next slide, please. Here's just some Joe AI. I think that's the next big thing. It's getting better and better. This is Zwelathemba Township, and we flew the imagery on the left-hand side is what we flew, and then we put AI. You've got various packages, and you put it in and you say, please count all the structures, and it'll count everyone. And it's very, very accurate at the moment. We like maybe 1,000 out or so at a time, but it's getting better and better. And where something would take you, if I had to count on the left-hand side, it would take me probably a day to go and accurately count. And this other side is running in 5 minutes. And that's the kind of reaction time that we're getting now. Next slide, please. Also, just something on resolution. Everybody says the better your resolution, the better decisions you're going to make. Not true. If you look at this diagram, you'll see at 50 centimeter resolution, we want to look at structures. You'll see we only pick up 1 or 2 structures on the 50 centimeter. There's a little red line around that. This thing's not working, so I can't actually show you anything. Not working. Okay. On the left, top left, then you go to 25 centimeters, and you see a whole lot of, all the structures are nicely identified. Now go back. If you go to 15 centimeters, it's probably your ideal image quality, because the AI starts picking up the right number of structures. However, if you go to the 15 centimeter resolution, bottom there, thank you, there we go, it's even starting to pick up the graves. So now you're getting that miss. It's somebody's house that is passed, but it's you're now missing the point of the exercise. So we've learned a lot of lessons, and at about 15 centimeters, we're getting the best results using our AI. The other thing that we found is shadows. A long shadow, if you don't fly at the right time of the day, you see the toilet over there in the bottom picture, and the shadow of the house are counted as a structure, just because it's not at the right time of the day. So you want to fly mainly when the sun's up high so that you get no shadows. So shadows are counted sometimes. So you have to make, but it's getting better. Next slide, please. And you'll notice this imagery. You can see the tires on the roof, and that's what we're talking about with the drone imagery, which we add to the other imagery sets that we, satellite, etc. That's fine. You can go to the next slide. This is just to show you how clear the imagery is in Gerbo, what we've been doing there, and the work that we've been doing. What's nice is we can work in various areas of the country simultaneously, because we have pilots covering the entire country. Yeah. I want to move along, please. Thank you. Next one. So you can use it for safety, security, disaster. You can look at counting human settlements, etc. You can play this video. This is the HDA. I think it's one of the Gebeja projects that we had. We looked at Motherwell here specifically, but in this case we flew in one day. We did 22 settlements, and we did it for human settlements because we weren't sure of the number of houses that were actually affected by the floods. So we zoomed in, and there you'll see there's Motherwell, that little area next to the graveyard. And then we did certain analysis on Motherwell. You can go to the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, there we go. So that's the informal settlement of Nonkanjani. And we then able to say, if the slope looks like this, and we flew over, and so we were able to get visual imagery. And in the settlement, let's say, for instance, they said there was 500 houses that were affected by water damage. We flew over, and we picked up 30. So immediately you can see the difference. It saves the state money immediately, but it also gives the right kind of disaster response. Next slide, please. So we will zoom in, and you'll see where the water is lying here. We can't always get in with the drones. We've bought better ones now that can fly in stronger weather conditions, but you can see where the water, the dark patches of water are lying. Now we put over the DSM and the DTM over this, and then you start seeing the real value of the data. Next slide, please. So we can look at the various, in this village specifically, that I used this, we can see where the next level of disaster is going to happen. So here you've got building footprints and where the structures are located. The estimated number of households here are 3,986. And the number of households provided by the municipality were 3,500. So you can see we counted about 400 more. Next slide, please. Based on time and the slope, these are the areas that we can now identify that will be first affected by a flood because they're the lowest lying in that settlement. So you can see that there's households that would be affected. At time 1, at the first instance, is 858. Not affected would be 3,128. Next slide, please. If the flood gets worse, then you see that we now have 1,469 that are affected. And the next slide. And this is all based on elevation, the way the water's flowing. And at the third instance, we will then get 2,950 affected. The importance of this data is we can now plan to say, how can we keep the water from flooding these areas within that settlement in a way? It could be by putting in stormwater drainage after, etc. Next slide, please. So what you have here is you've got your building footprint in blue, and it's called Secure Watch. And Secure Watch is something that you purchase a package, and it watches this informal settlement. The next slide. And then this is what we can see from the drone imagery with Secure Watch over it. And you can see where all the houses are now gone after the flood. All those little pink blocks are where the houses have now been destroyed by the flood water. So it's very good at measuring the difference. The one is from satellite, and the other one is from drone imagery, but they work together in tandem to be able to give you a very good understanding of your area. The next slide, please. Next one. This is just Victoria West. You can play the video. It's a whole town. It's in the center of South Africa. What makes it useful is that we can now, for the first time, build a digital twin of the town. We fly the town, one day, 42,000 photos with 2 drones and 2 pilots, and we're able to generate this information. And we're able to overlay your spatial framework, your land use scheme over it. We're able to lay all your deeds information over, and it's because it is so accurate. It all falls within the cadastral data of the town. All right. This will run for a little while, so we may want to skip over. Next slide, please. What we also can do is, in the town, you've got your land use scheme, but this is the imagery that we're able to generate from one flight. That flight over that church probably went over it for 20 seconds, the aeroplane. And this is the kind of imagery that we're able to rebuild back from the... So this is not an imagery, they call it a point cloud, and it really is of the highest quality data that you can find. We've now gone further with this work, and we've done the internal building. We've taken handheld scanners, and you walk inside the building. So you now can go into the building also. So we're busy with that, as well as street views like the Google cars that drive around. So we can then really get very good information from this. All right, you can move to the next one. I think the point is made. This is Jacobsfontein. It's again in the news for poor management in terms of that disaster site. What you're seeing on the left is in September 2022, that whole dam, the tailings dam broke. And I think in many SADC countries, you've got big mines that pump out all of this material, and they store it. The tailings dam broke. You can go to the next slide. And what happened is that if you look at the spatial plan from a town planning point of view, you'll see this is what it looks like. The tailings dam is that little orange block in the middle, but the arrow where the red is, the red arrow that you see there, that is a proposed new township layout that they've put in there. Now let's go to the next slide. And you'll see what happens. This is the flood risk area that they predicted would be if that tailings dam broke. Let's see the next slide. Okay, the next slide. This is fine. Next one. It's all my land use stuff. So in 2009, that's what the settlement looked like. In 2021, that was the tailings dam, how big it got. And then in 2022, it broke. And look at all the sludge that came out of that. But critically is look at the settlement at the bottom side of the picture. That is where they proposed a new settlement to be put. So we've now been able to tell that municipality, you can't build there, find somewhere else for new houses. You can't expand into the route of that tailings dam. Next slide. And what was interesting about this disaster, it was significant. It moved 25 kilometers downstream. Okay, that's just another point. And next, where it broke. Next slide. And this is of what happened. And that's almost, what we did is we just modeled it now to see exactly how that sludge affected the dam. And what's useful about this is we can start doing this for all tailings dams in the country. We fly them. They have got sensors on now, but we can predict where you shouldn't be putting houses in the route for in case this thing does break. Next slide. I'm nearly done. Okay, so those were just the ones affected. The next slide. I think this is a video of a helicopter of what it actually... it's a video just of what the effect of that tailings dam sludge disaster was. So you can see it was very deep. Those are vehicles trying to get out and the affected houses. You can move to the next slide. I think that's fine. I think we get the picture. So within 24 hours, that sludge had moved into the river system and moved downstream and polluting everything on its way. And this is why we need to, try and prevent these things. The important part of the drones is if we work in partnership with the mines, we can actually monitor movement. It's a type of shale that they use that disintegrates over time. Next slide. This is just images that we've now done post of what it looks like, that hole where the sludge came out. Next slide. And the important part of this is everything you see here is done in-house by government. Nothing is done by anybody else. Everything, the pilots, the drones, everything, the processing is done in-house. Next slide. And that's the end of the presentation. Even I'm surprised it went long. If anybody wants more information, if you scan that QR code, it'll take you to the Land Reform and Rural Development Drone Program site, and there you can get a whole lot of information, including contact details on how you can get hold of us. If you're government, if you're another government, we happily share information, we happily share data sets, we share expertise. We've had a number of our colleagues here from Namibia. We've had groups from Swaziland visiting us, not specifically for drones, but for spatial planning purposes. And the ultimate intent, I suppose, would be that we build a facility for the state where we can do things quicker. And when we look at the country, we've now recently been, between ourselves and the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, we're setting up the IMC for spatial governance. And this IMC will be a first, I think, of its kind in that for the first time we'd have ministries and ministers that can sit and say, Minister of Human Settlements, this is my data. National Treasury, this is my data. And all the data comes together into a National Spatial Data Observatory. It's a 5-year program, and we'll build this observatory for all of government, where we can then run the various analytics, be it security, be it food security, be it human settlements, and it's all of a government program. But it is, I think that's the only way that you break down the silos in your governments, is if you can elevate it to a point where the data becomes freely available so that we can all use it openly. I think there's one more slide. Next slide. I wouldn't be doing my work properly if I didn't speak about land policy as being one of the most important climate instruments in our hands. Where and how we allocate land, whose rights we secure, which communities gain predictable tenure, will decide how our societies cope with droughts, floods, and food system disruptions. We need to start to place women and young people at the center of this policy, because without secure land rights, they cannot invest in soil health, water harvesting, or diversified livelihoods. Across SADC, we need to recognize that climate change, land governance, and social justice have become a single agenda. The decisions made here will determine whether women and youth in our villages, our townships, our borderlands have the security and the support they need to adapt, or whether they remain exposed to repeated climate shocks without stable foundations. So that would be my call, is to ask that we start looking at these land rights as a core part of the work that we do. I thank you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heyman. I would like to establish if the city of eThekwini, Dr. Bob is here, so that he can ascend to the stage to provide the city perspective on climate change and risk management experiences. They will make reference to the recent flood that they have experienced and handled as a city, and then it will be a moment for reflection for all the 4 inputs. Please, Dr. Rob Bob, come forward. Is there a presentation to show up? Please fly the presentation.
My humble greetings to each and every one of you today, this morning, and I declare that all protocols are observed. My name is Roshni Bob, and I'm the project executive for the Community Services and Public Safety Departments within eThekwini Municipality, and the Disaster Management Directorate reports through to us. I think the first thing we need to present is the presentation, and thereafter the video, please. Apologies from Mr. Vincent Ngobane, who is the Director of Disaster Management. He is ill, he's taken ill, and we wish him a speedy recovery. From a disaster management perspective, the next slide, please. We'd like to say at a local government context, we equally have legal prescripts that govern us, from the South African Climate Change Act right down to various acts, including our intergovernmental relations framework. We've just had our previous presenter present on an all-of-government approach and some methodologies, and to say that from a local government context, we appreciate that. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. I'd like to say that eThekwini municipality is not shy from major disasters linked to climate change. We've been seeing it and we've been experiencing it for years, but major ones lately and more frequently since 2017 to date. Apart from the floods 2022, we equally had an unprecedented tornado that hit us in this year that impacted quite a bit of residential suburbs in the northern part of eThekwini municipality. So severe floods is compounding and it's impacting us on a daily basis. In that regard, we will try to prepare in the space, and also grateful to our partners such as the Corporate Social Program from National Treasury, the World Bank, other UN agencies where we have lessons learned. For the 2017 and 2019 flood, we commenced with lessons learned. It was dropped a little due to COVID, and then we had the 2022 floods, and that actually took us further into the space. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I'll put my hand up, and that would mean next slide. Thank you. So, so in that space, we've had various lessons learned. We've had other partners. We've had even people from other parts of the world come into the space to talk about experiences and to actually test the elements of resilience within the eThekwini municipality. The result of that is that from that space, we had 4 emerging thematic areas, which is information, management, and early warning systems, the importance of technology. Also included in that is the incident command systems to enhance the provision of emergency shelters and temporary accommodation. The more events you have, the more the requirement and need for temporary accommodation. And then also to ensure that you have sufficient funding and support, including types of relief programs in that space. Our disaster management level 2 plan culminated into the output from your lessons learned, and we're happy to say that it is adopted by council, and now the implementation process starts. In the level 2 plan, there are concentrated areas such as doing disaster risk assessments, concentrating on disaster reduction strategies to make sure that we have efficient and effective responses, and to also look at coordination and collaboration in an effective way, because it is an all-of-government approach, it's multidisciplinary, but it also introduces community and civil society in the space. It has to be done in an organized way, and then thereafter monitoring evaluation of what we do and the respective implementations of that. So that's I've just given you part of that, but it's got 16 areas. The level 2 plan got 16 areas of concentration. In that, also included in the city is the Municipal Forum for Climate Change. And in that space, we have in that space, we have an enabling environment. My hands is up. Somebody can please. Yes, thank you. We have 4 thematic areas in that space. the enabling environment for policy, legislative and planning change, governance, research, communications and capacity building, and most important, climate change finance. Then we also look at cross-cutting methodologies. We're not alone. Okay, disaster management does not operate in an island. We have to make sure we have a helicopter and holistic view of what's transpiring out there, to look at the economic development, to look at risk management and other forms. Then also to look at your energy, transport, and waste crisis. When a disaster occurs, sometimes roads are blocked. People cannot get to work. There's many, many things. And also what we have to be mindful of is the increase of social ills in spaces when disasters occur. And thereafter, we check for adaptation. We have to look at the biodiversity, food security, the health. Look at also the sea level rising and the impact of the coastal impact, because eThekwini municipality is a coastal city, and also the implications of our water and sanitation space. So when it comes to disaster management preparedness, overall we have what we call a joint operating center. Once information is obtained, we have to activate the disaster management center and initially conduct, and then thereafter we have to conduct need assessments on what the impact is on the ground, and then we start looking at where do we get our relief, where do we sit displaced people. Majority of the times we're looking at our community halls and our sports grounds, and that is not conducive. We require to start evolving and looking at better placed temporary shelters, considering the frequency of our events in that space. We also have relief interventions from both government and other civil society organizations that come into play, including spiritual and religious organizations. And the relief interventions, majority of the time, is coordinated by the elected component, which is the ward councillor in that space. And thereafter, communication and alerts around methodologies occur with regard to where, what, when, and how things are going to be happening in the future. We also in the space have a disaster management advisory forum, and in the advisory forum, it's multidisciplinary. We have our business partners, our academia, our officials, and everybody else in that space. So I just want to advise you that everything that we do, we try to bring the community. So we actually make sure that we do ward-based community assessments so that we can explore and look at our early warning systems and whether it's effective. And I'll discuss early warning systems very quickly on the slides. We're also looking at our major hazard industries. As you know, we've got oil, we've got petrol, we've got other industries in our space that is hugely dependent, and not to mention the next speaker from Toyota, South Africa, assembly plants as well in our space. We've also linked to that, we embrace the types of social relief that comes both from government as well as civil society. We're introducing a municipal adaptation planning process, and we're also looking at post-rehabilitation and reconstruction in that. So very quickly, the South African Weather Services will give you a warning, and we will decide how we will look at it based on what category, whether it's an orange, level 6, or however the intensity of the warning is, as that would determine how we will start planning ourselves from the Joint Operations Center to rope in all the departments that requires to be roped in managing disaster relief. We thereafter start activating and actioning our early warning systems through various methodologies. We utilize technology such as our WhatsApp groups, our city Facebook page. We also use radio communication, loud hailing, SMS to all the councillors, and then also encourage people to utilize, if they're experiencing any adversity, to actually utilize our emergency services number, which is 031-361-0000. We are now in the process of trying to actually get a 3-digit emergency services number. We're getting people to engage in that space to look at how we actually get a more crisp 911 equivalent in our space, but again, looking at how we embrace it in an all-of-government approach. Linked to that, we also, can I ask for the slide after this, please? Linked to that, eThekwini municipality has its own forecast early warning system, which we call FUSE. All right? So when the South African Weather Services give out an alert, but this early warning system is operational 24/7 every single day. It doesn't prop up. What it does is it matches and overlays what the South African Weather Services is saying. And thereafter, it makes it easier for us to target our communication in the space where we actually look at constantly through the global forecast system, through the South African Weather Services system, and also through our respective real-time radar systems, we can identify where cells are moving and actually utilize that data to get more crisp information in the space. And then thereafter, it can make your warning system, your early warning systems to neighborhoods more focused. eThekwini municipality is quite vast, so we can actually get loud hailing and to the impacted and most vulnerable very, very quickly. To that extent, the data also creates historical information, so we can actually, we also flood model. We're doing our flood modeling system so that it actually makes us in advance and proactively go and do training and disaster risk management in communities around certain places. The other matter is about the community early warning systems. I just wanted to share a quick story with you around the 2022 floods. This is the Palmet River and Quarry Road settlement. In that space, we have over 1,000 households, and it was impacted. It was washed away, but the amazing thing is through the early warning systems and the training provided by the university and the FUSE colleagues in eThekwini municipality, we had 0 loss of life in the April floods 2022 in that space. For us, our priority projects is really to implement the disaster management risk and response level 2 plan that helps us become more effective and more resilient. It's also to include technology and assist in incident management and assessment in times of major incidents. It is also to continue to encourage and embrace stakeholders, our partners, through the Disaster Management Advisory Forum, so that we leave no one behind, but also understand that everybody embraces the concept of this is my city, my safety, and my responsibility in the space. Obtaining funding for approval of some of our critical posts is negotiated from time to time, and it's a continuous process. We are developing, and we have off-site plans for our major hazard industries, so that when things happen, we know the targeted approach and to prevent the vulnerability that those industries pose to our citizens. Our early warning systems we have identified our high-risk areas, and we continue training and educating people within the area and linked to how to embrace the early warning systems. to continue having public awareness and to improve the relief programs in our space, particularly from a city perspective, to find a space for relief storage. Our achievements is we are one of the cities that is part of the Making Cities Resilient by 2030 initial scorecard. We've had our first assessment, and we're happy to say we scored 92 out of 141. It may seem insignificant, but really this is the only city in Africa that has scored. It's the highest scored city in the continent linked to this process. Equally so as our partners in the C40 reporting, we also want to say that we've improved our score from D through to B, and from an adaptation section, we've scored an A. So that is actually quite good for a city, a coastal city, and considering the amount of climate change impact that we've had from 2017 through to date. I'd like to ask if we can play the video now. Thank you.
Hunslet Road Bridge over the Pisang River. The Hunslet Road Bridge replaces 3 separate, deteriorated cellular bridges previously located within a roadway-filled embankment crossing the Pisang River floodplain. During the catastrophic April 2022 floods, the embankment was overtopped, causing all 3 existing bridges to collapse. The new Hunslet Road Bridge features a full instrumentation system to gather critical data, making it the first long, fully integral bridge constructed in a coastal climate in South Africa. The structure comprises 4 spans with a total length of 90 meters, complemented by a new road alignment with vertical curves extending approximately 200 meters on each side, carefully integrated with the existing road network. Extensive gabion works were implemented to protect adjacent embankments and guide water flow effectively. This project successfully addressed the immediate transportation needs of the community while delivering durable, sustainable, and cost-effective infrastructure.
I think for the purposes of time, we should stop the video. Okay, colleagues, I just want to say that eThekwini municipality has embraced the concept of building back better. And if you, amongst the videos and your site visits, you will clearly see today, when you go through to the site visits, the fact that we are committed to building back better, be it our community residential areas or even our social infrastructure or the important road networks where the bridges and everything are. You clearly see the improvements that has come through and the elements of technology and knowledge that has been shared by partners from all over the world for us to improve. I want to thank you for the opportunity to allow me to share my story. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rob, for visualizing the impact of the disasters in our city. Distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, you have absorbed 4 presentations, so we do appreciate that a body break may be important and necessary. So we will respectfully request that for about 5 minutes that we take that body break and immediately return to the plenary for the interactions on those 4 presentations, the questions and answers. There is a request from the minister as one of the panelists that she may have to leave for other commitments. So we would like to compact even that part, but we do observe that you have been sitting for very long for 4 presentations. So the time now is 11:47, and we wanted to check if you would like us to take the Q&A when we break properly, or we take the 5 minutes break. What will be the suggestion? So we engage. Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to hand over to the acting president of SADC, Honorable Isaacs, to preside over the Q&A for the 4 presenters. And I would like to request the last presenter, Dr. Rob, to come forward so that you could form the full panel for the engagement. Clarities, question, or any comments? We have put a segment of about 20 to 25 minutes for that engagement that our panelists will respond.
Thank you very much. Members, just indicate with your country flag. This is Malawi, Namibia, Eswatini. Who else? Mozambique. Yes, fine, we will come. Let me just finish the site. So it is Mozambique, Malawi, Namibia, Eswatini. Who else? South Africa. Can you just? Angola. Zambia. Who else? Does it make the total? Let's start with Mozambique.
Obrigada, Excelências.
Minister.
Excelências, senhores presidentes dos parlamentos da SADC, distintos convidados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Bom, é para nós uma elevada honra participar neste debate, um tema ou um assunto premente para os nossos países. O impacto das mudanças climáticas é um assunto que preocupa os nossos países. Queremos saudar a presidência do Fórum Parlamentar pela escolha deste importante tema, cujo debate naturalmente vai, sem dúvidas, contribuir para reforçar a resposta coletiva dos nossos parlamentos da SADC aos efeitos das mudanças climáticas. Queremos interessar uma saudação especial ao povo e ao Parlamento da África do Sul pela calorosa hospitalidade que sempre nos habituou, sempre que visitamos este país irmão. Queremos estender as nossas felicitações aos panelistas pelas suas valiosas e importantes contribuições para este debate que vão nos ajudar naturalmente nos debates que vamos ter nos nossos parlamentos e na solução desta grande preocupação de todos nós. A nossa região da SADC é uma das mais afetadas pelos efeitos das mudanças climáticas, com particular ênfase secas, depressões tropicais, ciclones e inundações. São fenômenos de natureza ambiental que rapidamente transformam-se em desafios econômicos, sociais, humanitários, afetando de uma forma severa os grupos mais vulneráveis, dentre eles mulheres, jovens e crianças, como foi bem dito aqui durante as várias apresentações. E no caso das mulheres, estes eventos climáticos extremos agravam as desigualdades pré-existentes, dificultando ainda mais o acesso aos recursos e aumentando a sua exposição a riscos como violência baseada no gênero e no tráfico. Não são poucos exemplos nos nossos países de mulheres que foram violentadas ao percorrer longas distâncias à procura de água ou de crianças que foram raptadas durante deslocamentos forçados. Para a juventude, também constitui a maioria, que constitui a maioria da população dos nossos países, estas mudanças climáticas agravam o desemprego, limitando a sua capacidade de autossustento. É também preocupante o impacto dos elementos climáticos extremos na proliferação de conflitos nos nossos países. A competição pelo acesso e controle dos recursos cada vez mais escassos aumenta o risco de exclusão e prolongamento de conflitos que desestabilizam os nossos países e comprometem naturalmente o futuro da nossa juventude. Excelências, a nossa experiência de gestão dos efeitos de mudanças climáticas em Moçambique ensina-nos que os parlamentos desempenham um papel importante neste processo. É nosso dever legislar com justiça, fiscalizar com rigor e assegurar que os orçamentos nacionais reflitam prioridades climáticas com enfoque na igualdade do gênero e inclusão social. Nesta perspectiva, com vista ao reforço da atuação coletiva, propomos a harmonização de legislação climática no seio da SADC para a gestão transfronteiriça de riscos climáticos, a integração de abordagens de gênero e juventude nos planos de adoção e nas contribuições nacionalmente determinadas, a criação de mecanismos de facilitação de acesso a financiamento para ações de adaptação, mitigação e empreendedorismo, e o reforço da cooperação regional no seio da SADC, especialmente na partilha de informação e intervenção pós-desastres, tirando maior proveito no Centro Operativo Regional de Emergência da SADC. Excelências, as mudanças climáticas não são apenas um fenômeno ambiental, são uma questão de desenvolvimento, de justiça social e dignidade humana. Proteger as mulheres, jovens e crianças é, acima de tudo, proteger o futuro da nossa região. A Assembleia da República de Moçambique reafirma o seu compromisso em continuar a cooperar com todos os parlamentos da SADC na promoção de políticas climáticas mais justas e inclusivas para uma resposta regional cada vez mais coordenada e robusta. Termino felicitando mais uma vez os apresentadores dos temas que vão ao encontro daquilo que são as preocupações dos nossos parlamentos e povos. Obrigada.
It seems Members, I just want to remind you that we don't have 10 minutes each, not today. The most that we will allow is 5 minutes, but it's a 3 minutes rule because it's questions of clarity and engagement. Malawi, you will be the second.
Good morning, Right Honorable Speaker and everybody. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to ask a question. I think my question goes to the Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, and perhaps he might also be assisted by Mr. Kekana, if possible. It's to do with policy and practice disconnect. I want to draw you to experience in Malawi where we would come up with a policy of settlement which actually encourages departments to move people from flood-prone areas to safe areas. And then you have the individuals saying, no, we can't move from this place to a safer place because this is a home of our ancestors. Our mothers, fathers died here, and we have a grave here. We can't be moved out. And you have the human rights organizations coming in, trying to protect them as well. I just wanted to learn from South Africa whether you experience the same. But otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, very grateful. I think the presentations were very related and very informative. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Namibia. Paula, is it you? Okay.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Salutation from Namibia to the honorable members. I would like to perhaps just pose a question to Mr. Heyman on particularly drone operations there. Perhaps if you can get a bit more technical on that. Data collection is indeed a key element to future prevention of such incidences, especially particular relation to climate change. I would like to know what your challenges are to your drone programs with regard to the flying in restricted areas, prohibited areas, and the dangerous areas, and of course, what challenges do you face with regard to registries of your drones and the pilots also, particularly the training that they go through? It is an important thing that we need to learn from with regard to the privacy of the individuals as per regulation of your SACAA, and the safety also in the airspace with regard to these drones. Number two, also shortly, just I would also want to know the interference of your drones when flying close to the water bodies. How do you curb that, or does that happen with your new particular drones, or is a technology maybe that you're using that is now updated compared to the old ones that we might have experience in? And perhaps South Africa is one of the countries that is now at the leading edge and to drone database. I believe that is something we can also all learn from as a SADC member states. And of course, just for data collection's sake, just to perhaps one or three things to advise us on how to go about that. Thank you so much.
Eswatini.
Thank you, Madam Director. My first question will be going to T.S. Simelane. Maybe let me start saying by mentioning that climate crisis also drives a loss of biodiversity and disruption of the ecosystem. Perhaps animals move out of their natural habitats as well. And maybe adding to that, climate crisis present added injustice. those who contribute least to the crisis face the worst consequences with limited resources needed to be climate adaptive. Then my question would be, firstly, what mitigating measures are we taking to make sure that those that are liable for these causes are paying for that? As I've mentioned, Madam Minister, honestly, if I would be direct, I'll say, if you go and sleep and wake up in the morning and find yourself dead, how would you feel?
You don't feel, Mazan?
Yes. Maybe you won't feel anything. The reason I'm asking this question is because the climate or the effects of climate changes are so sudden. You go to sleep, tomorrow you find everything gone. So that's why I'm asking what mitigating measures that we are taking to make sure those that are liable are paying for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Eswatini, South Africa.
Thank you, VP, and good morning, colleagues. My two quick questions. The first one would be to the Minister, and I think the second one can be to any of the panelists. Minister, the South African phenomenon of land invasion, for example, particularly in floodplain areas where we know that if the disaster strikes, those people will be wiped out. Don't you perhaps think it's time really that we look at the Prevention of Illegal Eviction Act so that we can really start protecting people from themselves, if I can put it that way? Because the reality is that, legalizing invasion in a dangerous area has severe consequences for the very same people that have invaded the land. So that's the first question. And I mean, don't you think it's high time that really we look at the PI Act and make changes that will protect people from such devastation? And the last question, as I said, it can be, responded to by anyone. In South Africa, there's a pattern of disasters we have seen over the couple of years. I think we have a pretty good idea where the disaster, whether it's fire disaster, whether it's a natural disaster due to lack of proper infrastructure and lack of maintenance of that infrastructure. Now, surely as one of the countries now who are on the list of high risk disaster areas, is there data that is telling us where these areas are, what is the situation in those areas, and really what do we need to prevent what is inevitable should the disaster strike? Because we know what is going to happen to those areas, as we have seen in eThekwini. So have we started really to collect data and say, how do we proactively deal with that situation so that we don't react to crises all the time? Thank you.
Thank you. Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My question is very simple for Mr. Kekana. And I wish to thank you, Mr. Kekana, for the detailed insights you have shared with us this morning. May I just ask how South Africa identifies and maps areas most at risk from climate change related disasters, and whether this information is shared regionally to improve planning across SADC? Thank you.
Thanks, Zambia. Angola, you are sure you don't want to contribute now? Thank you. So with that said and done, we will now request the Minister first, and then, or should we request others first? Let the Minister first respond, and then we will follow, the others will follow.
Thank you very much, Acting President. Well, the policy and practice disconnect from the question of my colleague from Malawi is the same. We experience the same. Not very far from where we are, one of the last toll plazas coming to eThekwini on the N3 is Marian Hill Toll Plaza, those who are familiar. If you look on your right-hand side, there are houses on a slope. I don't come from here, you know. But how do I know? It's because they've been reported. It's because we have taken strides to engage people who are on the slope to say, one day we're going to wake up dead, like Eswatini says. And the critical question is, maybe I must go and ask them, is how are you going to feel? But we get all these responses, and they make relocation and resettlement very, very difficult. Such that even if you intend to prevent particularly fatalities and a loss of life, your measures sometimes are found wanting. In some instances, you relocate people, knowing very well that this is a flood line. As you relocate these people, others are going to come and settle at the very same space tomorrow. But I also think from our policy perspective is how reactive and our municipalities can learn to manage those spaces and prevent people settling. But an element which also comes is because our people have no patience because of a shrinking fiscus, the slowness in the allocation and the formalization of settlements. So they know, because these ones are compelled by law and regulation on disaster. Let's go and put ourselves in an area where they know we may die and they will be swift in responding to us. And that is why when you relocate people, I'll use another example here, the floods that happened in Lamontville, going down Umlazi River, and we took the families that were affected into Ward 5 of the city of eThekwini. And I was present myself. And the people of Ward 5 said, no, 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 no. Please don't. We don't want them. These houses are for us first, before. So the land is good and is secured, put them in a shack first. Let them be where we are, because we have also been waiting for houses. So there's quite a lot of difficulties that you find when you are trying to relocate people, even beyond. And then you also have a segment of the rich who don't want the poor next to government land. You might have heard here there were gunfires between our land in the municipality and the residents of Palito, and we're relocating flood victims. Some who have waited since 2020. And the Palito people were saying, hey, go take your type of people not very close to me. It's a very good and well-apportioned land here. Find them somewhere else, Minister. We've tried to find a solution. I think we're starting to build and relocate them to that space. I'm just saying, my colleague, it is beyond even them accepting the challenges and the steps that we find. Of course, the other element which our policy can't align really. I have a 6-bedroom house which is washed away, and my policy provides a 40 square meter. 2 bedrooms, very small, 1 bathroom, and a kitchen and a small sitting room. And the person you are supposed to relocate in Kutzong, where it used to be a mining area, and the land is dolomatic, and in Centurion, and the land is caving in, and government has done the assessment and says, hey, here you are. He says, you see my house, minister, move me to a same thing, like the one that I have, or you leave me alone. And now the problem is I can't move out of the port. It will actually not be affordable even for the country to work on such. So we navigate, we win some, we lose some. The pace is slower in other areas, but the policy is adhered to. I don't want to talk about human rights organizations. They don't like me, and I know. I know why. So the less I say, the better even for myself. I'm going to pair the second question and the question from South Africa on illegal eviction. The pie. You may be aware that we are almost going towards public participation. We're aligned into cabinet into the prevention of illegal eviction, and it's taking twofold. It carries the element which you are talking about dealing with fair, logical, for safety, relocation of people, but it also prevents unscrupulous landowners who just, without following processes and procedures, evict people on the basis of either unaffordability, which has not been tested, of a wide range of areas where people will just find themselves landless and homeless. Even a transfer of land from owner A to owner B without really taking care of what was the state of owner A and what are we jointly going to do as land is transferring. Or fairly so, I'm buying, but you need to, you as a resident in that particular farm or in that particular area, you need by law to define a process on how are you going to be dealing with people who are inhabitants of that area and for how long they've been staying there. It's quite a very detailed act which tries to look and avoid and minimize the scale in which our people, I mean, if you look into what is happening in Kriel, in Mpumalanga, it's very sad. Over 200 plus families displaced just by the movement of land between A and B as the owners of the mine that is in that space. So all what I know also is that you can't regulate people by a piece of paper. On top of the act, there has to be massive education for people to understand the importance of that. The president signed the housing consumer bill, for example, into an act, I think, at the February or so this year. That is supposed to protect you against a developer or any other person you have hired, and it goes into a fine of about 2 million. But how many people, even if our inspectors drive past the street and they realize you are building for yourself in Soweto, for example, and by the look of the eye, they realize that, no, this thing is not conforming to building standards. And they disembark, they talk to you, owner, but your builder, Minister Smelane, is not following this and that. Have you registered here? No. Why don't you register? And the owner says, no, I'm not interested in registering him. I know him, he's going to build my house, and fairly so. And 3 years down the line, that house has collapsed. Who must come into intervention? Now, the amendment allows us now to find directly Minister Smelane who's building, with or without the authority of the person he's building for. Because self-love also sometimes really goes with understanding. When you are cornered and convinced that this person has built for so and so and so and so, you may actually assume that, no, this government just doesn't want to help me. This is my money. I'll see a fit. How do I use it. But when the building collapses and it kills people, whether it's a wall or it's a house or whatever, it's a fatality we all don't want to deal with. And it is better if we avoid it. My brother from Eswatini, I wish I can have the answer. But for me, I also think early warning systems, if they are really adhered to, they can go a long way. Yes, a disaster like fire, it could be a primer stove or a paraffin stove that bursts now and there's no warning, right? Other than that, quite a lot of the work that they do, weather services, and I'm talking only in the South African context, and I know each and every country will have such, you do get an early warning. And the early warning will tell you, relocate them, as my colleague from Malawi had said, and you will have challenges. The early warning will go to an extent that we're expecting heavy rains next week at that particular area, and in some instances, they are able even to exact the number of milliliters that will be pouring at that level. I go to Nkomazi myself and I tell them, there are floods coming in 9 days' time. They say this river has never been filled since 1982. Where are they today? They are flooded and wiped off. And myself and the MEC there in Mpumalanga are helping. Because you now can't ask them to say, but what did I say last week? You now have to come as a government and exercise the spirit of Ubuntu and assist people who are in need. And they're the first ones in front of the cameras to say, hey, this government doesn't love us. We are so unfortunate in this country. And when you respond and say, but here is a notice delivered in your house. No, they just left it here. They didn't explain. You are never right. But nobody wants to listen into the early response. But in another instances, I think as government must also take responsibility. And for me, Umtata will be the great example, set as it is. Early warning given, early warning right as it was predicted, but we lost 10 children amongst the 100 plus people who died. And I think that is as a neglect of us, government. It rains early hours of the morning, but there's still a school bus which gets to be swept around 8 in the morning, driving children to school. They don't come across any municipal police or police to say the road is closed. So what is the early warning for? It's not about sit at home. It's about them to sit at home for us to go out and make sure that the streets are cleared and there's no one who is moving there. And I think we failed those children, you know. So it depends on the circumstances. But if we are alert, I think we can really minimize disaster. Thank you very much.
All right. I'll take the drone one. Thank you for the question. So I'm going to quickly talk to the drone matters. Firstly, you're correct. We follow the national legislation and regulations on flying. So every pilot is certified, every aircraft, every flight is certified by the Civil Aviation. We do log our flight plans, even in these prohibited and areas. You can get flexible use of airspace. You just need to get the right approvals and be timeous in those approvals. I think one of the key things in starting up a drone business, in South Africa at least, is that you have to take your time. It's not something you can decide today, I saw drones, I'm going to go and buy 10 of them, and I'm going to have people fly them. Many of those drones end up in boardrooms or in safes or in cupboards. What you need to do is you need to plan that process very well. And the first set of drones that you buy, when you start your operating certificate with civil aviation is also to go at the same time and get a service provider under which you can fly. And that person will teach you all about airspace and logging, flight plans, etc., while your pilots get trained, etc. So there's a two-pronged approach to this. If you do the one or the other, you're likely doomed in terms of that, the way things work. On privacy, each of our flights, we comply with civil aviation regulations. So in terms of that, we go to the landowners, we get landowner permission. We go to communities, we explain that the drones are flying over. After disasters, it's not that big a problem because people expect support and the movement in the air. I think that the one thing that one has to also remember is that a lot of when you saw the imagery that I showed you, the software automatically takes the people out and the cars, so you can't really see it. And that's one of the only ways you can see it's a digital twin, is that there's no people on the streets. The software removes all of that automatically. The interference near water bodies, the newer platforms, they don't have that problem. It's a magnetic problem that they had on the earlier drones, so the new ones are fine. In fact, our drones, we're looking at doing coastal high water level marks at the moment, and because they can do about 170 kilometers one way, it's about trying to move with the drone as the drone is moving along the road. So we call it DV loss. So while you drive, you have the drone in sight and the drone does its work. So these are the kind of things that the other thing that we did is everybody goes through training, and also security training. So we have some of our secretaries in the offices, they control the safes and the keys to those safes, so that we ensure that we just comply. For us, it took us 3 years to get an operating certificate from civil aviation, which we got on the 1st of September. But before that, we flew under a service provider's, and only a few pilots. We had 20 slots under that. But yeah, that's basically a quick summary. But you're always welcome to take my number, and we can discuss how we can support you. Thanks.
Thank you. Just to answer two questions, I think the first one was around database. So in South Africa, the Disaster Management Act mandates what we call the National Disaster Management Center to act as a data repository. So the NDMC keeps an online portal, so you can easily access the data, as the speaker was asking. And then on the other question from Iswatini about climate justice, as of this year, 23rd of July, the International Court of Justice actually issued an advisory opinion that says exactly what you were asking, that you can actually sue under this advisory opinion, but it's yet to be tested. Of course, we always advocate that the best course is international cooperation, because it might actually be difficult to institute legal action from one state party to another. But there is that ICJ advisory opinion, and it is just that, an opinion. But these things do carry weight around these issues of climate justice. So it's something to be mindful of. Yeah, so let me just stop at those two questions.
Okay, thank you. I will look at the biodiversity as well as the patterns of disaster from a local context, as a local government practitioner. I just want to say that because of population growth, we're getting more and more vulnerable. We're building and utilizing our natural resources to build. In other words, eThekwini municipality was known to be the sugarcane city, and we've now decided to build in that spaces, but not appreciating as disasters occur, more frequently we're experiencing sinkhole syndromes, where sinkholes are falling in the center of people's homes, and that's purely because we don't test our soil, we're not compacting agricultural soil sufficiently to build human settlements in that space. Patterns of disaster and data knowledge management is extremely important. How we utilize it going forward that shows the elements of whether we're resilient in the space. However, we must appreciate climate change and Mother Nature, because more and more we're getting incidents that's coming through that surprises us. We've never experienced it in the coastal areas, we've never experienced it in this country. Hello, it's occurring. So how do we prepare appropriately and look at our peers and actually start planning accordingly? Never say that this is not going to happen to me, because what's happening in Florida is definitely not going to touch us. No, as coastal cities, globally, we need to start learning from one another, looking at data, and actualize scenario planning in our spaces so that we can be ready and be disaster resilient should an impact occur in our space. Thank you very much.
Chief Whip, you are late. Yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Vice President and Acting President of SADC, and thank you to the panel for the presentation. Just one, maybe two questions, but brief. What importance does historical data have in our planning, particularly in the context of climate change? I'm raising this because if you look at here in eThekwini, Umlazi River used to go through a particular route and was diverted at some stage when work was done. And when the flood came, the river remembered where it used to go. Secondly, if you go back again to a eThekwini situation, historical information indicates that 100 years flood line used to go in this particular area, where later on there was building. So I'm raising this issue because what we have experienced with eThekwini and maybe other areas must say to us, before we make allocations and planning of new townships and areas, we need to factor in what might have been 30 years, 100 years data on this land so that we plan correctly. But also the issue Ms. Mudlia is raising with regards to the land use and what we are saying in Tongat land, where they started moving away from sugar to human settlement. Are there areas of communication across local spheres and sectoral departments to understand the change on the land use, so that when we sign the redesignation of land from agriculture to other spaces, we're conscious to look at what are the likely pitfalls if, for instance, you are going to build a particular infrastructure. And maybe for the Minister of Housing, in terms of building plans, is this new challenge enabling us to re-look at our building plans, but also types of infrastructure, so that it takes into consideration the realities of climate change? I always say one thing that is funny unless it's flood, but when there are certain collapsed structures in the United States where they build with timber, there are very few fatalities. because part of the bulk, it's where they build underground, which is more your solid structure. And the bulk in terms of how much cement and brick you use to contend with the environment, you know, there's a particular regulation. But then up structure, then you build with materials that when disaster strike, you would have minimal, you know, fatalities. Is that something that we're looking at in our building regulations, so that indeed we start to ensure that in the manner in which we build going forward, we take into consideration, like in Japan, their buildings actually sway because they've got tectonic plates that move every day. So it's not like a once-off, you know, incident. So you would hear sometimes when you're building, it's like you're tilting, but that's how they've built it. And you're not going to fall, you will just bambelela a little bit, but the structures are not going to collapse. I'm just saying that as we think about the future where climate change is our reality, what is this saying in terms of our building regulations? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Chief Whip.
Thank you. Thank you. After Vice President Isaac, just one question from my side, Director Tumtate Mukwena. Kekana, not Mukwena. Kekana. Yeah. The issue, where we are as a country in terms of the SADC protocol on environmental management for sustainable development. I was trying to find out from the chair as to whether, because I don't remember either this 7th administration or the 6th administration as Parliament dealing with this protocol, because it is quite important to know whether is it one of the areas that we need to prioritize, because it talks to the climate change strategy and also the climate change strategy and action plan. So therefore, as we appreciate the various inputs that were made from the top table, I think it becomes important just to get a sense as to whether as a department, because the department will be the sponsor to Parliament, whether there is a sense of where we are in terms of this protocol. Thank you, Honorable Acting President.
Thank you very much. I think we will give to the Minister again, and then those that think that they will be able to contribute can then follow.
Okay, thank you once more. I think let me start with the historical data in relation to climate change. The great partnership that was presented is between our agency, HDA, for planning purposes. I mean, including the mapping and the assessment of our informal settlements. You may be scared to know. Now we know we've got 4,075 informal settlements, with Gauteng leading with around 800 and something. Of course, as we're sitting here, someone is building a shack somewhere. So it's a moving target. But for the fact that we know there are 4,075 is as a result of the change of the historical pattern, but also coming on where informal settlements have been, and what do we do with the data to plan? And that will also help us, how do we assist the municipalities which lands are likely to be targeted to be informal settlements, so that they can also make sure that they protect what is within their pocket. If you would want a good response on changes in terms of the flood lines, I think Toyota could be the best ones to respond in the eThekwini example and how the challenge that they faced subsequently that affected their fate. The fact of the matter is, as we accelerated and improved in terms of placement of people, there are areas, particularly in relation to climate and pockets of land, that we thought, because it has not been raining since 1982, and this pattern is now off, we could put an infrastructure at that place. But secondly, I'm not sure whether it was tests at the time where we thought we could even maximize on the flooring and the compacting of the buildings themselves because of lack of space here in eThekwini, Maritzburg, Johannesburg. And you find that just one slight challenge that you have, it creates massive areas. So you need to incorporate that into your planning. We all are at an IMC level now, having teams at the municipal level that are assisting in terms of infrastructure direction, planning, bulk, ultimately to human settlements. And I think it will assist in also save the costs on, you can't have Weli Sizwe from Department of Public Works building where human settlement can utilize that. So the integration to incorporate the assistance for municipalities moves holistically from a national level. I do believe it will help ultimately. The IBTs, I indicated them in my speech. In fact, we are putting up a summit in February next year, 3rd to 4th, on innovative building technologies to deal with, one, upgrade of regulations, but two, to ensure that it's not only brick and mortar that matters and that works. And learning from other countries, how are they utilizing building technologies, wood, and any other material that assists not only in terms of climate change, but even in terms of cost as well, but in terms of resilience. Because we have been utilizing one system which gets to be affected heavily. So we have got the Eric Mulobi Climate Change and Innovative Plan in Soshanguve, where we have put houses in two typologies. The same house, but one will allocate it to a family, and another will observe how it responds to different weather patterns, when it's cold, when it's hot, and etc. And we believe, led by the University of Johannesburg, next year we are ready to begin to implement. Actually, here there is a hospital that they are building on an IPT. It's not necessarily a hospital, you could call it a clinic. It's a 24-hour service in terms of the size. And we hope that it will improve our outlook as government, but also jointly as business. Of course, last leg that we will have to work on in terms of educating our citizens that IPTs are also equal in like any other material that you utilizes. In Tembisa, Eguruleni, we did build flats, apartments as we know them, using IPTs. It took a bit of time for us to convince people that this is just a normal way to go. They just had no preference of something that they've never seen or heard of before. It was until we took them to a hotel in Sentin that used the same material and is in one of the expensive square meters in South Africa, that they began to say, okay, it's normal to have this. But you can't blame them. It means when we shift the gear to another level, we need to carry our people, plan with them, but also incorporate them into making the very same panels that you will need for innovation, so that they will own and believe that this is the quality that we have produced. It comes from our hand. We do believe that it can house us. But I think it is coming. Other countries actually are using mostly, and here in SADC, of our IPT materials more than we are doing ourselves, even for schools, not only for human settlements, but it's a joint initiative of the IMC in February, and we are hopeful that it will give us the result that we would want to have. Colleagues can add.
Couldn't see them behind the pillar, so that when you respond, you will respond once. DRC?
Merci pour la parole. Je viens d'un pays qui joue un très grand rôle dans l'équilibre climatique au monde. Comme vous le savez, certains d'entre vous peut-être, la RDC, mon pays, après le Brésil, a la plus grande étendue de forêt au monde. Certaines populations vivent de cette forêt. Donc la plus grande partie de la population de mon pays vit de cette forêt. Nous sommes en train de nous débrouiller pour que cette forêt ne soit pas détruite. Et ça nous demande beaucoup de moyens que peut-être nous n'avons pas parce que nous avons à résoudre beaucoup de problèmes. Nous comptons sur l'apport de nos partenaires. Mais malheureusement, il y a certains membres du gouvernement de mon pays qui ont participé à une conférence en Europe précisément et qui ont fait le plaidoyer pour qu'ils aient beaucoup plus de moyens pour que ça nous aide à protéger notre forêt pour le bien du monde. J'ai fait cette observation parce que je me pose la question par rapport à la sincérité de la lutte que nous menons contre les changements climatiques. Quand nous avons fait le plaidoyer pour qu'on puisse trouver beaucoup plus de moyens pour garder notre forêt et suppléer, parce qu'il y a des gens qui font les champs, et leur donner d'autres moyens pour vivre, nous avons reçu des réponses qui étaient décourageantes. Nous avons proposé qu'on puisse nous aider à construire un barrage qui va produire de l'électricité chez nous, dans certains villages. Mais malheureusement, certains intervenants étaient contre cette proposition, tout simplement parce qu'ils pensaient que ces villages seront développés avec l'électricité et quand un peuple est développé, il va utiliser beaucoup plus la forêt. Alors, nous n'avons pas compris ces genres de réactions. C'est pourquoi je me pose la question par rapport à la sincérité de nos partenaires. Ils veulent une chose et son contraire. C'est nous, en tant que parlementaires, nous devons continuer à fournir un effort. Nous savons que en Afrique, nous sommes en train de fournir un effort pour que nous soyons développés, mais nous ne sommes pas encore développés. C'est pourquoi nous manquons de moyens et nous comptons beaucoup plus sur nos partenaires. Et si nos partenaires ne sont pas sincères envers nous, nous devons continuer à faire ce plaidoyer-là pour qu'ils comprennent que nous devons tous jouir de l'équilibre climatique et nos pays ont un grand rôle à jouer. Donc il faudrait que nous soyons tous sincères dans ces combats. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, TRC. You can continue.
Thank you. Just talking to the item on historical data, I think what's important is that the historical data, it helps you identify long-term patterns that existed, past flood paths, erosion scars, where there was vegetation, and the historical imagery in South Africa is available. I know we can find imagery all the way back to the 1930s. So especially when you go and look at the traditional areas in South Africa, you can really go back to areas where there were maybe one or two communal settings to today where there's 15,000 people staying on the same amount of land. And what changes is the compaction of the soil, the erosion, the built-up areas. All of these things affect the amount of water that gathers and can seep into the ground. And the minute that we have it's almost like the perfect storm that happen these days, and I wanted to comment on 1 in 50 and 1 in 100-year floodlines. With the kind of weather events that we're getting all over the world, whether it be in Spain or in New York City, the amount of water that, or precipitation that happens within a very short space of time these days is the deciding factor and the problem. So that's why, again, the modeling and countries should start looking at modeling all kinds of scenarios. What would happen if we had more rain in a very short period of time? Because 1 in 50 and 1 in 100-year floodlines are just not good enough anymore. I think the one thing that we see in informal settlements is that we now have the ability, and this is quite exciting, is that we can actually survey the settlements every 6 hours to manage the change of the number of building types in that area. And the same with cities. So we can very quickly, using satellite data, also monitor the condition on the land to see how much more runoff we get. Runoff is the problem. And also the change of that soil type. So if you move from grass to synthetic grass, you've got a problem. If you move from a gravel road to a tarred road, you've got a problem. So it's a combination, and you have to always be anticipating. And I think it's maybe a lost science in that people have forgotten that you have to do the slope analysis. The one area that always concerns myself is in Port St. John's. We have very poor, steep, sandy mounds and an influx of people moving into the area, and they actually take all the vegetation out, and sometimes it's to build something there, but on the other side, it's also to use for firewood. So the ultimate is a steep slope with sandy soils, with heavy structures that get built on top of them, and the ultimate is a landslip into a community below. So it's about, I suppose the response would be either prevent people from building on there or start putting in probes into the soil to see that when the land starts to slip, that you have put in some countermeasure to warn people that they should stay out of that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start with the question from DRC. I think DRC is quite right. The issues of forest have not really been attracting the necessary attention that they deserve. And of course, this is not due to lack of effort from ourselves. DRC, as we know, Gabon, and many others, they constitute what we call the lungs of the world because they absorb quite a lot of carbon emissions. So two things happened this year. around these issues because of their importance. Under the South African G20 presidency, we profiled the issue of the SADC Great Green Wall. So that was number one. And there's quite a lot of partners that are coming on board on that one. And secondly, which is the latest, is that in Brazil, at the conference on climate change, they also launched a multi-billion-dollar funding mechanism, what they call Tropical Forest Forever facility. So two major things happened around the forest this year. It was the first time that the forest actually were in the forefront. And 2025 was a great year in that regard. But prior to that, DRC is quite right. There's not been real commitment to dealing with these issues. And on the issue or the question from the Chief Whip, although the protocol on environment management for sustainable development is quite old, and of course our cabinet ratified that, I think it was 2017, and Parliament itself eventually ratified in 2018. But majority of key principles and actionable issues from the protocol have since been mainstreamed into two important SADC documents. The first one is SADC Vision 2050, but even the most critical one being the RSDP 2020 to 2030, and that is the regional indicative strategic development plan, which is a broader plan, but it incorporated quite a lot of elements from the protocol itself for the purpose of implementation. So it is on track. It is now up to SADC to really fast track the implementation through those two documents. Thank you.
I think for me, we should be exploring a resource around knowledge management and the importance of history in another space, and that's in our academia space. And I say this two things because one is generational and the other is to actually embrace and encourage people for a paradigm shift. We need to start challenging our professors, all countries need to challenging our professors and students in universities about thinking alternatively and progressively in the space of disaster resilience and climate change. And us having a governance model, research committees from a local government perspective to make sure that professors are encouraging students to talk about relevant topics, to research alternate fabric from brick and mortar, what would be most suitable in the space. Look at the historical data from 1930 and what has transpired and what, through simulations, what could possibly be the spaces, and come up with journal studies and everything. The next generation is what's going to be sitting here. Okay? And if we give them the encouragement to go on and study about the futuristic aspects of climate change, that will only change their mindsets and make governance and government better in the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists and also to the participants. We actually want to end this first session as follows. We will invite two of the South African parliamentarians, that is now Honorable Madiki Zela and Honorable Dina Pule, to the front to come and show appreciation to our panelists. And we really want to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to all of you. I think that was a very deep discussion. And I would recommend to Parliament that we will have to have a newsletter after this to make sure that we capture the discussion that was here, that can be distributed to all the SADC national parliaments and as well as our provincial legislatures. So Those that are responsible for the tokens of appreciation, can you please come this side? And I will also request that possibly okay, can we do it on this side? So that we can express our appreciation. Once again, thank you very much. So maybe we can call the minister first. Yeah, possibly you don't want it, but we are giving it.
It's the same.
We are giving it.
Oh, thank you. I'll declare it. Thank you.
This is the most premier brand globally, it's the Springbok.
It's a Springbok. Oh, okay. No, I'll declare it as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my sister. Thank you. Thank you. Very different, eh?
Yeah, it is.
Thanks, Dave. Very different. Kekana, you can come.
There you go. The same.
Stand.
Come inside. The middle. There you go.
I want one of the things.
This is the premier brand, as we said, globally. Springbok.
It's a token of remembrance that you've been here.
So, Doc, it's your turn.
Hello, Doc.
Hello.
You are the token bearer.
How are you doing, Doc? And this is the other one. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ayman.
How are you?
How you are?
So good to see you. Twice in a week.
Yeah.
It's a privilege.
How are you? How is the minister?
He's very well.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So this is a premier brand, you must declare.
I know. It's the first thing I've ever had to declare. I'm a small boy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And of course, you are still watching Parliament TV. And of course, this is the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which is the 58th Plenary Assembly, where regional
Thank you very much,
leaders...
Honourable Minister. We do appreciate your presence. We understand you are pressed for time.
Why is my thing not
Travel
to...
safely. Esteemed speakers and distinguished delegates, we are running behind time. It's now 2 minutes to 1. And as per the program, we were supposed to have completed even the second segment of the afternoon. So we sincerely apologize for the time overrun due to starting an hour late in the morning. We will, however, endeavor to conclude fairly quickly the second segment of our symposium. That is the reflection by partner institutions in our multi-pronged response to disasters. The private sector, who are investors in our countries. So we have a presentation by Toyota South Africa, who had to endure a lot of damage to their plants where they assemble Toyota vehicles for the distribution to the continental market and the global market. Likewise, the impact on the ground in terms of responsiveness by civil society. We will also receive a perspective on how civil society partners to mitigate and adapt to these disasters. They will also share with us the farmers who also had to endure a lot of losses of their produce will also share. I would like to check if they are present here in the hall, and if they are, just raise your hands so that we invite you to come forward and assume your seat. Toyota, abahlali basemjondolo, as well as Agroecology Directorate in terms of farm workers, Mr. Dladla, Mr. Zikode, and Mr. Moodley. Please come forward. Yes, yes, continue. The South African National Defence Force is Brigadier present here, who will be representing the Army response on the matter. Is Brigadier or General present? Please come forward. From the South African National Defence Force, we have Brigadier Thapelo Mohapi. And from Toyota, Mr. Moodley is present here. From the commercial farming community, Ms. Lungile Dladla is present. May I check Mr. Zikode from Abahlali if he's present? Mr. Mohapi, my apology. I thought he's representing the Defence Force. He's representing Abahlali Basem Jondol. So we don't have the Defence Force present at this moment, but a presentation from the Army is here. We were advised that they will release one brigadier to speak. So can Team Parliament of South Africa check where is that person, if he's physically present here, or will be doing online, so that we add them in the presentation. May I, without delay, ask Mr. Moodley to take the stage and run his presentation and input. I have given everyone 15 minutes at most to sum up their presentation so that we can also compact the time for conversation. So Q&A, Your Excellencies, will take place after all the 4 inputs have been done. So kindly enjoy a bit of pressure on our side. Please proceed.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. And I'm going to take all protocol observed. I want to start off with a short video. If you can please play my video. Thank you.
The water level started rising.
In a matter of about 45 minutes, we went from a situation of all good to run to being waist deep in mud and water.
We tried to get through to the plant because we knew we had people on site. What can we do to assist them here? We couldn't get in.
We had no telephone lines. We had no reception.
What I saw from the air, I realized that we're in trouble.
At that moment, nobody had a job.
So when the call was made to close the plant, at that stage in the morning, we already had quite a lot of people on site. So obviously everybody got the message and we started evacuating them off site. But based on the rapid rise of the water, obviously there was a real fear of electrocution of our people. So the safety was key concern for us. So the first thing I had to do was to cut power to the total site. Then obviously we started going through the plant, wading waist deep in water and mud, to go and make sure that all the people managed to at least get to higher ground or to a safe area. We evacuated people to the comm center, and from there, throughout the day, when the community started arriving with some assistance, we had boats running up and down the plant, we had rescue swimmers that came in, so we managed to then obviously start evacuating the people by boat.
All areas across Durban have been affected quite significantly near the areas of Umlazi on the north. You've had areas like Mdloti on the south. You've got Amanzimtoti.
At this stage, we completely isolated from Durban. We were unable to get through, obviously, with what's happening in Protecton. We've had a major section of the N2 freeway near Mkomazi.
Got here very, very early on the 13th in the morning, and I'll be quite honest with you, I wanted to cry. We had no electricity, we had no water, although that sounds a little bit bizarre, and we had no communication. The N2 highway was closed, it had containers littered all over it, and at that stage, I still couldn't really determine the damage on our site, and yeah, I just thought, whew, we got a job ahead of us.
All we saw was a mess. We couldn't imagine anything else. It was a pure mess. It was this thick sludge mud that we were basically skid skating on because it was so slippery. Our first reaction to the flood was to actually find out how our people were.
True to the Toyota principles, first priority is people. So our first was to confirm the status of our members. So each and every one of us, supervision, management, we had to physically, of course with the support from HR, physically call and understand each member's situation.
On the morning of the 13th, we got to the driest space we could, which was the actual communication center. And we initially set up a command center. So between Dave Finch and his manufacturing team, my team, who is responsible for all the projects and project management and production control, we set up an infrastructure that would cope with how to manage this process. And in that facility upstairs, we just set up a process that we could set purchasing up, we could set HR up, and we could start understanding the impact of our people. So HR could report on our people on a daily basis, we could understand our supply base, we could understand our customers and any other people that have issues, and of course the communities around us. So we fed all that information into the command center that we set up. And we managed that on a daily basis with 2 meetings, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, where people reported on their progress.
So from a cleanup point, it took a long time because it was a lot of mud. It was everywhere. And then obviously the one thing that we battled with was water to take the mud out. Even as general managers, as senior managers, we were on the shop floor with our squeegees, our mops, our brooms, and we were basically cleaning it up.
Toyota South Africa is very lucky to belong to a Toyota global family. So we got a lot of support from our head office in Japan.
Nobody ever asked me, why did it happen? Or could it have been prevented? All they said was, how can we help?
Even to date, we're still getting the support we require. We've had probably 3 visits from senior executives from TMC coming out to assist us, and then sending up to 150, 160, and at a peak of about 190 people on technical support to get us going. I think if we never had that, we wouldn't have got out of the starting blocks. I think it's just been that constant support of spare parts, a constant support of facility management and how to get us, and just that moral support has helped us tremendously to get out of it.
We also got a lot of support from our partners in terms of some suppliers who actually saying, look, we want to send people to support you rebuild.
So as we started to power up the plant and started to get the plant running, one of the things that we looked at is what do we need to do differently in case something like this ever happens again. And we know the one impact we had was all our AVI panels, our control panels. So from a maintenance point, we've now started looking at how to pick these equipments up off the floor.
I'm not sure what's happened, but maybe we can end it there in the interest of time. Can we go into my slideshow? Thank you. So I think what you saw from the video was not just an impact of the flood on an operation, but rather a real humanitarian disaster. And I think what was so startling is, if you looked at our plant at 5:40 in the morning, that's the main entrance. It was normal, it was just a wet road. 24 minutes later, we had the flooded waters coming in. And really what happened was the Shangweni Dam, some 43 kilometers west of our plant, reached a level where its safety fuse gates opened and released the contents of the dam. And the unfortunate reality is we had the entire dam empty out and come surging down the Umlazi River. And as you can see on the picture on the right, subsequent draining out, the entire dam was now empty. As someone mentioned earlier, I think the speaker mentioned earlier, the Umlazi River, when it broke the berm where you see the yellow arrows are, followed its natural path. So that canal was built for industrialization purposes, and with the surge of water down that canal, could not take the berm in the corner, broke its banks, and eventually flooded the entire South Basin. This is just an aerial pic of the damage again. The picture on the right you may recognize, that's the N2 highway heading south. The building that you see with the white roof, that's the old airport parking terminal. So the brown is actually the N2 northbound, which was completely covered as well. I think as you heard in the video, we lost all services. No water, no power, no sanitation, no connectivity, nothing. So we had to make very quick, urgent plans to get ourselves up and running to start recovering the operation itself. The flood impact, just very quickly in numbers, we had to crush over 4,200 vehicles, new vehicles, either built or locally built or imported, over just under 11 million parts, ranging from small washers to fully assembled engines that had to be scrapped. We had over R500 million worth of equipment, spare parts, but the real impact is we lost 104 days of production. Some may say we lost 104 days. We say it's a miracle that we recovered in 104 days. Key to us was trying to put together a framework, some sort of management framework to be able to respond to this crisis. And our first priority in our organization is always our people. So our first priority was to check and safeguard and understand what is happening to our employees, where are they, what is their safety, their families and our contractors on site. On any given day, we have over 10,000 people on site. So you can imagine the timing of what happened. Had it happened later, we would have been in bigger trouble. Our second priority is the communities in our value chain, so the communities around our operation and our value chain being our suppliers and our dealers. And our third priority, lastly, was our own operations. But we also said, let's take this opportunity to not waste a crisis. Let's use this opportunity to do things differently. And I've heard this morning about let's think differently, let's behave differently, let's react differently. And that's what we did. We created a slogan called Rebuilding Better Together. We said, let's look to rebuild, let's look to create silver linings so we can come out stronger, we can come out better. Our first priority was our people. I'm not going to go through the detail of the slides in the interest of time. But what we did was we put a process in place where we used our employees to become volunteers to support the community, and we paid them for that. And that ensured that, on average, nobody got less than 84% of their normal pay for that period of time. In terms of community, we went up cleaning beaches. Most of the surrounding communities didn't have water, didn't have food. So we were providing 2 by 5 liters bottles of water twice a week and food to not only our people on site, but to the communities around us. And then we put a framework in place on how to deal with the recovery for our own operation. It was an 8-phased operation, took us 104 days. Believe it or not, the last piece of equipment was only replaced at the beginning of this year because of the long lead times required in order to procure and install some of that equipment. Key for us was communication. You would have heard in the video, we created none of the offices on the ground floor were workable. We had a communication center. We created a central command center that became our central communication hub. And every day we would have fed through into the plant to understand what was happening so we could, from a central command, direct, understand, and listen to what was going on as well. Communication was key. Regular communication to all our employees. We brought them in little small groups to come and help us do the cleanup. We sent some out on community projects. We did some training. Contact with our suppliers, our dealers, with our parent company, but also with local, provincial, and national government. So it required all-round coordination. And I heard earlier this morning, key to any disaster recovery is central coordination. Collaboration with our parent company. We would have never done this alone. So in an event of a disaster, setting up frameworks where stakeholders collaborate is vital. Had we not had the collaboration with our parent company, our local city, provincial, national government, we would not have survived this crisis, and we would have not recovered in 104 days. So important, I think this was the important part of this presentation is, if you look at what impacted us was basically infrastructure. The dam fuse gates opened, not that it failed, it did what it's supposed to do. When the dam reached a certain level of water, it opened and let all the water out. The berm failed because it could not handle the flow of water that came down the berm. We operate in a reclaimed swamp area, so it's got a lot of canals around our operation. So the regular maintenance, cleaning, and upgrading of those canals also became vital. So we ended up, in working with our various partners, we came up with what we call 3 lines of defense. The first line of defense required very strong collaboration with the local government, where we had to look at those canals and the berms in and around our plant, and we worked together with them to try and refurbish and re-strengthen those berms to make it survive a 1-in-100-year flood. So the various engineers did what they needed to do, but the design was completed, and final installation and going live on that berm was the 9th of September 2023. So almost just over a year later. And that was a critical infrastructure piece for us, because our insurers refused to insure our operation if we could not assure them that berm was now operational and able to take the flow of water that came down that river. We then, what was called our second line of defense, we created our own internal defense around our perimeter. So the canals and berms outside was the first line of defense. The second line of defense is our own infrastructure. We created our own early warning systems. We improved all our gutters. We started a cleaning program for all the canals around our plant. And we also started upgrading our own internal stormwater facility. Because we live or operate on a reclaimed property or reclaimed area, we realized that the ability of water to collect is quite easy. So if you look at the picture on the right, on the top, the blue indicates all the areas that collect water fairly quickly. The picture at the bottom shows the current condition. So we built a 3 million liter attenuation dam or pond that actually collects the water and directs it back to the stormwater drain system. Our third line of defense, as you would have seen in the video, was our own equipment. So we've now lifted all of our equipment off the ground. At the height, the water level in our plant varied anywhere between 1.5 to 1.8 meters. So we couldn't lift everything up to that height, but where we could, we've lifted things off the ground to prevent damage, especially to the electrical equipment. This is just a wall that we now have in our plant. It acknowledges all the teamwork that was done, but I think it signifies the collaboration that was required from all different stakeholders for us to be able to survive this flood. The key learnings for us, I think there were 10 key learnings that we went through that I quickly want to just take you through. Let me just get to my iPad. It'll be easier for me to read it. I think the key thing is we found ourselves in an uncharted territory. It's the first time it happened. It's the first disaster of this nature in our 60-year history. I think we had to reorganize ourselves. We had to dispel with the historical and hierarchical structures, and we had to reorganize ourselves to become a team that could deal with this crisis. We had to make quick decisions. We didn't have to work with a hierarchy. If somebody had a good idea, we went with it. If it didn't work, we then changed the idea again. Hands-on. We had to get into the plant with our boots and get hands-on into understanding what was really going on so we could offer the right support. Teamwork, key, key, key. Collaboration, relationships. We created relationships with individuals, communities, community members that we never would have interacted with before. Open, transparent, open dialogue really helped. Also recognizing what we couldn't do by ourselves, accepting that we could not do anything by ourselves and asking for help. The importance of having a powerful multinational behind us, I think as you would have heard in the video, that was quite key. We had their full support. Embracing a climate resilient mentality towards our future. In this case, it was IT because our backup systems were compromised. But we've taken that approach now in every single thing that we do. How do we make sure we are climate resilient? And assessing alternate infrastructure solutions. We recognize if we don't, we're going to be compromised. So how do we make sure that all the infrastructure that we now put together is able to deal with the potential consequences of future climate change? And I think that concludes my presentation. Thank you. I've gone through it rather quickly, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moodley. I would now invite Abahlali basemjondolo to come and make a presentation on the response of civil society. Thank you very much, Mike.
Do you have slides? Okay. Yes, I think I do. We do. Who's Sanibonani? It won't be good if I don't say the way we greet here in this province. We say Sanibonani. My name is Tapelo Mohapi. I am from an organization called Abahlali basemjondolo. And I just want to declare, because there's a lot that's been said about human rights organization. I come from a human rights organization. Ours is to hold government to account. Ours is to ensure that the beautiful constitution of this country is adhered to, and that our people in the informal settlements who suffered a lot, more than anyone else, when it comes to climate change, impact in the informal settlements. I'm going to talk from the issue from the ground, because in 2022, there was one story that touched me deep down when I saw, I met a woman in Arnett's Drive in the informal settlement, and this woman had lost her 8-year-old child because she was working at night and the child was in the house. And when she came back, there was no home, no community, everything was flooded. And up until today, that 8-year-old has not been accounted for, has not been found. So these are very terrible stories that we have encountered in 2022. But that was not an isolated incident, because climate change in this province happens every day, every year, February, March, or April. In Tonga, not so long ago, in 2024, we had a devastating tornado that took people's homes. And of course, as we know, last year, we lost 6 people in Ward 75 next to the Mlazi area, in an area called Lamontville. A 60-year-old woman who also was taken away by floods has not been accounted for, has not been found. So these are the experiences. These are the experiences that we have on the ground that we are speaking about. And of course, people continue to live in flood areas, prone areas. And this is not because our people do not want to live in these areas, or our people don't want to listen when government speaks, but it is as a result of our history, the dispossession of land, and the land that has not been, a question that has not been addressed, particularly when people want to seek better opportunities to come to the cities. So I want to speak on that because there's always an assumption that people who live in these areas along the riverbanks choose to live under these circumstances. And it's not the case. But let me just go through my slides. I know that people in government will be happy to see the logo of Abahlali baseMjondolo together with the eThekwini municipality. It's the first of its kind. So the presentation will focus on the partnership that we've had. We've had a very engageful partnership with the eThekwini municipality recently. Before, we've never had such a relationship because government has not wanted to engage people on the ground, because it is assumed that when you live in the shack and you are poor, your state of thinking is the same as the structure that you are living under. People don't recognize that you are in fact a human being, as also you must be treated as such. We're going to talk about the disasters over the past year in the eThekwini municipality. We are going to talk about the high-risk informal settlements. There are many other settlements. I mean, if you go to an informal settlement in Ntlungwane, people are still living under in the flood areas. But the most important thing that we have been engaging now with the city of eThekwini is how do we prepare when disaster happens. Now we know that next year, in February, March, April, we must expect a disaster in Durban. How do we prepare for that? But then again, what do we do when disaster has struck? That is during the disaster. But also the aftermath of disaster. How do we then allocate people into temporal relocation areas after the disaster has taken place? I'm very grateful that we have a minister in South Africa that for the first time who would then say, we take responsibility as government. And that's what we wanted to say. A government that actually says we want to, wherever there's a need for us to take responsibility and say this disaster could have been prevented. It could have not gone so far, but government has to learn from it. So we are very grateful for that. Of course, we are going to talk about the disaster response and the relationship that we've had with the previous speaker with the eThekwini disaster management has been a great one. It looks like I'm going back. Okay. Can somebody assist? Oh, this one. Okay. 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 Thank you. Thank you. eThekwini has social movements, NGOs, academics. We've then decided, out of the 22 devastating floods that took more than 300 people and displaced 42,000 people from their homes, that we needed to sit down as the citizens of eThekwini, as through the academia, the social movement and the non-governmental organizations sat down together and say, how do we then prepare for the next disaster that is about to happen? Because, colleagues, I must tell you that we have been engaging scientists, and scientists have said that in the years to come, shows that the east coast of South Africa must prepare for a more frequent and more severe, as well as increased heat waves as a result of climate change. So it's not something that has happened, and it is not something that is happening, but it is something that is still going to happen and that we must prepare for. And of course, out of that, I think the poor and marginalized, particularly those who are living in shack settlement in the rural areas in Umtata, eThekwini, Boston Jones, and other areas, are the ones that are at the receiving ends. And the elite, in most cases, people who are the cause of climate change, because we are in this crisis because, of course, of the well-to-do who don't live in areas where, that are a danger to society in as far as flood is concerned. So we're also going to talk about the challenges that we've had. In the Durban Coalition, we now have what is called the People's Plan, an idea of how to build houses in the times of climate change. And we are very happy, and I know today I'm actually, complimenting eThekwini municipality for the work that they've done. I'm happy that that People's Plan, which was engaged at communities, and people have had their say on how can we respond to climate change. The People's Plan, a document, has now been being part of the Integrated Development Plan of eThekwini municipality. So it's part of the IDP, and we are now trying to find the implementing stage. So we are very happy with what the eThekwini municipality has done in as far as ensuring that the People's Plan, which comes from the people, the society itself, that how to actually build houses that are resilient to climate change. So we are happy about that. Also, we are working with the international budget partnership based in Cape Town, who are actually assisting us to prepare for the times when disaster comes. So this is civil society working together to ensure that we respond to the issues of climate change, particularly those who are living in the informal settlements, because in most cases, those are the people who are not looked into. So the People's Plan is actually, including monitoring and research, evaluation, knowledge sharing, learning from each other, and finding solutions as the poor and the marginalized. And this thing of thinking that the poor cannot think for themselves. So we are sitting together as the poor, working with academics, and scientists to actually say, how do we prepare for the next disaster that is about to take place? So these NGOs are actually giving us the idea of how do we then respond to that. And of course, there are many challenges that we've had in eThekwini. One of them, of course, has been the storm water. Sometimes, if you look at what happened in the area where 6 people died last year. People will throw litter because sometimes the municipality would not come and collect the waste, and people will throw it in the river. And there would be a blockade in the river, and the river will not be functioning. And that water comes back to the community sometimes. And then when it comes to the communities, it does the disaster and take people away into the river. So we then decided that we will have people in our communities that are going to actually be stewards and clean these rivers, banks, and ensure that we hold the municipality to account, of course, through the Durban solid waste to actually come and collect waste, even in the informal settlements. So this is what happened in 2022. In some of the places in Ntlungwana and as well as the Quarry Road informal settlements, many houses were washed in this manner. As you can see, the roof is no longer there. So imagine about the lives of the people that were living there. This is, of course, Ntlungwana. These were people's homes on the one side, on my right, but also there's a bridge which speaks to the infrastructure damage that the floods in 2022 has done. A bridge, imagine if a bridge can be washed away, and what about the human life and the informal settlements who are built out of woods and so forth. So in that particular area, up until today, there are 7 people who are unaccounted for, who were washed away, 1 family washed away, wiped out, and up until today, we don't know because the relatives of that family has not come forward. So 1 family of 7 people washed away, and not been accounted for up until today. That is the devastating of the results of the floods. Well, this is just giving you the numbers of people who are still living in the dangerous areas and people who are affected, in fact, in 2022. So, colleagues, what we have done with the city of eThekwini through the disaster management is to try, because in most cases government would say if there are floods, they would say we have our disaster people on the ground doing their work. And sometimes we as people on the ground say, where are these people are they talking about? Because there's no one here to come and save the people who are facing these disasters. And we came with a very, I think, unique way of saying, let's train people, young people in the informal settlements, to actually be steward and be the ones who are going to be foot soldiers, who are going to save people. Because while the government officials are trying to come into the area, it's very difficult to drive in the area when there are floods. But there are people in the community that are going to be trained in order for them to be responsive in this. So we then decided that let's have champions and soldiers who are going to be on the ground to actually save people's lives. So we've identified people, and people are doing community mapping so that people in the informal settlement understand their communities. And when they understand their communities, they can actually try and see where people can be, moved from the area where there's danger and so forth. So there's progress in as far as working together with government in trying to find responses to dangers when people are facing danger in their communities. So as you can see here, this is a collaboration between the eThekwini Municipality Disaster Management, where the communities and the foot soldiers are being trained to actually respond to this disaster. In fact, Palmet's Road is next to Quarry Road, one of the settlements that was heavily affected in 2022. So these are officials from the city who are on the ground training our people to actually respond to whatever may happen next year, because climate change is here. It's not something that that is still coming. So we should not talk about it as if it's something that is still coming. One of the things that we have, which is a critique to government, and of course to other people like your weather services in South Africa, has been that the language that has been used in actually ensuring that people understand that there is heavy rains that are coming. They talk about yellow, level 5, and so forth. I don't understand it myself, sitting here with the little education that I have. So when you speak to somebody in the informal settlement and you say yellow 5 and so forth in that language, I don't think that's the language you speak to the people in the informal settlement in the rural areas. I think there should be a breaking down of the language that is taking place there. But also, there has been in South Africa a challenge of, how these things can be communicated. The assumption that everyone has access to internet and cell phones sometimes is a challenge. So we need to have people who are going like before on a loud hailer and say, you need to vacate yourself because weather is coming that is going to be dangerous to you. We are very happy with how the forecast in terms of weather is concerned in South Africa. And therefore, we think that it's very important that we communicate this with the language that our people on the ground understand. But I want to also, in closing, say that there are people who want to engage in assisting in terms of building proper structures for the people in the informal settlements. And sometimes those people are prevented by government from assisting poor people. We've had the Toyota South Africa wanting to roll out a ablution toilets in the informal settlements, but we're having a difficult time to get that through the city of Durban. We have the Gift of the Givers, which is a humanitarian organization that wants to build houses and assist government, because we believe that there is a need for private, public sector and government to work together with civil society. But when government does not want help to actually assist the poor and marginalized, we don't know where that's going to take us. And we're hoping that in our engagement with the eThekwini municipality and the government in KwaZulu-Natal, we will be able to roll out that private sector have a role to ensure that our people live a better life. I can see that I'm running out of time. But I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity for us as the poor who are coming from informal settlement to be able to have this platform to raise issues. And I think it's very important that you hear the voice that has not been listened to. And I'm that voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohapi. Abahlali basemjondolo, residents of informal settlements. They have a voice, they are the voice, they take charge of their destiny, but are players in the state collaboration and private sector. The last presenter will be Ms. Dladla to reflect the impact of this on farmers. I would again just appeal to Your Excellencies to endure the last two engagements. It will be the last presentation, and after that, Madam Speaker of the Republic of South Africa would do the vote of thanks. I will announce lunch proceedings and afternoon site visits. Over to you, Ms. Dladla.
Honorable Madam Acting President, Honorable Speaker, Mam Dediza, Honorable Secretary, honorable members present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. I am Lungile Dladla from the Agroecology Directorate, and my presentation would be on the small-scale farming that's affected by the climate change in 2022 floods, as well as the ongoing impacts. If I can just do a short introduction on who the Agroecology Directorate is. We are a directorate under eThekwini municipality that was formally established in 2018 to address food security, food sovereignty through sustainable agroecological farming methods. The vision is to promote agricultural projects that enhance the well-being of citizens. Also to foster economic development through job creation and manage the environment using resilient and sustainable farming techniques. We are we are aligned to quite a number of SDG goals, but we focus mainly on these 3, 1, 2, and 12, which is no poverty, zero hunger, responsible consumption and production. And we also have a special focus on reducing food loss, food waste along the entire value chain. The Agroecology Directorate currently supports over 500 community gardens, and we do not discriminate. We support all communities that are interested in farming. We support vulnerable groups, women, youth, and the elderly. The elderly, if I may note, are like 80% of the community farming projects that we support. We still urge the youth to come through and take part in agricultural activities. We also support projects that promoting local economic growth and employment through farming, and projects that encourage environmentally friendly farming. The support that we provide as the Directorate is through infrastructure. We provide fencing, irrigation systems, storage containers. We also provide production inputs like seeds, seedlings, and compost. We provide some mechanization services, tractor for plowing, and irrigation water delivery systems. We also support through aquaculture services, where we construct ponds for farmers, provide them with fingerlings as well as fish food. That all goes with training as well on how to farm properly and how to take care of the fish. So that is the capacity building side of things. as well as we do monitoring and evaluation so that we can see in terms of fish production, are you able to sell? Are you able to take care of the fish and the pond? Your crops, are you able to now move from the sustenance level to the semi-commercial? Then we move you to the next department, which is agribusiness. We provide also our services through the 6 regional hubs that we have. They are in Central, North region, Outer West, South region, Far North, and then we have in the West region our main office. The reason why we have these hubs where they are is for ease of access for farmers. We don't want farmers taking taxis to go to the other end of town to seek assistance, so it's easier for them. Some are even in walking distance from the farmers. Now, if we can go to the impact of climate change on small-scale farmers, we are all aware that climate change significantly harms small-scale farmers through unpredictable weather, which then reduces crop yields and then increase the food insecurity. The effects also include more frequent droughts, erratic rainfall, high temperatures, and increased pests and disease outbreaks. This then disrupts traditional farming practices and seasonal crop scheduling. So now our farmers can't plan accordingly as they used to before. Many farmers also lack resources like expensive irrigation that will help them to adapt in cases of severe weathers or severe droughts. This then makes them more vulnerable to economic hardships and malnutrition. The main thing that we are trying to address as the city. If we can now go to the issue of floods. The floods that took place in eThekwini in 2022, it had a devastating and multifaceted impact on small-scale farmers, such that 68 of our community gardens were affected by floods. These 68 are just those that were affected majorly, but most of them were affected because their crops couldn't grow as well as they should. Now, these floods resulted in destruction of crops, destruction of infrastructure, in significant disruption to food security and livelihoods, loss of livestock, and financial loss. The food security side, or the disruption to food production, that led to the lack of income because now our farmers couldn't sell their produce. That means there's no money coming in and there's no food, because most of our farmers, they take food from the gardens and then they sell the surplus. Now they couldn't do both on those. And then the infrastructure damage as well. Access roads were damaged, bridges, fences, irrigation systems were severely damaged. So it made it difficult for people to access their farms, and it made it difficult for their customers to access their farms, and it made it difficult for them to now access their local markets where they sell their crops. The soil also was degraded. Heavy rains caused soil erosion and nutrient leaching. This reduced soil fertility and the amount of usable land, because in some areas, the garden got divided into 2, and now the people can't access the whole part of their land. They also their crops were distracted, they were washed away, or they were damaged by waterlogging. All of this led to the financial loss that I indicated earlier, because small-scale farmers faced financial losses from which they could not recover due to a lack of capital reserves. It is also good to note that small-scale farmers are particularly vulnerable to these impacts, as they often struggle with pre-existing challenges like limited access to land, water, funding, and support systems. Drought also is a severe problem within our city. It severely impacts small-scale farmers in eThekwini by reducing crop yields due to crop stress from water scarcity. The reduced crop growth is because of lack of water, which causes low plant growth, then fewer leaves and lower crop production. And also the increased stress on crops. The drought stress negatively affects plant growth, photosynthesis, and reproductive development. There's also financial hardship farmers get impacted on, because farmers now face a decline in the amount of produce that they can sell, which leads to lower income, especially for subsistence farmers who rely on selling surplus to neighbors. The challenges now that we encounter as we work with the farmers is that there is no provision for direct financial compensation to farmers for flood losses. But at eThekwini, under the Agroecology Directorate, we initiated programs to repair infrastructure and build resilience. So we tried for those that had lost their fences and also the roads leading to the gardens, those were rebuilt. And also the national and provincial flood relief program assisted in making sure that we try and rebuild for the farmers. The critical need also for government-supported crop insurance is one of the challenges that we face. Agroecology also tries and has intensified education on heeding early warning signs from weather services and eThekwini municipality platforms. So when we go out and teach, we try and make sure that education on heeding the early warning signs is part of the topics that we incorporate in our training. Also, the issue of improved soil drainage, we try now and intensify that education because it's quite important to make sure that the soil drainage, either in the gardens or around the gardens, is well improved. Sustainable climate resilient agricultural practices as well. We try now to make sure that farmers plant in agroecological practices such as the John Jevons, where we make beds, we make use of mulch, so that we decrease the amount of evaporation and we promote that water leaches under instead of flowing over the gardens. And we also now collaborated with the Climate Change Office through the DCCP so that we can have a platform where we can sit and discuss and find solutions on how to mitigate climate change factors. We also now have challenges as well on community involvement. The municipality's emphasis on community involvement in climate smart planning as part of its strategy to build more resilient infrastructure and prepare for future disasters is the mitigating factor. So we're working with NGOs, other stakeholders from local government and any other private sector that has more of what we can't do or where we can't reach as the city. So in working with those people, we now educate the community on climate smart planning, not just for agricultural purposes, for the local communities as well. We also face the erratic weather patterns, which now forces our farmers to plant, but with uncertainty of whether they will get what they are, the yields that they are expecting. So we now also introduce climate smart agriculture practices so that people can be able to plan and not lose as much of the yield as they did before. The training on water management to address the water management issues, we're promoting water harvesting, and we provide those tanks that I mentioned earlier so that they can store water instead of using tap water. And we also have a challenge of support, extra support. We still need more collaborations with stakeholders to come and provide services that the eThekwini can't. Due to the mandates that we have, we are limited in going out and providing support. So government departments as well as private sector, those that can be able to come and assist, we urge them to come and collaborate with the city in order to provide more support for farmers. Okay, these are some of the pictures that showcase what we are now teaching the farmers on the ground. The effective contouring, so that when water comes from the top, it doesn't just gush down and wash down the plants, but it staggers down and it can also leach and be able to be used as irrigation, as well as the raised beds and mulching for water and healthy life of a plant as well. For those that are living in informal settlements and have limited space, we are now teaching them on how to intensify urban farming techniques. We can now plant in insects or make use of those boards and planks to make a garden out of nothing, as well as planting along contour lines to prevent erosion and soil runoff. In between those farms, there is farrowing just to collect water when it rains. In conclusion, the effects of climate change already are visible in rising temperatures, extreme weather events, shifting ecosystems, and increased threats to food security, water availability, and human health. These impacts remind us that climate change is not a distant problem, but a present and growing challenge. By adopting sustainable practices, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, protecting natural resources, and strengthening climate resilience, we can still limit the worst outcomes. Climate change demands urgent action from individuals, communities, industries, and governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dadla, on the measures our cities take to build livelihoods, restore resilient ways of livelihoods to commercial production to improve the quality of lives of people. We have now concluded the presentations, and there would be an opportunity for clarifications, contributions, and questions on those three areas. And the acting president will deal with this segment, and then we conclude thereafter.
Botswana, can I have indication who else want to engage? Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, South Africa. Do you want to engage with the presentation, or the way you are serious now? What is it? Tell us, do you want to engage or what? Because you are very anxious. Speak, Mandla. Speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out from the executive from Toyota because the disaster which happened to you, to Toyota SA, I guess that there were a lot of issues besides that. The dam busted, you know, and hence the sludge. But I guess there was an issue there. The planning itself in that particular area, which I know it very well as well. I'm not sure whether then the city council, in terms of what exactly happened in terms of zoning that area to be where it is now. You know, it reminds me of the Johnskane River in Alexandra. When there's raining, we know that we're going to have a problem. Now, what I want to find out from you, to prevent that again, never to happen again, what steps has the municipality have taken to make sure that that disaster does not happen again? Thank you.
Botswana.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you very much to the presenters for their great presentations. I just wanted to get clarity on the Yes. You had indicated that government was reluctant to be assisted on disaster issues by the private sector. And I just wanted to understand whether, is it because of the bureaucratic red tape, or is it a question of political considerations? Or is it because, you know, sometimes that something can come in the form of help, but on government assessment, it may be something that's not good for the people. So I thought you could clarify that. And I agree with you on the need for early warning systems and for the population to be more educated about early warning systems. But I'm sure you'll agree with me that the accuracy of the information is also critical, because you see, people need to have confidence in the early warning systems that are put in place. Because if you want that there will be floods and then there are no floods, next time you try and warn people that there will be floods, it may affect how they respond to such situations. And I think technology such as the drone system that was presented to us before comes in handy. But the last question relates to the Toyota. On what has been the observation in South Africa in terms of the response by the insurance industry, in terms of underwriting policies? I know there's been a movement to use the geospatial analytics to inform you know, how they respond to such things. Do we see the uptake of insurance policies by citizens? Do we see how has been the response of the insurance sector? Because in some instances they have withdrawn from certain areas because of that they are disaster prone, not financing or covering certain policies. So what has really been the response? I think this is also important in the sense that when disaster strikes, part of the recovery process involves insurance companies. And I just wanted to find out how they have, the recent disasters or the frequency of the disasters have shaped the underwriting policies and other insurance niceties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eswatini.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the opportunity. Just a few questions, if not comments, namely directed to the representative of Umjondolo, the informal settlers community. Well, it's well and good, and I agree with them, that sometimes when we do the so-called early warnings, we use technical language. But then the whole exercise, the whole problem, challenge, has to be, that is my question, if not comment, has to be reciprocal. If we say you are wrongly located wherever you are, how does it come about that there is stubbornness in really relocating or moving away? All you are told, and it's frustrating, that no, we have been here even before you young men were born. This is where we'll die. How can you relocate us? That is the thing that is causing a problem. But we have to sympathize. Otherwise, we have to applaud that there is such an association. Let that association work with the structures, the authorities that be, instead of pointing a finger. That's all I'm asking. Let's not point a finger at each other. We have an elephant in the room. We must fight that elephant together. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Lesotho.
Madam, I take the floor at a bad time. I'm fully conscious about that. And I have written all the English words that I know for congratulations, including kudos and commendations. I have never been in a forum where people like Mr. Moodley and Tapelo Mohapi sit on a panel. I have never seen such. This is the best thing that I have ever seen. I have many questions, I have many ideas. But for now, I don't want to remove the good feeling I have in my mind. We are going somewhere. Thank you.
Mr. Moodley, you can respond. There was a very specific question for you. And
Yes,
then
thank
we'll
you.
follow.
Thank you. So I think maybe just a bit of history. That area in which the prospecting area in the south of Durban is actually reclaimed swampland many years ago. Our plant's probably in excess of 60 years old, so it's been there for a long while. I think the response of the city has been very good. I mean, there's about 7 or 8 key initiatives that were put into place subsequent to the floods. The Mlazi berm was the first one that's now completed. I think a second project has also been completed. I know there's another 4 that's work in progress. In fact, the canal just alongside our plant is busy being widened and renovated. I think the only last big outstanding project is the actual Mondi or the Umlaas Canal itself. So I think to your question about the response of the city, I think they've been quite responsive in looking at how to make the canal system more resilient. And so far as the zoning of the area is concerned and the planning side of it, I'm not too familiar with that. I guess, the canal structure was put in place to be able to deal with the actual water flow out of the area. There is some work that still needs to be done and is in progress at the moment, but I think we are happy with what we're seeing. I'll also address the question at the same time relating to insurance cover. I think we were fortunate that we were always well covered. We had our insurance companies that came and had a look. There were certain minimum requirements that they now put in place. Certainly the cost of cover has gone up, that's for sure, but that went up even before the floods in terms of all the other issues going on from a climate perspective. But I think their key thing was to be able to see that there are improvements being made in the infrastructure. And therefore we've been working so strongly together with the city to ensure that those mitigation plans are indeed realized. Thank you.
Yes, Dublin.
No, thank you very much for the questions. I think the issue, let me go just directly to the issue. We had Toyota South Africa approaching us as Abahlali baseMjondolo to actually do a pilot project. And the pilot project was to provide ablution blocks in one of the settlements. And the research was done as the city sent somebody. And we're told there's no budget. But Toyota said, no, there's no need for budget. We will be providing that. But I would not understand why. One of the reasons was if you build ablution blocks, the system will not actually function properly because the ablution blocks that will be built by Toyota were not part of that system that is there. So, but I must say that that matter, of course, has been taken forward to the leadership of the city, and the city is now willing to do that. But I'm saying that in future, something of that nature, it becomes very difficult when the private sector is coming on board to actually assist in the situation that is there. And I think we should, enhance the relationship between the private sector, government, and civil society so that we can, make the lives of the people who are living in informal settlements better. So that's where it is now at this point in time. The early warning signs has been a very challenging issue. In one of the settlements in Quarry Road, the university working with the community, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, working with the community, have, came up with a very useful early warning signs, and people's lives have been saved in Quarry Road, particularly in the 2022 floods. But the problem is when you get an early warning sign, where do you go to? That's where the problem is. We struggle with community halls. Some of the community halls belong to certain communities, and those communities will fight against those communities who are coming into their areas, and so forth. So some of the issues are probably caused by communities who do not, want communities to live among them. Right now, we have an issue in the city where people who were affected by floods in 2022 were supposed to be allocated in an area next to a middle-class, community. And the middle-class community said, no, we don't want these people to come here. But this is a disaster. And in terms of a disaster where the country is affected, I think we must all work together, regardless poor or rich. And I think there's a notion in South Africa of the so-called not in my backyard, that they don't want the poor people to live amongst them. And one of the things that we have made it very clear is that it should not be a problem of government, that when they want to relocate people in the land that they own, but that land is situated in the middle-class communities in terms of ratepayers association and so forth, and that these people say, we don't want these. I mean, we still have a crisis in South Africa, by the way, I must say on record, because racism is still there. And there are those who have previously advantaged, who benefited out of apartheid, continue to have the power to say that we don't want black people to live amongst us. It's there in Palito, it's there in Shallcross, it's everywhere else. So this becomes a crisis when this beautiful land of ours, there are people who think that they are better than others, and that those others should not live amongst them. It's something that we should fight against, the so-called not in my neighborhood. Yes, we have challenges in terms of when people want to be relocated. People become stubborn. They hold sentimental value into the areas that they are living in, and then they will say, no, we don't want to be relocated in this. But I've always said, and people in the city who are here today will tell me, meaningful engagement is very important. Continue to engage with the people, make people understand why they need to be relocated. But sometimes officials will come and say, you need to be relocated, there's a, and so forth, and people don't understand. And I think this thing of disaster responsiveness, that we don't speak when the when the climate change is about to strike, but let's speak now so that we prepare in February. So the people who are living in the so-called floodplain areas, they must be engaged now, so that next year we don't have the very same devastating issue that we had in the years that we, 2019 up until today, we've had floods that have taken people's lives.
If I could just quickly support on one of the comments. I think the question asked about the reluctance of government to get involved. I think our experience during the flood is that we were trying to repair or modify assets that belong to government. It's not our asset. So there is some governance and legalities around it where you as private business are trying to effect quick change or modification to assets that don't belong to yourselves. And I think in any future policy to deal with crises of this nature, we need to find a way to make that a bit more flexible. Because business wants to move quickly. Government's got process that it has to follow, and rightfully so. How do we find a happy median where it can both work together? So I think that's the challenge we found, that the city and the provincial government were bound by their governance, but which was not tailor-made to respond quickly. And I think those are some of the challenges we may have to get around. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Clare.
Thank you very much. I would like to hand over to the acting president for the next final segment of the afternoon.
Thank you very much, STP. Before that, let's call Honorable Mama Robele Tebucho and Chief Whip to just hand over tokens of appreciation to our members, and after that the Speaker will then assent for the vote of thanks, and after that there will be an announcement. So the two of you only did what I say when I was the deputy chairperson. Now you don't listen to me. Let us just give the presenters a final round of applause. They didn't know we are going to give them presents, but we are giving you presents. That is for you. Stand for the camera. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Can we now welcome the Honourable Speaker of the Parliament of South Africa for the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Acting President of SADC and our Vice President, Speakers of the SADC Parliament and heads of delegations, Speakers and Deputy Speakers from the South African legislative sector, members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Minister of Gender and Youth of Botswana. We didn't recognize her yesterday, but she is here among us as a full participant as an MP. Secretary of the South African Parliament and Secretaries of Parliaments of the SADC region, our Secretary of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the end of this interactive symposium, allow me to extend our appreciation to all the resource people who made this dialogue a success. Your insights were instructive on what we can all do to ensure that we stem the tide of climate change and be better prepared to adapt to the changing environment. What has become clear from all of your intervention is that climate change is everybody's business. Secondly, you affirmed that climate change exacerbates the levels of vulnerabilities for women, youth, and people with disabilities. Your inputs also gave hope that as a region we have the capabilities and capacities which, if deployed, we can work together to increase our level of adaptation. It also became clear that climate justice, propelled through advocacy work, remains critical. Harmonization of policies was also indicated as one of the critical factors that can help us to ensure that we mitigate better, because climate change knows no borders. The role of parliamentary diplomacy was also highlighted on how parliaments can actually use their voice in making sure that we advocate for better policies, but also as lawmakers, we can actually leverage on our power to have better legislation that creates an enabling environment for citizens, for government, and for the private sectors. Also, the role of technology in mitigation and adaptation and early warning was also emphasized. But more so, the power that parliaments have was also highlighted by all the presenters who spoke here, making the recommendations of what can be done. Again, different presenters indicated the important role of engaging with citizens. We had in this last session, private sector, who are our corporate citizens. We have the civil society represented by agroecology, which talked more about the sector of agriculture, but also abahlali basemjondolo, who also reflected their views on how in the engagements we can work together. But I just want to say, Vice President, maybe what abahlali basemjondolo have done is to provoke a conversation that must still be had among civil society. Maybe not abahlali basemjondolo in South Africa, but abahlali, including abasemjondolo, abasemakaya, nabasemadolobheni. I do think we need a conversation which includes communities across the region who stay in informal settlement, who stay in rural areas, but also those who stay in urban settings. Because in this conversation, we need to find a way in which collectively we can say, how do we create better human settlements that can survive climate change? I think that's the goal. I understand abahlali the advocacy about the land issue, and maybe being a speaker of Lesotho, we must say that abahlali basemjondolo and other civil society have been in a number of conversations, including the land question. And I think the Director General raised the issue of land justice, not from a historical perspective of dispossession alone, which abahlali were raising, but going forward to say the issue of land justice and how, as traditional leaders, as governments, we settle our communities in land where they can have land rights, but also very secure, becomes important as part of climate mitigation going forward. Lastly, allow me to thank our presiding table, our acting president of SADC, and also our secretary, including the secretary of South African Parliament, who steered this program for us. But let me thank the organizers of today's symposium. But as I do so, on their behalf, extend their apologies to you. You know that there were some glitches when we started earlier, which related to the logistics, but also there might have been challenges where people may not have had better seating arrangement, and also maybe from a communication point of view. The organizers asked me to apologize to you profusely, that it is not because they undermine you or they don't think you are important guests for the SADC Forum, but it's really a weakness that they will strengthen going forward, because that has also affected our next program of excursion, which we would have had. It has affected the time at which we would have had our lunch. And I just want to say, accept their apology with all the humility and still remain with a smile. Thank you very much.
We will want to also thank the one that thanked us. We want to thank her and request the STP for the announcement.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting President, and thank you very much, Madam Host Speaker, for your kind words. I would like to make the following announcements, esteemed speakers. and distinguished guests. We will now proceed to lunch. Lunch venue, as we exit the door, we move to the right. Our ushers and protocol outside, they will usher all the delegates. The time is now 14:25 until 15:25. That will be the lunch hour. So we are delayed by an hour. From there, we will proceed to the designated sites, and the city of eThekwini takes leadership of that excursion. The site identified is Umdloti. It's a water treatment plant, but across it, we will also experience the reflection of the damages that took place around the water floods. So we will go there. There's 2 buses for our delegates, which will be parked outside in the parking area that dropped us. Our protocol, right from the lunch, will take us to the buses. To the speakers and heads of delegates with designated transport, VIP transport, and their security detail, they will then be, from lunch, they would then be ushered into their respective vehicles to go to the site as per the established Joint Command protocol. So that will be the schedule after lunch at 15:25.
Welcome back. That was the second day of the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, coming to you live from Coastlands, Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center. And indeed, that was the Secretary of Parliament just outlining what is to take place following the discussions that took place here today. It is not over yet, as there is a planned excursion that will happen immediately after lunch.
Of course, as you might know, today we were just a little bit delayed, as the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, Ms. Thoko Didiza, highlighted in her closing remarks, thanking the delegation, thanking the regional leaders for the discussions that were had. And of course, like Temi Nkosi said, we are in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, which is one of the areas that have been hard hit by climate change and the disastrous floods that are as a result of climate change. And of course, that is the reason why the regional leaders are going on this excursion, so that they can be able to see firsthand what some of these damages are in the areas of KwaZulu-Natal.
Of course, as Tsepo had indicated, that delegation will be visiting the Umdloti treatment plant as part of the excursion for today's events. Of course, we had a very tight program today, even though it had started late, where it opened with the Speaker, where it opened with Honorable Simelane, the Minister of Human Settlements, addressing the House in terms of impact of disasters on human settlement, climate change responses, mitigation, and adaptation. And that was followed by a briefing by Mr. Hain from the Rural Development, the acting DG from the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, who spoke on the use of drone data and geospatial systems in building more resilient community as the country is tackling the realities of climate change.
And of course, another presentation that was made to the delegations was one on South African government perspective on climate change, natural disasters, disaster risk management, and of course, everything else that has to do with climate change. Now, Mr. M. Kekana, who is the Deputy Director General of Climate Change and Air Quality Management, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, is the one that introduced this presentation. And most importantly, he mentioned that there are preventative measures, and also by working with companies and by working with other third parties that are able to predict these things, they have seen that there is a possibility of cyclones that are going to hit the areas of Mozambique and Malawi. Of course, this speaks to issues of prevention, and it talks to issues of reaction from these governments as to what it is that they can do to prevent fatalities and ensure that people are safe.
And of course, just to remind you, the theme for this 58th Plenary Assembly is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Of course, day 2 kicked off with the symposium at Coastlands Hotel, where we're broadcasting from here in Umhlanga. And some of the three core sessions dove straight into the climate crisis agenda, and those include the impact of disasters on human settlements, South Africa's national perspective on climate change, and a eThekwini municipality's experience.
Of course, you've heard these conversations, and what I love about it is that it's not just talking about regional leaders. You're not just talking about leaders that are in government, whether it's provincial or national, but you have NGOs and civil societies that are also part of this conversation, and they're grappling with some of the challenges that come up when it comes to issues, for example, such as an area that is said to be, there will be a flood and there is warnings. And how is it that society and communities can be involved in these issues? And of course, we are still watching Parliament TV, and we have more for you with regards to the conversations that are happening at the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. Stay tuned.
From November to 5 December 2025, South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC Region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADCPF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back. We're still coming to you live from Coastlands Umhlanga and Convention Center in Durban. It is the 58th plenary session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And joining me now in studio is Professor Rajen Naidu, who's a climate and health expert. Prof, good afternoon, and thank you very much for coming through to our studios today.
Thanks for the invitation.
If you can just briefly sum, what do you make of today's quite interesting conversation that took place inside the plenary?
I think it's very exciting. For me, the fact that SADC has placed this on the agenda, this critical topic for us on the agenda, is very, very exciting. I think we as the Southern African region on this continent is probably going to be most affected from the effects of climate change. And the fact that our politicians are paying attention to this and giving it the priority it deserves is absolutely critical, and it's very, very interesting that they have done it.
Now, Prof, in your own view, what are the most pressing health impacts that climate change is already causing in the Southern Africa?
So, climate impacts on health in a number of different ways. The first, and what we've heard a lot about during the day today, is the extreme weather events. So your flooding, your tropical storms, your droughts, etc., and your heat waves. Now, generally those would impact on causing acute effects. people die because of a flood. People lose their homes. People get sick. What is also of concern is what we refer to as the hidden consequences, health consequences. So when people are exposed to what is becoming seen as being normal, everyday high levels of heat, their bodies are starting to change, the bodies are reacting to that heat in adverse ways. And we're not picking that up because we're not monitoring for that. Particular concerns are vulnerable people, such as children, pregnant mums, the elderly. When they start to respond to those impacts of heat, we only see the effects much later as compared to if you get hit by a flood today, you're going to get washed away.
Now, Prof, you've mentioned the damage that this climate change comes with. Now, my next question is on which populations groups are most at risk and why, and how do factors like gender, age, and socioeconomic status interact with climate vulnerability?
Absolutely. So we know that the vulnerable groups are the elderly, are people living in low socioeconomic areas, particularly in informal settlements. I mean, informality in housing settlements in southern Africa is a dominant feature, whichever country you're in. And those communities, because they lack the infrastructure, are going to be most impacted. And not just because of a flood rushing through, but because they live in homes that are such poor quality material that from studies that have been done, it shows that the temperatures indoors are 10 degrees higher than what you'd find outdoors. So in fact, on a hot day, it's cooler to be outside your house than indoors. So can you imagine a young child who has to be living under those conditions? What impacts is that having on their health? And so it's the most vulnerable, the youngest children, it's the pregnant females. We've been able to show that with increases in temperature, more and more women are giving birth to children of low birth weight. Our studies have subsequently shown that those children who are exposed to heat and exposed to a low birth weight have respiratory problems when they're about 5-6 years old. So you're having this almost this lifespan of effects on the most vulnerable.
Now, Prof, I'd like you to share a recent example where a local or regional health response to a climate event was successful and what made it work, if there was any.
From within South Africa and Southern Africa, I can't think of any. But it's clear that in certain countries in Southern Africa, the responses are becoming more and more effective. People are starting to pay attention to these issues. So things like strengthening communities and the community's ability to respond to these threats are becoming very, very important. I think for me and we've heard this from our colleagues in the informal housing movement, Abashlali, just now, where communities need to be strengthened to take the lead in responding to the crises, because we can't be waiting for government in all situations. The resources are not spread enough. So preparing our communities to be able to respond are critical.
Now, Prof, we saw a presentation that was made by Mr. Heyman, the Acting Director General at the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, focused mainly on the use of drone data and geospatial systems in building a more resilient community. So what gaps exist in health-related climate data for the SADC region, and how can they be addressed?
So there's big gaps. For example, we don't know the numbers of people that are being affected by heat. We saw in 2024, early 2024, where about 8 workers in Northern Cape died as a result of exposure to heat. Now, deaths are one thing, but for every one death, there's probably about 10 to 20 workers who are being impacted by heat, but we're not picking it up. So we're not monitoring the short-term consequences of heat exposure. We're also not monitoring the long-term effects. We've seen in places like in Latin America, where agricultural workers, sugarcane workers, are dying literally in their dozens. It's an epidemic of death because of the intensity of the work that they do and the heat that they're exposed to. In this country, or in Southern Africa generally, we have done studies which have shown agricultural workers to be adversely affected, but we're not monitoring them. So the number of workers that are being affected, the numbers of deaths that are directly related to heat, we don't know. Similarly, the numbers of children that are being affected with respiratory problems, the elderly that are being affected by heart problems, we don't know the numbers because we're not monitoring them.
Prof, the theme for this plenary is the impact of climate change on women and the youth, and in the region, and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Now, from a health perspective, which mitigation measures should be prioritized to deliver the greatest health core benefits?
So I think for me the most important in terms of women and health, woman and child, is basically looking at mums in the antenatal, in the maternal period, when mums are pregnant. How do we make sure that simple measures, that they remain well hydrated, that they remain in environments which are cool enough to protect both themselves and their unborn child?
Prof, you've mentioned communities, so what I want to know is what role should community health workers then play and youth play in building resilience, and how can they be better supported?
The first would be is to make sure that our community health workers are well trained and well educated. If you go to most technical institutions, for example, if you go to most of our medical schools, climate and health is not deeply embedded into the training programs. So even our doctors are poorly advised. Our community health workers are even further lagging behind in terms of training. So we need to make sure that they are trained, that they're armed with information that they can provide to the community members, to the pregnant mothers, basic information. It's no use saying to them, go and sit down in an air-conditioned room. But to make sure that they understand that, they need to be in cooler environments wherever this is possible. They need to be drinking water on a regular basis, and they need to make sure that they're well hydrated. So that sort of message that the community health workers can pass on to mums and children are very critical. Children are mostly found in schools. What sorts of information can we pass on to educators to pass on to the children? What sort of monitoring needs to take place at school level, particularly at primary school? Start educating our children at that level so that they better understand the impacts on their health.
And Prof, I had a discussion earlier here in the studio with my co-presenter that this is not a new topic. We might be talking about climate change now, but back in the day when it was introduced to us, it was global warming. So what has taken us so long to not address, when we spoke about global warming back then, why did we not take action to ensure that we don't get to where we are today?
You are opening a major door because, as I said to everybody, climate change is a political issue. That is the root cause of it. And studies and reports have shown clearly that major multinational companies knew about the changing climate way back in the late 50s. Nothing was done until we got to the Rio Declaration. And from that time, it took another 20 years for us to get to Kyoto, the Kyoto Agreement. We've not been able to implement the Kyoto Agreement. Then we saw a major shift in Paris, but we've not been effective even on the Paris Agreement or the Paris Declaration. And the reason for this, that the major agencies or the major governments of the world that are responsible for the impacts on the climate refuse to move forward in addressing the root causes. And if we don't have that, then we're not going to make a change. And unfortunately for us, Africa is not a major cause of climate change, but we are the biggest recipients of the worst effects of climate change.
Prof, before I let you go, what single piece of advice would you give to policymakers, practitioners, and the public to improve health outcomes in a warming world?
Our top-level politicians, starting with our president, we need to tackle through agencies like the G20. We need to tackle the root causes. So we need to go head-to-head with those biggest emitters and say to them, it's time to stop. At the lower levels, like we've seen with SADC, the SADC Parliament, and like we've seen with the different government departments, we need to speak about how do we build resilience among our communities. What are the resources we need to put into place? Better healthcare systems that can respond to the challenges that people are facing on the ground.
Prof, I'd like to thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to speak to us here on Parliament TV.
Thank you very much.
And we're also looking forward to having you more here in our studio.
Every time you invite me on this topic, I'm willing to take.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Well, viewers, that was Prof. Rajan Naidu, climate and health expert, talking to Parliament TV here in our studios. Please stay tuned.
Already approved the establishment of the SADC PF Youth Caucus. We eagerly anticipate its full implementation because it will strengthen youth coordination, expand legislative contributions, and establish a permanent home for the Southern Africa Youth Parliament within this forum. As I conclude, allow me to reaffirm our central conviction. We look to our parliaments for bold, accountable, transformative leadership. Leadership that prepares our region not for the world we once knew, but for the world we are entering. In the powerful words of Oliver Reginald Tambo, a country, a movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future. And as the late Nelson Mandela reminds us that it is in our hands to create a better world for all who live in it. The SADC PF has shown this commitment. The challenge then before us is to sustain it, deepen it, and institutionalize it. As the youth of Southern Africa, we stand before you with one unwavering message. We are not leaders in waiting. We are leaders in motion, ready to contribute, eager to lead, determined to shape a future defined by shared purpose, dignity, and opportunity for all. And as you rise into that future, we carry a principle that has guided youth movements across generations. There is nothing for us without us. I thank you.
Still watching Parliament TV at the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF right here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, today was the second day. We had the opening ceremony just yesterday, and we've had some robust discussions and engagement with regards to some of the solutions and some of the issues that people have been experiencing when it comes to climate change and the impact thereof. I'm back in studio with Lebohang Nduli, and she's going to tell us more with regards to what it is she thinks about some of the presentations that were seen in that engagement. Lebo, let's have a conversation, right? So there were a lot of, I'll call it detailed technical presentations, right, regarding climate change, regarding the impact thereof. What are your general thoughts after that session?
Thank you for having me again. Having to listen, to the presentations that were made, I think it goes back to what I had said earlier on that, now we can see, there's a sense of willingness for our government to actually, attend to the issues of climate change and also advocate for climate action. But amongst the presentations, I think what really stood out for me was the presentation, I think, that was done by Minister Simelane, where I think at that point she acknowledged on behalf of government, of course, the fact that, there were early, warnings that were done, but the problem was the fact that people did not respond to it. Now, but then the question then becomes, what was the reason behind that? And obviously the reason then goes to the fact that, our early warning signs are centralized on the basis that they cannot be, they are not understood by the people, and they are they are communicated in a way that not everyone has access to. And that is why it's quite important that whatever it is that we do in terms of climate action, it's important that it's community-based. And I think and I think I did mention it even earlier in my in my response in the morning, that people are also creating their own early warning signs, where you find that, I know that in my community, I come from Tongat, so Tongat is climate change prone. I know that in my community we have created WhatsApp groups. There are organizations that are actually entrusted with the responsibility to ensure that they inform people in advance if there are any climate change that is going to happen, or there are any form of disaster, whatever the case may be. So they are entrusted with that responsibility. So I think that when she spoke about that, when she raised the shortcomings that comes with that, I think I expected government, or the plenary to then also reflect on what could have led to that. But also, I think another aspect that kind of disappointed me with the session was the fact that I think most of the solutions that are being tabled, they mostly focus on the formal economy. And I believe that majority of our women and our young people, and I think I did even mention it earlier on, is that because of the state of our economy and the fact that there's a high unemployment rate, you find that most of them are now involved in the informal economy, and they are prone to climate change, which means that whatever solutions that we bring to the table, we must also be able to, to address their issues. We must be able to ensure that they have access to safety nets. They, we ensure that they are prepared. They are able to adapt to climate shocks. Basically, those are the things that actually stood out for me. But I think in terms of how government handles these discussions, I think they did, reach my expectations.
And of course, you're talking about the vulnerability, almost like a blind spot of these presentations that were made. In that regard, then, speaking about issues that government faces when they do take out those early warnings, as civil society, as advocacy groups, how do we ensure that then you play your role as well to get the public involved and to get active citizenship in ensuring that, like you said, in your area you have WhatsApp groups, but is that a message that is sent throughout, that is shared, that this is how things can be done?
I think in terms of the civil society, I think there's so much that we are doing in a civil society space, beyond the WhatsApp groups that we have. I know that there are so many organizations that actually do capacity building and where they ensure that they educate their communities. I know that with my education, with my organization, there was a program that we did last year where we collaborated with one of the local radio stations where we used to go and educate, the community that listened to that particular radio station. So such initiatives, they do assist. And I think that is why I said that when government wants to, implement climate action, they need to ensure that they introduce people-centered solutions. Therefore, it requires governments to then say, let me go back to the communities and find out what works for them. Because remember, not everyone has proximity to information, and not everyone has access to, digital information as well. They don't have access. There are people even in South Africa who don't even have data, who can't even afford data.
Especially in the rural areas.
Yes, exactly. So we also need to, and I know that with civil society organizations, we are still using the old ways to communicate with our people, especially in our townships and in our rural areas. So I think that civil society is doing so much. We do have different types of organizations that are focusing on different things. Others are focusing on education, others are focusing on advocacy, others are focusing on policy. But there is something that's being done on a day-to-day basis to ensure that people, are participating in these things.
Now, of course, earlier, I'm sure you were watching, you had Minister Simelane, Minister of Human Settlements, and she mentioned that, yes, sometimes you are successful and you're able to get people out to vacate from an area. But tomorrow there's another informal settlement. Now, in that regard, then, what do you think that Parliament's strategy should be to ensure that after they've vacated people, that they do not end up with the very same problem again?
I think that it goes back to the socio-economic challenges that we are facing in the country. For as long as we still have unemployment, for as long as we still have poverty and in the inequalities, we are still going to have the same challenges that we are facing. But I think it goes back to, and I think, you know, the reason behind so many informal settlements that are coming into the urban areas is because of the migration. And when people migrate from rural areas to urban areas on the basis that they want to better life. And so then it goes back to government to say, let us go back and develop our rural areas so that you do not have an influx of people moving from, you know, their rural communities into the urban areas, and then they are unable to control, you know, the levels of informal settlements that are now found within the urban area. So I think it goes back to the issue of addressing the socio-economic challenges that we are facing, and also going back to develop our rural areas, and then in that way they can be able to then control the influx of informal settlements. Other than that, then we are still going to be faced with that challenge.
Of course, then, some of the realities of climate change, when one thinks about it, you just think it's environmental, right? And like we had the conversation earlier, you learn that it goes beyond that. We're talking economic issues, we're talking challenges when it comes to children going to schools and all of that. Now, in that regard, from an accountability perspective, from your perspective, what is it that government can do, oversight bodies, parliaments themselves, in ensuring that there's proper accountability and proper oversight on the ministries and organizations that are supposed to be actively ensuring that we prevent issues of, well, you can't prevent climate change, of course, but that you prevent the devastation that it brings, whether it's fatalities and people being swept away?
I think we, as the South African government, I think the South African government, as I said, they are more reactive in their approach instead of them being able to anticipate. So I think they need to move from being reactive and be able to anticipate these disasters. And that way, they're going to be able to be held accountable. They're going to be able to, prevent certain situations where they're going to be able to mitigate, certain climate shocks. Because sometimes it just requires, for people to be ready and to be prepared. For instance, and I think I was having a conversation with Prof earlier on that, one of the biggest challenges is that is in terms of preparedness is the fact that you can't have someone that's living in a rural, in an informal settlement, and then you inform them 8 hours before the actual disaster, and then you say they must vacate. There must be ways and mechanisms that are implemented in advance for them to be able to be ready, which then requires, government to take their part, to be more prepared, to also, be prepared and or hold themselves accountable as well for such, and also to not want to do everything at once, but allow things to happen in a process, and also not want to react when there's a disaster. They must, and I think I did mention earlier on that, disaster management does not occur all at once, but it's a sequence. So you must be able to prevent a disaster before it even happens. There must be mechanisms that are always in place to ensure that you are ready for any form of disaster. And then during the disaster, there must be mechanisms that are in place, and also post the disaster on how you must be able to then implement whatever it is to ensure that you are able to recover from those disasters. So I think it's a matter of implementation. And also to just, be ready. The states of readiness must be on point. And also always be able to translate your policies into practice. Because you can have the greatest policies in the world, but if you are unable to translate them into practice, then what's the point of having policies?
And do you think that is the overall problem throughout the SADC regions, that there is a disconnect between policy and implementation?
Yes, I think so.
Well, and that is said by Ms. Lebohang Ndudi, and she's our expert on climate change, giving us some insight on some of the blind spots that she felt were in the presentations during that 58th Assembly of the SADC PF. Now, we are going to be speaking to the Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Thembi Simelane, who's going to be giving us some insights on the engagement and what it is that we can expect from the Human Settlements Ministry after this SADC PF. Stay tuned. Take care.
Welcome to Parliament TV, and if you've just joined us, you know that we are in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, where the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum is underway, and this is the 58th plenary assembly of this development community. And of course, we're talking high-level climate change issues, the impact thereof on women and youth, and of course, Parliament's role in ensuring that issues are prepared for and that we combat it. Now, of course, we cannot have this conversation without involving the Ministry of Human Settlements. And of course, we are joined by the Minister of Human Settlements, Me Tembi Simelane. Minister, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, and good morning to all viewers.
Minister, of course, this is an issue that touches on your ministry, at the heart of it, really. With that, with all the engagements that have been happening inside in the conference, the presentations that have been made, what are some of the challenges that human settlements has with regards to climate change and the disasters that come as a result?
Well, thank you very much. One, I think the biggest challenge we have with human settlement is the weaknesses that our system as government indicates in relation to spatial planning and good proper land use management. And we are using an intergovernmental relation system where we rely on municipalities to preserve land for us, where we could then build houses and create human settlements for them. But because of the shrinking fiscus, it also creates a bit of people being impatient, right? Being impatient, they don't wait for the reclassification of land properly, and they go to areas and zones which are problematic, wetlands, riverbanks, slopes, etc., and they build. Yes. And mostly they build temporary structures, which are your shacks, any form of disaster in terms of fire or water, there's devastating outcomes. But the challenge should also be what then are we doing about it in terms of our policy. And this session today, the 58th session of the symposium, has highlighted the strength that South Africa has in particular in terms of early warning systems. We've escalated into the drone levels and very highly. In partnership with the Department of Environment, Science and Technologies, our human development, our Housing Development Agency, HDA, is assessing all our informal settlements. And not only informal settlements. Because remember, there are people, because of intensity of climate change, where it was okay in 1978 to build that house in a position where it is at. But with the growth and the increasing number of changes in our climate, then you may also be in a red zone. A red zone calling for us to relocate. And it creates another layer of problems.
Of course.
Because we become attached, correctly so and understandably, attached to where you grew up, your neighbors, your neighborhood, the love and care that raised you and your children, your mother, grandmother, and everybody. But also where your loved ones lie, where you have buried them, such that leaving them behind, it feels like abandonment. And our people feel very strongly when you even come in a preemptive manner to say, our studies indicate that you are now in a flood zone. And they will give you responses like, no, we've been here since 1970. In fact, my mom was born in this house before I was born.
Of course.
And therefore, I'm not going to be able to move. And lo and behold, floods come, and you now have disaster which goes with fatalities. Now, our emphasis this morning is more on risk mitigation. How do we mitigate that? But also, how do we enhance the process to be community-driven? That is why we have got NGOs like Abahlali Basemjondolo in attendance, community-led residential groups, which are on disaster, but also on the overall community care, because government can't do it alone. To say we need everybody else to be able to engage our people, even in terms of just knowing what is a disaster alert, why is it important, and what should be your response.
Now, Minister, of course, you mentioned that the issue sometimes is that people are rooted where they live. And so it is difficult then, even when you do warn them, even when you do involve them, to get them out of places and explain that this is what's going to happen. In that regard, let's talk to the importance then of including climate change and the impacts thereof in schools and ensuring that children know what climate change is, what the possible impacts are. Is there a relationship between the different ministries and basic education in ensuring that these are things that are taught in school?
More or less not at the basic level of education, but from higher education upwards. We are having our South African weather services as well, going to our schools at an introductory level of drone. If you can see what the Department of Environment is doing and demonstrating at this symposium in terms of our drone study, they are actually now able to retrofit how a flood occurred at the rate of how many, the level of water in terms of milliliters that would have poured down. And they are able futuristically to take any other river. We're currently doing all the mine tailings dam as it is. Where did we get that lesson? Jagersfontein in Kopenhagen, where a tails dam dislodged an entire community. Now, what we are doing, we then said, oh, okay, how many tails dams do we have in the country? Mines and whatever.
Yes.
And what is the study telling us in case there could be a burst, in what angle of the dam, who will be? And this informs us, for example, we have been planning a settlement in Kopanong, where Jagersfontein is.
Yes.
And the study of weather and environment said, no, you can't go that route of settlement. You'll rather go that route. Because we have mapped now the diameter and everything else of the tails dam. We've looked, even if it broke in various areas, who will be affected most. So building a new, in that way you are saving.
Yes.
Because if you do not, it means you're spending twice or thrice on one beneficiary, whose house is going to be handed over today, will be destroyed tomorrow, and then you're supposed to give other intervention. But we're introducing droning level at the high school level, where our learners now are going to be enticed. You know, it starts with the eye and fascinating the mind to say, you can be able to do that. But pairing also with our aviation system. You will remember that if there's fire, you use the fire trucks. If not, you even escalate to a helicopter, which will be dropping water and whatever. But you can also be able to utilize the drone system also, even at that level. Not for mapping in particular, but for you to be able to detect in which areas is this fire coming up so that you can cap it relatively faster rather than it emanating and becoming a strong fire. So this indicates a strength in technologies, digital information and sharing. The reason why this is at the SADC level is because disaster knows no boundary.
Oh, of course.
It actually does not respect borders.
Oh, it doesn't.
So a relationship between ourselves, Mozambique, Swaziland, Botswana, Zambia, Namibia is very critical. Not only for ourselves, for them and also ourselves. So that we get to ensure that the entire SADC region is safe, is advanced, but we can also exchange notes and even assistance. And that is why you will recall, if there are floods, some of our personnel, particularly in the army, in the response and disaster of the army and mitigation, will move between ourselves to Lesotho, ourselves to Botswana or Mozambique, in order to assist, because the El Niños are outside the boundary, and humanity is important, regardless of where the border and the boundary is.
Now, Minister, of course, a lot of people feel that ministries, whether it's also a provincial government as well, beyond the borders as well, that you play more of a reactive position instead of being proactive, right? What are some of the conversations that are being had in the conference and within the ministry itself to play a more proactive role in ensuring that, in planning, ensuring that when these things happen, this is what we'll do, but they shouldn't happen because this is what we are doing. Yes.
Yeah. There's
How are the
quite a number of
conversations there?
streams. One I've already spoken into.
Yes.
The one of assessment in Sudwe, people are currently and then relocation is a mitigation. Yes, financially it may not necessarily be because it's still spent at the same level, but it saves life.
Yes.
It avoids fatalities, deadly ones in particular. But thirdly, it then informs where a municipality, through our drone and partnership with weather services and environment, our HDA then assesses every settlement and guide where should you build and where you should not build. That's the first mitigation point. But the second point is also at the education level of ensuring that a resident knows when and what is the meaning of a particular early warning system. It's a creation of an integration and collaboration between the streams of government in terms of working together to ensure that we plan together, we develop together, and we settle people jointly.
Yes.
That is why our risk mitigation strategy looks into where is a household as we speak, and in mitigation, where must it be in future? But we also then look with the partnership with the Department of Public Works and the built environment, the type of material that is resilient, that should be able to withstand the storm, should be able to withstand the wind, and the early warning system in response of ensuring that the material that you use also is preventative to a large extent of any devastation that may come with any form of a disaster. And that says to us, we now need to move in a space of innovative build technologies. What are other industries doing? How are they doing it? That is why there's, for example, Toyota in the house. They are leading also in the innovation in terms of how do they incorporate technology into the building and the manufacturing of their cars that could be resilient from one country to the other differently on the weather levels of that country.
And Minister, of course, the focus is on climate change and the impact thereof on women and youth. Let's talk about the importance of public participation and active citizenship, right? Not only from women, not only from the youth, but from everybody, because I feel like climate change affects everyone. What is the significance of ensuring that people step up, use the platforms, use the methods that are there to make sure that government knows what it is that they need, what their needs are?
I think firstly, it's government establishing a system and communication protocols. And protocols, one tend to think of, you can't communicate outside who and who. No. Just to know that if you, in an informal settlement, when fire starts, what number should you call? How should you report? If you see something that could be hazardous, who should you engage? In more often than not, you get people saying, hey, we saw that gas tin, but we didn't think, it has always been there, and we never thought it could lead to a disaster today. So firstly is to create structures and systems. Then educate our people. Make them second nature for them to know, including our children. But be responsive to the early warning. For me, the Mthatha example is the saddest of them all. Because, yes, the early warning was there, and the floods came in the early hours of the morning as anticipated. But how come did we as parents let children go out, put them into a kumbi, and they travel and they get to be washed away in a river.
Yeah.
And they met not even a police or a traffic officer who said this road is closed because the river
It's going to overflow.
is overflowing or is going to overflow. So the ultimate test for us once the systems are established and are known is how do we exercise control and order in ensuring that we avert disaster.
Yes.
And this Mtata example is a sad one.
Yes.
But community participation assists us in our people understanding that it is for their own good and the good of government, of course, that we preserve life for everybody else. And I think that is why community participation through our civic basic organizations, NGOs and community-led structures are part of this symposium to assist us to educate our people about the dangers of climate change.
Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament TV, Minister.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Have a great day. Thank you.
An insightful conversation with the Minister of Human Settlements, Thembi Simelane, talking to us about what the Human Settlements Ministry is doing, some of the preventative measures, some of the reactive measures as well, ensuring that you are in the know with regards to what is happening in terms of climate change and how is it going to affect you in your community. Also ensuring that you also participate in active citizenship. Go to the imbizos, go to the community meetings and ensure that information, the correct information, is passed through the systems and informed decisions can be made. Stay tuned to Parliament TV. We're still in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal at the SADC PF, the 58th Plenary Assembly.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. And we're coming to you live from Coastlands Mhlanga Hotel and Convention Center here in Durban. And of course, Tshepo, what an insightful conversation you had there with Minister Simelane. And I just hope that as our viewers were listening, that they grasp the importance of listening to the early warning signs, because some of these disasters, not disasters, but some of the incidents that come as a result of these disasters can actually be avoided.
But of course, then it's also a mission for our government as well, Thembi, in how do they communicate that to communities? Because it's one thing to tell me that there is going to be a disaster, but sometimes you'll have to convince me, as somebody who's much older, as somebody who does not know much about climate change, or somebody who does not know much about global warming, because ultimately, like the minister said, somebody will tell you that we've been living here for 57 years. This river has never overflown. What do you mean? So I think that communication on part of government as well must be looked at, and ensuring how does that message get to the people.
And it was indeed a great day today of discussion where delegates discussed how extreme weather and climate-induced disasters are reshaping Southern Africa's human settlements, affecting water supply, housing, land use and livelihoods, making clear the urgency of stronger climate resilience and disaster risk planning.
Yes. So it was a day of innovation, a day of talks, a day of challenges, and it seems as though the SADC regions have challenges that go across the board. They spoke of issues when it comes to communication. They spoke of issues when it comes to mitigation, when it comes to relocating people, and the challenges that they have when it comes to communicating this. They spoke of issues with regards to spatial planning, and spoke of issues when it comes to informal settlements, especially in places that have not been verified or approved by municipalities or provincial government. These are some of the things that they shared, and hopefully tomorrow we will get some data and more conversations with regards to climate change and the impact thereof on women and youth, and of course Parliament's roles in ensuring that we combat this issue.
Of course, it's been the best 2 days, so we will be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for day 3 of this plenary assembly here at the Durban Coastlands Umhlanga and Convention Center. Ndiyinzalelwane yakutsolo emampondomiseni igama lam ndinguThembi Nkosi Ngoma.
Nilibuya luphoka egolo ke Tshepo Moro wa Bafokeng here in Durban, and from ourselves and the team behind the scenes. Stay
Good
safe.
night.
Bye-bye.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of parliament, and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV Channel 8, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADCPF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.